All right, welcome to today's council meeting of January 14th, 2025. For the purpose of this portion of the meeting, we're just going to ask council to pass a resolution to go in camera, and then we will start the meeting, the public portion of the meeting at approximately 4 p.m., and that is when the mayor will call the official meeting to order. So at this time, can we get a motion to go in camera for today's session? A motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. All those in favor? And that passes. We'll come back in here approximately 4 p.m.
All right, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for 2025. Got to get used to saying that now. I know we've got a full chamber. Our Marauders here tonight. Get on with the order of things. We've been here. So, advise before we are. This is with here. You have the 5. To Sarah McLaughlin, Canadian legend. Okay, as we move along in our agenda, we'd like to do our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. We acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us. I'd like to invite Brian Kahn, who's a local artist of Métis descent and an advocate in the Indigenous community, to share his testimony.
Taxi, Brian Kahn, Tishikashan, Niagara Falls, Working, Nataniska, Wakanaka, Kimani Wak, Marshpiki, Working, or Métis. So, hello and greetings to all. My name is Brian Kahn. I live in Niagara Falls, but my ancestors, they come from the north, from the far north. They are the Moose Cree, and I am Métis. So, let's start the meeting today with what is known as a traditional update. We don't know what your day was like as everyone gathers here in the meeting. Somebody may have had a fight with a spouse member, or someone may have cut them off as they were driving to the meeting. So if we all come together in a good way and a good mind, and think of all the great gifts that have been given to us by the Creator. So with that, I call to Kismanzo, the Great Spirit, the Creator. And we are thankful to Him for all the gifts that He has given to us. And the greatest of those gifts is the gift of Mother Earth. And through her, we are given additional gifts, plants and medicines that grow from the ground. And we're grateful to each and every one of them, for they nourish us and they heal us as we continue through our journey. We're grateful to the Tree Nation, because the Tree Nation, trees stand tall and proud, and they provide us with the materials to make our homes. Traditionally, they provided the materials to build our fires for staying warm and for our ceremonies. The trees and the forests and the lands are also a place for all the two-legged, the four-legged, the swimmers, the crawlers, the flyers, and we are grateful to each and every one of them. And when I think of all of those gifts that the Creator has given to us for us to use, we must be reminded that as we come across an item that we want to harvest, that we don't take the very first one that we see, whether it's a plant or an animal. We don't even take the second one that we see. It's not until we find the third that we realize that there is enough for those who follow behind us, whether it's those who follow the next day or those who follow for generations to come. And those are the teachings of my ancestors. We are grateful for the four winds that blow and the four directions that surround us. With that, that brings the change of season and new opportunities. At this time, it is a time of harvesting of those plants. And with that, we take one of the sacred medicines, tobacco, and we lay it on the ground as a gift to Mother Earth for giving us that opportunity to grow and nourish that plant and that medicine, which ultimately comes back to us. So we're grateful for that harvest that we have. Living in Niagara, we're surrounded by water, and the water is so important. It makes up a good part of our body. And it also provides us with refreshment throughout the day. But more importantly, it is through water that we have our very first homes. Before we were born, we lived within water, within our mothers. So we're grateful to that water. I look to the sky and I see Brother Sun. He's out there and he provides us with light and warmth. Whether he's shining bright or whether hidden behind the clouds, he's there and we know he's there and we're grateful to him. At the night skies, Grandmother Moon, she shines high and strong and bright. And we are grateful for the gifts that she brings to us. But with that, we are grateful how she influences our bodies and influences the waterways, so that through Grandmother Moon, through the water, and through the women of our nations, that our future generations are born. We are grateful. And finally, I look to the night sky, and I see the stars that are out there. And I am told that those stars are our ancestors. They're watching over us, they're guiding us, they're leading us along our journey. And so with that, I would say, hi, thank you, merci, very much.
Thank you very much, Brian Kahn. And now, we're going to move into our agenda. And I apologize, the sound wasn't too great. I don't know what it is, but we're going to look into the technical challenge that we had there. First off, looking for adoption of the council minutes from December the 10th. Moved by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Next is disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we will quickly run through the mayor's reports and announcements. It's very brief today, and typically everyone's favorite part of the meeting. Birthdays, we'd like to, and Councillor Nieuwesteeg, is she out there? Is Councillor Nieuwesteeg out there? Well, no? Okay. It's her birthday on, it was her birthday on Sunday, January the 19th, coming up, so we wish her happy birthday. And Serge Felicetti, and I don't see Serge in here, and his birthday is on the 21st of January. Polar Bear Dip, real quickly, we'll run through a couple of events and announcements, draw your attention to the screen. We had our annual Chippawa Polar Bear Dip last Saturday morning. It was very, very cold. I was asked if I jumped in. I said, no, my hands were just cold taking pictures, so I was good. So there you can see them coming out. It was icy cold and windy that day. It was unbelievable, but all for a good charity cause for Canadian Tire Jump Start. I had councillor representation. I had Councillor Dabrowski represent the city at the Grand Kerala Cuisine. Okay, we're jumping ahead to something else here. Not sure what that is. That's not it. No, we had Councillor Dabrowski represent the city at the Grand Kerala Cuisine. And I'd like to thank also Councillor Lococo representing the city at the annual New Year's Eve levy at the Military Museum. So I don't know if we have pictures for those. Do we?
We do not have pictures of those.
We do not. Okay, so I'm not sure what happened there, but we don't have pictures. And there is a picture of, let's see, looking for, what's that? That's Hatch, but there's nothing representing it in the minutes here, or I'm sorry, in the notes. So that was us meeting with Hatch Industries next door, a local homegrown engineering firm. Turns out to be the biggest engineering firm in the country, working on strategizing on moving the city forward along with all of our partners from the Parks Commission, the region, Metrolinx for the GO train, and all of our local partners to work on strategies moving city forward, and our economic development department from the city of Niagara Falls. We did have flag raising for Crime Stoppers. I was joined by Councillor Nieuwesteeg that day. Ironically, there was just the fire on Erie Street the night before, arson. So it's a great community program to help control some of the crime that takes place in different communities. We had some business happenings. We had Red Barn Organics grand open up on Queen Street. We had Biryani Queen's grand opening I'm sorry, oh, there's a picture again of the first one. There's Biryani Queen's grand opening on McLeod Road. And we just had Pure and Simple grand opening. That's right by Food Basics on Montrose Road. Breakfast and lunch place. I was joined by Councillors Strange and Patel. World University Games in Italy. Victor Pietrangelo, City Councillor, and his son, Victor Pietrangelo, and Jessica Zhang represented Canada. And hopefully we've got some pictures. Do we have pictures of that one coming up? Represented Canada, in fact, this morning in Italy in curling mixed doubles. We heard word that they won a bronze medal for Canada. I know many of us have been watching them very closely. What an amazing showing. Your city is very proud of you, Victor. And do we have a picture here? I'm looking for any indication. A nod. Yes, is something coming? Okay.
Why is it? There it is.
There we go. Thank you. Whew, close call. How about a big hand for Victor Pietrangelo? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and recently, just about a month ago, they played in the Olympic trials, and they're the youngest team there, and they played against Jennifer Jones and Holman, and they only lost by 1 point to the Olympic gold medalists. So these are a young couple, and fortunately enough, this is Councillor Pietrangelo's son, just doing an amazing job. His partner there was on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee at one time too. So just two great local kids who are so young right now, and you can expect them to be in the Olympics for sure, and at these big tournaments that you can see all over. So very proud of them, and proud that we have that connection with.
What high school did you go to?
Myer.
Oh, look at that! Wow! Oh, what a quick, yeah, okay, yep. Proud Marauders. So congratulations to Victor and the Pietrangelo family, and of course to Jessica and the Zhang family as well, winning bronze in Italy. Coming up, so tonight we did not have an O Canada singer, and it was going to come down to, I asked Councillor Strange if he would do it, and we quickly got Sarah McLaughlin instead. So any youth or otherwise singers, musicians, up-and-coming artists, a good opportunity to showcase your talent. There's online applications forms. Go to niagarafalls.ca. All ages are welcome. Any groups are welcome. Choirs, instrumentalists. The meetings are broadcast online. We appreciate your support. Looks good on the resume as well. And it's open to everybody and anybody. So please join us, and we can use some more of the talent right here in Council Chambers. The Ice Wine Gala is this coming Saturday. Cool as Ice Gala. For those that are not aware, 90% of all of Canada's ice wine is produced right here in Niagara, and it's in huge demand around the world, and it's made right here. So the gala to celebrate will be this Saturday, the 18th of January, 7 p.m. at the Niagara Parks Power Station. As this is part of the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival. Tickets are available at niagarawinefestival.com. Next budget meeting will be Tuesday, January the 21st, and the next council meeting will be Tuesday, February the 4th. And that concludes the mayor's announcements, and now we move on to deputations and presentations for what you're all here for and you're waiting for. So we do have a couple, and the first one, of course, being the Myer Secondary School football team presentation. So I'm going to come out there. We're going to try to set a record for the most amount of people ever in the horseshoe here. You laugh. I have no idea how this is going to happen. I've never seen so many pennants up here before. So let's start with this. I'm going to first start. Please help me, my good buddy, and one of the great coaches that's come out of Niagara Falls, Dave Buchanan. How about a big hand for Coach Dave? See, he's such a great athlete, he was going to jump over.
How did you know?
So he's going to do a quick scissor jump over the top here. So what we're here to recognize the great accomplishment of these Marauders, and I'm going to ask Coach Dave in a second, but we'd like to also be joined by your assistant coaches. So if you would, maybe I'm going to give you the mic, if you could introduce them as we bring them in here, and then don't worry, there will be a chance for pictures for when the time comes, when we're ready to do pictures. You can come right up to the line, or you can Zoom, whatever is easier for you, but don't be shy to come up and take pictures. We're also going to be taking pictures and posting them on our social as well. And the goal is We're going to bring all the coaches and all 300 of you football players. And we're all going to, have you ever seen them do that with a Volkswagen or a telephone booth? We're going to attempt a record. We've got photos here from Guinness. These are going to go right to Guinness World Records here, and we'll see what happens. So let's start off. I'm going to pass the mic to Coach Buchanan to introduce his coaching staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a lot of guys here because you're putting me on the spot here. So can I just bring everybody here all as a group?
Yeah,
because there's quite a few guys, and I don't want to take all your time. I know. That's
Okay. Sure.
all right.
You're the
So,
boss.
gentlemen, do you just want to come up? And then I'm just going to say that you are the A. Myer Junior coaching staff. Okay, so come on up, gentlemen.
Two more. We got one for you too. Your hands are full. This is going to be interesting. I don't know how we're going to do this.
Coach Lupish, by the way, said he sings really well, so he said he would do the anthem at the next meeting.
You know what? You're on.
Yeah.
I'll put my application.
I'm ready, Coach. Yeah. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this outstanding group of athletes that are here today, and I don't know if I've mentioned yet, did I mention I went to Myer too? No, did I mention that? I like to gloat a little bit, and I'm proud to be a Marauder always, and especially today, as this outstanding group of young athletes had a golden year as the Junior Metro Bowl Provincial Championships. How about a big hand to everybody for the champions? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to hand it over to Coach Buchanan. We're going to bring you up one at a time. You're going to come this way. I think it's alphabetical, but I'm not sure, so you're going to have to pay attention. I'm going to greet you right here quickly, give you your own pennant, and then you're going to join us in the bowl here, and then we're going to try to take a picture of everybody. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but work with me. I'm sure it's going to be fine. How about one more hand for our big coach?
All right, we'll just do first names. Ian, come on up. Ian, I'm just going to name you guys. Make your way here. Mark, Casey. I don't think Casey's here today. Jason Corvo. Where are you? There you are. Pardon? Yeah? Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. You just like the pictures, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Yeah. Josh Gilbert. Eamon Hassan. Josiah Hickston. Brandon Keys. Sean Lawson. Riley Minifee. Gabe Murray. Alexander Ralston, otherwise known as Ra-Ra. Tegan Sam. Aiden Stapleton. Big O. I won't tell you. Chase Winnell. Mossy. I think Mossy's basketball. Nick Bove. Mr. Reyes, Cordero. Gabe Diaz. Mackay is not here today. Carter Heidelberg. Ezra Ivory. Benji, I've never been able to pronounce his last name. Okay. He's at basketball. Tyson, Luis, Charles. Vosh Modi is away. Logan Orr. Best name in the list, Edmund Ritchie III. Carter Shepard. Cole Stazer. Brett Wall. Adam Youssef. Solomon. John Bailey. Jack Buckland. Lucas Friesen. Hudson Grant. Yeah, it is getting tight. Archer Henry. No Georgie. Caleb Laporte. Jackson Mills. Adam Monahan. Declan Payette. Logan Robinson. Not here. Lemmy. Tyler Stewart. Last but not least, Chase Wincott. Yeah, hey, there you go. Take a knee, some of you. Gotta try to get layers to this.
Hey guys, if you can't see here, they can't see you. So we need everyone to kind of make sure you're in a space and look, crouch if you can in the front. If you guys can crouch a bit, you bigger boys, crouch a little bit. Yeah, you bigger.
Hey, yeah! Myer! Woo! Woo!
Hey guys, we're gonna ask Coach Buchanan to say a few words to talk about the memorable journey that you're on and why we're all here today. Coach Buchanan.
Yeah, let me get over there. Just a summation of that. Okay, just quickly. You did put me on the spot. Thank you. Just a summation of the year. Not only did we have to get through our local loop, we had to move out of the region. Then we actually, back in the day, did you play football? No. Okay, all right. You wrestled. But back in the day, that's as far as we could go. And now they have a Metro Bowl series. This is put on by a team or college in Toronto. We had to play 3 games after that. We had to get past teams that had bigger schools to choose from. We faced a lot of opponents that were actually quite big and strong, but uniquely to this team, not only we have people that could grind and play a tough game, we actually had people who were very fast and agile. We had a combination of many things, and this is why this team is a championship team. And then they put up with our coaching staff, all the efforts that they gave. So thank you to you guys and what you do. And they. And it truly is not always easy dealing with me. I'm going to let you know when I'm happy with you, and I'm going to let you know that I'm not happy with your football. I'll always love you, but you're going to definitely be held accountable. And they answered every challenge their way. So congratulations, you were a joy to coach.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to acknowledge, first off, I'm going to start by the coaches. They're volunteers. They don't do it for the money. It's not an easy thing to do. I've coached my kids before. It's a thankless job, but they did it. They're on the road. They had to get on these guys, make sure you keep your grades up, stay healthy, keep working out. They didn't accept anything, and I know because one of the coaches was a coach in baseball. I know what he was like there. I'm sure he was worse here. So when I say worse, I mean better, because they aren't just coaches in football, they're mentors in life. And these are the kind of people that teach you life skills that you're going to take through the rest of your life. I can tell you, all the sports that I participated in, all the counselors and staff did, it was more about teaching you how to work as a team, how to fight through challenges, and to shoot for the top. And you guys were hugely successful, number one, because of your coaches. How about a big hand for all those coaches? And I like what Coach Buchanan said, because he also coached my son when he played football at Myer. And I can still remember that day that he phoned me while the game was on, and I wondered, why is he calling me? Does he want my advice on the next play? And my son's shoulder had dislocated, and so he was worried about him. But that's the kind of guy, he cares, but he'll kick him in the butt when they need it. And that's what a good coach and a good mentor is. And I know that's how they all are. And then we got to thank the parents and the siblings and the family, because you're the ones carting their butts, washing their uniforms. By the way, a couple of them need to be washed again. They stink. You're the ones airing out the equipment in the garage. You're the ones supporting your kids, making sure they're keeping up with their school, keeping their marks up, and keeping it all in check, and cheering them whether they win or whether they lose, and accepting when the coach has to kick them in the butt because you know it's good for them. It's not about liking, it's about what's good for them. How about a big hand for all of the parents and the family? And, of course, we saved the best for last. This is your moment, guys. You're going to look back, and I'm going to tell you, before you know it, you'll be looking in a yearbook going, oh, my God, you'll be showing your kids. And you'll talk about the lessons you learned, and you're going to take it throughout your entire life. You're going to think back to your coaches, to your mentors. You're going to think back to Ann Myer and all the sacrifices you made, but it was worth it. So on behalf of the city of Niagara Falls, I want to say, yeah, it's a pain to try to do this. There's not a lot of room. We're not built to do this, but we want to catch people doing things right, hold them up as an example for everyone else. And I say today, we tip our hat to the Marauders. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Good thing we know people. We can help us. Yeah. All right, sounds good. We'll see you. All right, thanks very much. Right? Appreciate it. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Well, thanks very much. Thank you. Oh, what was that? Nobody. Let's grab the banner. The banner. Here, let's do a shot with the coaches. Just the coaches. Tad, when he's our coach. Come behind you. You guys can do it. Oh, we got to call. Come on, boys. Get in here. Come on, get in here. Let's go. Hold the banner. Yeah, hold the banner. Let's do it. Okay, I don't want to block anybody. No. You got it? Yeah. Beautiful. Boys. Good job. Thanks for remembering. Someone has to pay attention. Yeah. I know. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is. You know it. Thanks very much, right? Thanks very much. Okay, thank you. Okay. So did he take off on the microphone? He didn't need the microphone, did he? Oh. Oh my God, grab him back. Dave's got it. Well, he's looking into it now to find out where she is. You don't know? 5 o'clock. Huh? She didn't have something to get in. Yeah, I don't know. You know where we're talking? Huh? I saw her son or something. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on with our karate world champions. Do we have our world champions here? Right here. Oh, there we go. Karate. And kickboxing. It's not on? Oh, hold on. No, that was off. It was off. It's back up. Okay. 1, 2. Check, check. Okay, we're all good. All right. We are ready to roll along here. So what I'd like to do now is call up Elizabeth Lutsician, if I got that right, to come through here, and also Victoria Dulepa. Come on around here, ladies. Big hand. Congratulations. So for you two ladies, first, let me start by giving you your own. You don't have to bow to me. Believe me, it's not worth bowing to me. That's for you. Now come over here, so we're facing this way. So, okay, all right, sure, we'll do pictures first. Okay, how do you guys want to do it? One more, smile. Awesome. Yeah, just yeah. There's a really bad idea. He wants you to do some karate moves on me and hurt me. Not a good idea. Okay. They just giggled. They never said anything. All right, I better keep a little bit of a distance here. So first off, ladies and gentlemen, we just acknowledged a football team, and now we're going to change gears. Now, are you both karate? Okay, yes. They're both karate. Okay. Councillor Strange here, 3-time Olympic boxer. I thought one of you was a kickboxer. And kickboxing. Okay, I don't know where that came from, but okay. Today, we're thrilled to recognize 2 world karate, is that how you say it? Yeah, okay. Karate champions from Niagara Falls. I already mentioned their names, Elizabeth Lutsishin and Victoria Dulepa. These 2 outstanding athletes train full-time under Sensei Vadim Dulupa. Right there? Oh, well, then you should come up here. Sensei, please come up here. Yeah, big hand for Sensei. Right, I'm sorry, I didn't realize their Sensei was here. Welcome. Thank you. Come up, please, come up here. Let's do another picture, yeah. The Sensei, come up here. So, and Sensei, we're going to get a banner for you as well, a pennant for you as well. So, these 2 outstanding athletes train full-time under Sensei Vadim Dulupa while also attending private classes at NT Karate School. Sensei Michael Politi, Sensei John Politi, and Sensei Rose Room. Elizabeth began her, where's Elizabeth? Which one's Elizabeth? Elizabeth, right here. Elizabeth began her training at Tiger's Lair Karate Dojo in Niagara Falls. Both Elizabeth and Victoria achieved victories at the provincial championships in April in London, Ontario. Oh, we've got one for Sensei. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you. Sensei, one for you as well. Thank you. From there, they went on to compete at the national championships in Ottawa in May, and both, once again, were victorious. Their wins earned them a berth at the World Karate Championships that were held in Portugal. Did you like Portugal? Yeah? Good. Do you like seafood? Yeah? Oh, good. 'Cause they have lots of seafood there. First, I'd like to ask Elizabeth, right here. Congratulations, Elizabeth, on winning at the provincials and winning at the nationals. Congratulations as well for your incredible showing at the World Championships, where you brought home 1 gold and 2 silvers. That's pretty incredible. How about a big hand? So, Elizabeth, on behalf of the City of Niagara Falls and the City Council, we're very proud of you. Congratulations, and I hope this is just the beginning. We're going to be hearing a lot more from you as you win more championships and make your city really proud. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Now, Victoria, congratulations on winning at the provincials and winning at the nationals. Congratulations for your amazing efforts at the World Championships, finishing 2nd place in your division. On behalf of City Council, we're very proud of you. You're very talented, and I'm sure we're going to see you here again when you win something else. Congratulations as well. Both of you have made your city very, very proud, and we want to thank your trainers and your coaches and your families, because without the support of your families, it's pretty hard, right? They've got to drive you, make sure that you ate your dinner, and that you practice every day, right? Because if you practice, you can become very, very good. And sometimes mom and dad need to remind you, hey, did you practice? We got to go. Keep your dojo nice shape. So on behalf of the city, we're very proud. But since we have the Sensei here, I'd like to ask if maybe you'd like to say a few words and just talk about maybe their character, anything you want to share with us on the things that you've learned with working with these great, remarkable young ladies.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for everyone to coming here today, and for everybody who spends time and energy to make it. And I would like to say we are Canadian, and we live in Niagara Falls. So, and we are champions in the world. It's not simple. So congratulations, and like as a coach, I would like to say they're very hardworking, and they listen very well. So they're working very hard, and I hope it's future you're going to bring more medals to our place, right? So congratulations one more time, and thank you again, everyone. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, honey. Great job. Great job. Congratulations. There's your champions, folks. Thank you very much. You know why? Why me? How about Jason? We can take Jason. Yeah. Bless you. Okay, next up, Mr. Clerk, what do we have next up on the agenda?
Your worship, we next have Rose Amir. Rose is the pastor at Niagara Falls Christian Ministries and a resident of Niagara Falls, and she's looking to address council on a few matters, namely homelessness, encampments, poverty, and potential solutions that she has for council. And I remind Rose that she has up to 5 minutes to make her comments.
Okay, thank you. Hello, yes, if you can just come up to the microphone there, and just, yes, please, and just maybe bend it your way,
All right.
because we bent it to take pictures of the football team.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, thank you so much for giving me opportunity to speak tonight. This is my first time ever at the City Council. So if I am not professional, I ask your forgiveness. I also have my timer on here because it says it's strictly 5 minutes only. My name is Rose Amir, and I'm the lead pastor for Niagara Falls Christian Ministry. My husband is here with me. We both lead the church, but we also have a small Grace Pantry. It's an emergency food bank. We started 10 years ago in Niagara Falls when some of the homeless people started knocking at our doors on Thursday evenings for food. And we realized the need in the community, and then our church group came together and we put some food cans on the shelf, soups on the shelf, and started helping them. So that's how we started getting involved in homeless ministry. So before I go and talk a little bit more about that, I want to share my experience as experiencing, not myself, but seeing other people witnessing homelessness in other parts of the world. We came to Canada via Uganda, and Uganda, as you all know, is in East Africa, and it's one of the poorest countries in East Africa. And we saw people living there in extreme poverty. We lived in slums, we minister in slums, and we never thought that when we come to Canada, we will find something similar to that here in Canada. And when we first realized that there are over 200 homeless people in Niagara Falls living in extreme cold and poverty, sometimes, you know, losing their limbs because of the exposure to elements, weather elements, we couldn't really fathom that reality, that even in Canada, people can live on the streets. In Uganda, they have a system when you are, and even though they are very poor, if you find someone on the street, and it's a warm place, so you don't lose your limbs, but if you are on the street, community come together and they try to help with whatever they can. And that's how they build slums. In Canada, we don't have slums. What we have is encampments. And sometimes these folks who are living in encampments, they have nowhere to go because encampments can be, you know, destroyed by the by whatever the rules we have, bylaws we have, and they move from one encampment to another. In Niagara Falls, we have about 50 people living in 3 different encampments where me, my husband, and some folks from our church go often pick up food from a food rescue organization from different stores in the city, and we drop that food off to the encampment. And sometimes we have a donation of blankets and hats, mitts, and scarves. That's what we drop them off there. But these are all Band-Aid solutions. When I saw bridge housing on Victoria Avenue, I was quite happy to see that something has been done after so many years. But bridge housing can only accommodate certain amount of people, and it is transitional, it is temporary. Then we have the IWCA, which is only 20 beds, and it's for women only. And another thing that we have here is bridge housing, YWCA, and then now I learned about Summer House, which has 20 beds, and it's 60 beds, 50 to 60 beds, dorm style. But these are not permanent solutions. There are permanent solutions in other parts of the world, and not very far away. I don't have to go to Africa to find a permanent solution, but there is right across the border in Texas, Austin, they did something called tiny home villages, where 51 acre of property was donated by a person to the city of Austin, and then on that 51 acre property, they built tiny homes with a bathroom and a small kitchenette, and it has become a permanent accommodation, permanent home for a homeless person who's living on the street. And I don't like to call them homeless person because that actually degrades them. I always call them as my unhoused friends, because these are people. These are someone's moms, dads, children, somebody's relative, someone's husband, someone's wife. And when I first time realized that these people have names, because when we were going through the motions of our city working, we did not realize that these are real people. But when we started talking to them, ministering to them, we realized that they have names and they have stories. So my ask from the council is not funding. My ask from the council is not a band-aid solution, but maybe we can come together and have something like tiny home villages for these individuals so that they can have dignity of living in their own homes and and live a life like everybody else lives in Canada. Canada should not have poverty. Canada should never have any homeless individual living on the streets. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to our speaker. Where'd you go? Oh, please come back. You bring up Austin, Texas. It's community first from Mobile Loaves and Fishes. Councillor Iannone and myself, through the mayor, went down to Austin, Texas, and we looked at that community, and we brought a report back to council. I think what a lot of people get hung up on is the word tiny homes. It's just a smaller version of a regular home. Now, I know we're very different in Canada than we are in Austin, Texas. They don't have the winters. So when we look at things like that, we have to look at more insulation and that sort of thing. So there are many different models out there. We're looking at model homes, we're looking at sea containers, we're looking at storage units. Like, there's a whole bunch of different things. But what it all boils down to is community, having those wraparound services to help people. You can't just give a unit to someone and expect them to be able to thrive. They need all of those supports. And through the region and through the province, we have different programs available. A lot of times, specifically in our area, we don't want to build out this way because we don't have a lot of land. We want to build up higher. So the region has been working on building up higher. They have all of the shelters, but these tiny homes with the community and the supports, there was addiction services, there was faith related, there was opportunity to have their own micro businesses. It was amazing to see. It was a whole community. They went on the outside of Austin, Texas because of all of the zoning requirements in Austin, Texas, so they couldn't do it in. So they went a little bit out, and some people say, well, why are you putting this way out there? There was a bus that they could go into the city. It's really amazing. They started with a mobile food truck, and that's why it's called Mobile Loaves and Fishes, and then they went to that, and it started with 200 tiny homes, and now I think they're close to 1,500 or 2,000. They just keep adding on. And they were mostly people who were chronically homeless, 10 years or more. So it was really amazing to see the differences in people. So I do agree with what you're saying. We have to look at it. It's part of a solution. There's not one thing that's going to fix everything. We need to look at many different things. There's a whole continuum from somebody being unsheltered to a day program to an out of the cold shelter to a permanent shelter to a bridge housing.
That's right.
To our Buchanan Avenue. So we have a lot of these pieces. it is working for some people and it's not working for everybody. So we really have to put our minds together to see what we can do better. Because we're a lower tier municipality, a lot of the funding goes to the region. And that's where we struggle with what do we do as a city council in Niagara Falls because the region covers it. So I really like to thank you for coming, and I appreciate all of the things that you do in our community, and if everybody works together, I hope that we can find some solutions for some of the people, because we're not going to find all solutions for everybody.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the development of a 20-story residential use building at 4500 Park Street and a 20-story mixed-use building at 4200 Queen Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 14th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the properties in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment or bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Julie Hanna, our Manager of Policy Planning, to give us an overview of Report PBD 2025-01.
Good evening, members of council and members of the public. Tonight, as the mayor indicated, I'll be presenting the application. The city has initiated an official plan and zoning amendment application for 2 parcels of land that are owned by the city. The city has an agreement of purchase and sale for the Queen Street property. For the Park Street property, the city put out a request for proposal to partner on a housing project with a private partner. Both parcels are currently vacant. Both parcels are located in the protected major transit station area and a strategic growth center area. There are mixed-use buildings fronting Queen Street and going north towards Bridge Street of various heights. Currently, most are low-rise, 1 to 3 stories, in spite of having height permissions. South of Huron Street, the buildings are mostly residential use. Before I get into the details of the policy, I wanted to illustrate the articulation policy that's in the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments that are drafted, so that the further slides are understandable. The first slide shows an example of the implementation for a building wall that is 15 stories or less. Articulation can take many forms, such as cornices, columns, canopies, balconies, or the articulation of the building. So within the 1st to 4th story, there'd be one form of articulation, and then from the 4th to 15, there'd be another form of articulation that will be detailed further. So in the illustration, there's banding, and there's also picture windows that are illustrated. In this second example, it's showing a building wall that is greater than 15 stories. So at the 4-story level, a 2-meter setback is required. And so that is shown on the left side of the image before you. In regards to Park Street, it's approximately 0.56 hectares of land. The official plan amendment is for a special policy area to permit a 20-story residential use building. Residential uses such as apartments may be located on the ground floor up to a maximum of 50% of the total ground floor area, provided that the dwelling units do not front onto the street. In addition, residential units are permitted above the ground floor. Residential amenity areas such as lobby and common use rooms are permitted on the ground floor. And the zoning amendment is to have a site-specific commercial business floor zone. In terms of the zoning relief for Park Street, the illustration before you outlines the specific uses, height, and yard setbacks. The rear yard setback includes a 7-meter right-of-way. For the Queen Street parcel, it's approximately 0.41 hectares of land. The official plan amendment seeks to redesignate a portion of the land that is currently open space to mixed use 1, and that's shown on the image on the screen that's outlined in red. It currently forms part of the parking lot. The special policy area would also permit a 20-story building that would allow for mixed uses. Residential amenity areas and student residential amenity uses are permitted on the ground floor, and a difference between this parcel versus the Park Street parcel is residential use is not permitted on the ground floor. A student residence, private or public school is permitted, and there's a minimum rear yard setback as detailed in the zoning bylaw to provide for separation between the listed property that's adjacent. The zoning bylaw amendment seeks to have a site-specific commercial business, commercial 2 zone applied to the lands. In terms of this parcel, again, the site-specific uses, height, and yard setbacks are illustrated on the slide. A minimum rear yard setback of 7.5 meters is shown on the rear property line as it abuts a listed property on the city's municipal heritage register. The interior yard setback is a minimum 0 meters when adjacent to the park, as the park provides separation between the lot and City Hall. The other interior lot lines function as rear lot lines. The standard rear yard setback of 3 meters is being established as the minimum interior yard setback for these lot lines to provide separation between the lot and the abutting parcels, which could be developed for mixed-use purposes. So in terms of the policies and regulations that are consistent between both parcels, in terms of the official plan amendment, the policies modernize the urban design policies contained within the transit area secondary plan and add new policies such as roof feature, tower separation, and amenity space, which have been applied to other areas in the city. The official plan amendment illustrates the slides that I showed earlier, which allow for direction and flexibility to the built form, so that buildings walls greater than 15 stories are required to have a step back greater than the 4th story to provide a human scale for the pedestrian, and building walls 15 stories or less provide articulation to the built form to provide building interest and variety to the design to result in high quality architectural design. Several definitions were added that mirror what was added to the zoning bylaw amendments. And many of the existing zoning regulations are not applicable due to Planning Act changes, such as the elimination of parking regulations in the protected major transit station area, or they have been amended to modernize and provide clarity to the standard regulation. The built form regulations clarify the existing regulations and implement the official plan amendment policies. And several definitions have been added as they are not defined in the zoning bylaw. An open house was held on December 19th, and several members of the public attended. Some of the comments that were provided at that meeting were the loss of public parking, which with the agreements that are in place was a council decision prior to the application that I'm discussing tonight. That there were no plans or studies provided with the application. They will be required at the site plan stage. The disposal of land in the process, again, that was a council decision made prior to this current application. The next 3 comments are for Queen Street only. The first is the elimination of vehicle access to the lot that's used for residential parking. And with the agreement to sell the land, it was a council decision made prior to the application before you this evening. There was also concern regarding the height of the building. And as I indicated, articulation is required if the building wall is 15 stories or less, and a step back will be required if a building wall is greater than 15 stories. And shadow and wind studies will be required at the site plan stage, and that will determine if additional step backs are required. And again, for the Queen Street property, there was concern regarding the setbacks to the residential properties. And as I indicated earlier, the standard rear yard setback, which is 3 meters, is being recommended to be applied to the interior yard rather than the interior side yard setback, which would be 0 meters. And the rear yard setback was increased to a minimum of 7.5 meters abutting the listed heritage property. And again, that could be increased if the heritage study that would be submitted with site plan indicates further setback is needed. So the recommendation is that council approve the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments as detailed in report PBD 2025-001.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Normally, we have a developer and our staff, so I guess I'm going to have to ask all my questions here. If the potential purchaser on Queen Street had to pay for the rezoning, how much would this cost?
So until March 31st, it would be approximately $30,000.
Sorry, we couldn't hear that.
$30,000.
Thank you.
That's including the city and regional fees for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. After March 31st, the region wouldn't be circulated the file, so there'd be a reduction in approximately $6,000.
Thank you. Through the mayor, for the Queen Street one, there's concern with the heritage building being right beside it. Could the outdoor amenity space be abutting the Zimmerman property so the building gets further into the property?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the rear yard setback is what establishes the minimum distance that a building wall needs to be. In relation to amenity space, there can be amenity space provided adjacent to that property line, and it would be through the design of the building and structure and then the site plan application that distance would be confirmed with our zoning bylaw staff, and also that the amenity space, if they establish it, would be known.
Okay, so it could be the amenity space, then the building, giving more distance between the heritage property and where the building is built.
There could be the potential that the developer makes the rear yard greater, but the minimum rear yard setback as being established in the zoning bylaw recommended for council would be 7.5 meters.
Okay. In the circulated comments, there's a section, there's only the Niagara District School, Niagara Catholic School Board, and I'm wondering why not the other school board as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the District School Board of Niagara was circulated and they did not provide comments.
Okay, thank you. In the report, it talks about that they didn't address the access right for the parking because it was already done. So here we are now at council. Can we come up with some sort of solutions to access that parking now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the decision to sell the property was made by council. Easement rights could be established with the property owner that's adjacent to this parcel with the future owner of the parcel, should they so choose. There is the opportunity to provide a parking space on that lot itself.
If the city is selling it, could that not be one of the conditions to have an agreement with the landowner for the access of the parking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be a decision of senior staff.
Okay, thank you. It says affordable units are exempt from development charges and reduced CBCs. Is that only for Park Street? Because the Queen Street one is not affordable units, it's student residents. Do they get a decrease in development charges and reduced CBCs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city bylaws as well as the legislation speak to residential units, which the student residence units would be classified as. When they come forward with a site plan, there'd be able to be a preliminary CBC, DC calculation done to determine if the units meet the definition that would result in a reduction.
So there could be then. Okay, thank you. A couple more questions. I know there's going to be a shadow study. I was thinking about Rosberg Park right beside it. So if this building is going to be very tall, I am concerned about the shadowing on Park Street. And I know I've talked to Ms. Hannah about the studies, and she told me for public property, there needs to be 5 hours of sunlight continuous between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. in the spring and 3 hours between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. So I just want to encourage us to look at that because of the park. I don't want to lose all of our sunlight in our public park. In the last part for Park Street, since the City of Niagara Falls is a minority equity partner, can we state about the affordable housing units that they have to go through the Niagara Regional Housing List, for the affordable units, and then for the market ones, can we establish who can get them? And I know that gets a little bit sticky, but because the city is a minority equity partner, can we put those stipulations in there?
Who would answer that? Oscar Siotis. Weigh in?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, with regards to RGI units, that is handled by NRH. NRH has, in previous years, set aside a number of potential RGI units for the Park Street development. So that is handled through NRH. The establishment of rents would be subject to the shareholder agreement. The selection of tenants, unless council directs otherwise, we are not looking to manage the property. We'd be equity holders there, and the selection of tenants would be up to that, because as part of the shareholder agreement that would be contemplated, or one that I would present to this council, is that there is a rate of return on the equity we're putting into it.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. Can we please break these down into two separate motions, one for Queen Street, one for Park Street?
Well, I don't know who would...
Logistically, that's why I wanted to ask.
Through the mayor, I did have to ask someone smarter than me. My gut feeling was it's not a splittable motion because it's all part of one rezoning. And therefore it's presented as a rezoning, and therefore both properties are there.
That's very unfortunate, because if you want to approve one and you don't approve the other one, you either have to approve both of them or you have to approve neither. That's why I asked. Thank you. And I'll have some comments at the end after other people speak.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody scheduled to speak?
Your worship, no one had registered with the clerk's office to speak to this, but of course they can go to the gallery to see if there's anyone in attendance.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have anyone? Yes, if you'd like to step forward to the microphone one at a time. Yes, you can come forward to the microphone. You have 5 minute limit. You just need to say your name and your address, and then you can start to comment.
Okay, my name is Yan Miao. My English name Mary. My house is a beautiful house, Victoria house. It's 4711 Zimmerman Avenue. I'm owner almost 12 years. 9 years. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, but this building, everybody can see the beautiful Victoria house, right? There's a city history, 100 almost 25, almost 30, okay? 25 years, 125 years longer, okay? That's why I'm a citizen for the Canadian. Before I'm from China. I know there's like a dam I need to protect. I need to let them. I fix lots of things. I spend lots of money fix it. I buy you the parking, very good looking or something. If now you very close me, cover everything, okay? I don't want to you dam cover something, not let people see it. That's why I thinking Niagara Falls beautiful. More this house make a history. Lots of people want to know that. Okay, I'm not very good English, you know. Some words wrong words. That's why I want to Nicole help me say something. Okay.
I'm Mary's neighbor. My name's Nicole Wharton. She prepared a speech in Mandarin.
Yes, I
But
couldn't say
this is-
English.
This
That's
is
why.
the English translation, and if I can read it, I'll read it super quick because I've now got less time. Okay. Dear Mayor Diodati and members of City Council, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Mary Yan Miao. I've been a Niagara Falls resident for over 12 years, and I'm a retired Chinese, Western, and traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I'm the proud owner of 4711 Zimmerman Avenue and 4219 Huron Street, a famous Victorian-built listed heritage site with more than 125 years of cultural and medical history and synonymous with the McGarry name, and for being one of the first doctor's offices, the first pediatrician's offices, the first surgery offices in Niagara Falls, and the first X-ray machine was brought to Niagara Falls in my building. As a Chinese and Western doctor, I'm committed to healing, helping, and caring for people, and this property was my dream and was about to undergo a large-scale transformation and to be converted into a nursing home for those who are interested in and committed to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. I recently wrote to the mayor and the CAO, and the response was very disappointing. I then decided to write the entire council and make them aware of my situation, and forwarded to them a perfect compromise that addresses the CAO concerns for maximizing the density, the planner restrictions that were about to be proposed, and providing an even larger footprint to build an even bigger campus. I have not yet received a proper reply, so I am making the public aware of this situation. I would like to firstly apologize to the city staff for my emotional outburst at the open house for the University of Niagara Falls new campus. I was distraught because I was about to see a 150-foot wall right on my property line. The scale model of the university incorporated most of my property, as well as shows to be built on portions of my property. At the very least, they would require 8 feet from my property to build the foundation walls. Realistically, we would have to remove 5 feet of the historical building and its basement to build. I've spent over $200,000 on renovations, and a large portion of that was spent on the foundation. The construction right beside us would forever damage the work that was already done and severely compromise the building for the future. All of this planning was done without any of my input or consent, and I was shocked to find out that not only was there an opportunity to purchase the land beside me, but it was secretly sold to somebody else without any notice or warning or even a phone call. My vision and dream have been permanently destroyed because of this massive building being only 3 feet from my house. The 125-year-plus stained glass windows will be blocked by cement walls rising to 50 feet, blocking my view of from the house, and the sunlight and the breeze and all the elements that make us healthy as gifts from Mother Nature will all be blocked. I will have limited, if any, opportunity to develop my property, and my value will plummet once this is all approved. I went and paid a fee to process my application, and I hired a planner to work on my ideas and present them to the city. All of this could have been avoided had somebody from the city contacted me to let me purchase this land. And now there is a conditional sale on the property based on the rezoning at this meeting. At no time did anyone contact me that the property was for sale, and at no time did anyone let me know that the property was deemed surplus. The worst of this is that the land is to be sold as a non-local private university that is a foreign entity with no track record of a building or substantive footprint in Canada. The deal was done in secret, and none of these details have been made public. The city does not have to sell this land and has all the control. There are numerous locations only a block away that this development could occur. There is absolutely no transition from commercial to residential property with this application. The scale model of the campus is infringing and encroaching on my property, and I believe that I have a right to complain. A city has a right to expropriate property, but a private company does not. If the city is prepared to expropriate some of my property, then they'll be in for a fight. I was very disappointed that the open house did not give me any answers to the tons of questions that were asked. The sad situation is that no one has ever reached out to me from the city or the potential buyer to ask my thoughts. Most importantly, this sales contract was not just done in the summer. You had ample time to warn the residents of this, but you decided to push it through in an application during the Christmas holidays in hopes that nobody was noticing. I'm asking the council to defer this application so that everybody can meet and work out a solution to all of our problems, or I will be forced to appeal this decision and have the Ontario Land Tribunal decide not only if the application, on this application, but the way that the entire deal was handled from the start. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Yes, Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
You, Mr. Mayor, I just want clarification. I'm not sure if I heard the one part correctly. You were saying that there will be damage to your foundation, or I missed that part?
She's asking about the foundation. Mary spent a lot of money fixing the foundation. These are old buildings with river rock foundations, and of course with big digging right beside the walls of her house, which she had some special contractor come in and scrape out all the thing and parge it and all this stuff at great expense. And she's very proud of redoing her basement, because when she bought the place it was leaking and problematic. But
Also ceiling crack.
yeah, and the noise and the beams and the supports, and so she's had a lot of work done. Her fear is that the digging will shake the foundation, and with it being such an old structure, damage will be done even to the work that she has had already done in the basement.
You said something during the letter about if you're going to lose part of it, or there was a piece in that said you've already lost or will be losing 3 feet. I'm not sure if I heard that correctly. That's why I'm just asking clarification.
You know, it's a 20 levels building, very high, right? Like my house like this, then like this, right? I couldn't see anything. My house will be dark. Nobody can see something, okay? This is a city face. I don't want to scratch face, no. Lots of people, traveling people walk there and say, wow, everybody, tourists go to there, see this beauty. Okay, this Niagara Falls, beautiful face. Show any tourist people. Niagara Falls is tourist people, right? Lots of them. I work there, them say, wow, beautiful. I told them history. I don't want to do anything.
No, that's not what
change.
she's asking, Mary. She's
Okay.
asking, in your statement, you said that some of the building is going to be damaged or has been
Or you're
damaged.
giving up 3
So there's
feet.
some confusion.
Yeah, you know, it's a damage and a cover.
Okay, so
Okay, yeah.
did I miss? I understood. I
Okay.
heard
Did you wanna
say
clarify?
were going
Did
to
you have
give up
something?
3
Yeah,
feet.
sorry, I'm Julian Morton, Nicole's husband, also a neighbor. What she was saying in her speech was when she had the planner come to do the planner for parking and making an offer to the city to buy some of the property prior, the planner had explained to her that if they go ahead with the building, the size of the building and the foundation of the new building would have to take out, I believe, all the things are there, would be about 8 feet or 5 feet
Of her
of her
property.
house.
Oh, that's
in
what I
order
heard you
to
say.
build the foundation for the new one. That's, I just
So
wanted
how
to
does
clarify
5
that.
feet? Just out of curiosity, so this plan goes. They're going to come and take 5 feet of the back of her house out?
I don't know if what Mary's planner, who she had come in and do some work, was suggesting, if they were to build the building as it appears in the 3D model, they would have to, in order for it to build the foundation of that building, they would have to come further into her property, which I think in the letter says about 5 or 8 feet, literally into her house. So that's not what the builder is doing. We don't know what the builder, or if there is, what the details are of that, but her planner was the one who helped her with those.
Because if you
numbers.
went into 5 feet of somebody's house, the house would come down. Like, that doesn't make sense. I'm just asking clarification. It didn't make sense.
Well,
to
I
me.
mean, I come from a construction background partially, but, there'd be ways to shore it up. Basically, what she's saying is, it would be coming into her house if they were to do
Can we
what-
just because we do have a planner in the room, so maybe Kira, if you want to
Yeah,
address this.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, and maybe there's some confusion, obviously there's a model at the university, again, but there is a setback from the property line to the building face at the rear of 7.5 meters, which is about 25 feet away. So there is a distance before the construction would start there. Obviously, through site planning, we would make sure that, if there was, excavation happening, things like that, we would make sure for vibration, those kinds of things, and construction service would be underway.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, actually to Ms. Dolch. So they're talking about this building, that proposed building is going to affect her house, and she will have no daylight from the back. I'm asking, again, clarification, is this true?
Through your worship to the councillor. So obviously we don't know the final design. That's part of what they're going to be doing as part of site planning. But as Ms. Hannah said, there's wind and shadow studies that will be required. So we'll make sure that there's appropriate mitigation for shadows if there is any. And again, similar to our park, 5 hours of sunlight, those kinds of things.
Right
that
now,
we
this is
look
for council to ask questions. Yeah.
But I just wanted to clarify because there is a distance from the construction wall. So there wouldn't be any impact or 5 feet onto her property. Construction would take place, the building wall would be 25 feet from her property.
25 feet, okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, what is it that you're looking for? Obviously, nobody wants a development in the backyard, I get that, but what, you're concerned about this building, and now we're hearing that it's 25 feet from your property.
Yes, first, it's a cover, it's a lines or something. Second, I need a parking. City need to ask me. I'm first. I'm city people. You can't sell another country people, not sell for me. I want to more parking. Also, you can a little bit far away, right? I need some parking there. I can first buy, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is
but
more about
before,
parking.
Yeah.
It's about you
Before
buying parking.
many years, application, I can got a history. I try buy more parking. Yeah, sorry, today I'm not very understand
That's okay.
everything 100%. I'm poor English. I just want to let you guys know, if you want to sell, before I'm not application, you not care me, that's okay. I'm first. I few years early, I application, I want to more, okay? My parking, not my backyard. That's why I only this one for city lines, okay? My parking, and another side, you can see another side, them very low, the level, not cover them. I have this. I want to my backyard, before I know the history, before my big building, 3-level, big building, back is a McGarry Son house, themselves.
Okay, we're going to have to stop now because
Okay.
we have the time. It's just questions from the council
I
now.
just still,
So
so
go ahead,
through
Councillor.
you, maybe you can help me. So what I'm understanding, it's not so much the building that is affecting you. What you're concerned about is parking. You want it to buy the parking?
Yes.
You want to buy the lot from the city rather
Yes.
than the city?
Yes.
So you could get more parking?
Yes.
How much more parking are you looking for?
Now I have 6, 7 parking. Before have a parking change, but I want to maybe, if another, I have a lots of room there, but I want to maybe 10 parking there.
She's already submitted a plan to council, apparently, is what they told me, but also I think it's partly parking and access to parking, because there's clumps of parking that have been sold to different neighbors that the access will be cut off with this development. That's one of the problems, but also her house is 3.5 stories high. So if you're building even the recess stepping back, four stories beside her, she's looking out of her, half the windows in one side of her house at a brick wall, even if it is 7 meters back. Right?
Also, I need to excise this side.
Okay.
Excise parking this side.
All right.
I don't want to 2, 3 neighbor, through them complete me, right? Traveling people maybe in the morning, 4 o'clock back home. Bother another people, neighbor, right? That's why I want to buy this side I can from.
Yeah, we understand.
Okay,
We
so,
understand.
so just for clarification,
Thank you.
nothing really is going to happen to your house. No one's going to take the back part of your house off. You were upset because you wanted to buy the piece of property because you were hoping to buy extra parking and have accessibility in.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
so much.
I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying.
You know, I'm a new Canadian, but I know Canadian beautiful house, I need care, but I want to everybody thinking beautiful house, help me protect this house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Councillor? You're
No,
good?
I'm good,
Okay,
thank you.
Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who can answer this. This is a bed and breakfast, correct?
No
Yeah.
nursing.
It is a bed and breakfast. So my understanding is for bed and breakfast, it needs so many parking spaces. And the parking that Mary has starts from Huron Street and then through the Queen Street. So if that's removed, will all of the parking be removed that she won't have the number of spaces required to run her Airbnb? Her B&B?
I don't know who'd have that answer.
Oop.
Yes.
Thank you, through your worship to the councillor. So I'm not aware of any formal easement on parking on our property that she has. I don't know if she's using it informally. We did do that search to make sure there was nothing legally registered on title. I know that.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to Mary, do you have an agreement with the city to access that parking from city land?
Where you park on the other side of the house with the building, that's your land, that's you rent, that's your land, you have access to.
Oh, yes, yes. But now, some people parking, I can't use the neighbor, the side. I use the city parking, go in, parking my way.
I
Better,
don't think so.
yeah.
You don't have a written agreement with the city to use those lots. She's saying, do you have a written agreement from the city?
Yes, but sometimes I use the city, this side, okay? That's why I want to access for the Zimmerman go
Right.
in.
But
Yeah.
did the city give you permission in an agreement,
A
a written
license.
agreement?
The license, permits.
No, I'm not parking city there.
No, no.
I go just through.
Right.
Access.
For my, access, yeah.
So you have 11 parking spaces right now?
No.
How many do you have?
I think now it's 5, 7.
Okay, so if Mary has 7 parking spaces,
Yeah,
Mary,
not
once the building is built, how many will you not be able to get to?
How many?
Because my question is, for a bed and breakfast, you need to have so many parking spaces, which I'm assuming she has legally now. And if the building is built and those are removed, does that affect her B&B parking?
I don't think she loses any because she gets to them off of the other street, not through the parking lot. So I've been in that parking lot.
Yeah, before I application for city, you can rental for me, them said yes, but after them go to there said, okay, you can application for sell for you, for city. This you give me idea I can buy. Now, I'm out.
So, that's not what she's asking though. You have to have a minimum amount of parking to operate a B&B. You have to have a minimum amount of parking. So we're just asking, do you have enough parking on the site? On the site, on your property? Do you have enough parking to operate a B&B? I don't know, how many units do you have? How many units do you have?
I have more than 10, almost
You can't have
60, 16, 18.
18?
Yeah.
Rooms. It's the big old houses. They got
It's a
lots.
huge.
No, this commercial house, yeah.
You can't have that many rooms in a B&B.
I'll just leave it at that. Maybe somebody can look into the parking.
Yeah,
and-
yeah, we
Thank
don't want her
you.
to walk herself into something. She might walk herself into something, so.
I know, I just want to clarify, it's a very big house, which you guys probably all already know. She's not really doing a bed and breakfast. She has plans to do the Chinese medicine retirement home, which is
Yeah.
why she actually, I think it's something like, and don't quote me, but I think it's something like 18 rooms. So, I mean, it's a very large property. So in her future, which is one of the reasons why she brought in a planner to figure out a bunch of different things, she was hoping to have more space and to purchase the property or some of the property for extra parking. So it all
Okay.
kind of fell in. She was doing her work.
Yeah,
you guys
I
were
want
doing your
to-
work, and it kind of clashed.
I want to help older people.
Yep.
I'm
So we got,
doctor, I can tell them.
our
right?
CAO is gonna comment.
If your plans come to fruition, we can look to make arrangements within, to obtain parking permits on street or in one of the neighboring parking lots. So it might not be adjacent to your property, but it could be close to your property. Mr. Nichols and the transportation team's doing an overview of downtown parking requirements. We're creating more parking downtown, so there will be the opportunity in the future, if you do create this business, that there will be the ability for you to get some permanent parking near the downtown or near your location.
Oh, okay, but the
parking spot when you have
Do we have any other questions of council for Mayor? Okay, so we're going to ask anyone else who wants to speak now. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mary. Okay. Yes, if you'd like to come forward. Yep, one at a time. Again, if you can state your name, your address, and then we'll set the clock for 5 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilmen, women. My name's Sheila Mulligan, 4671 River Road. First of all, I emailed Bill Matson on Friday to make an oral written report to speak. He said, no problem, just sign the sheet. Now tonight it's again. They said there was no sheet. Now you found it. The other thing, I agree with the misinformation of the public notice at Christmas, and then I had emailed Julie and asked her who was informed of the open house, what were the comments. She went back, there's been public notice signs on both property as well as provided in the Niagara Falls Review. If there hadn't been a Canada postal strike, property owners within 120 meters would have received a mailing with the public meeting notice. Notice is not normally provided in the Niagara Falls Review. Naturally, nobody would have known to look. I'll just start with points. We are not against the development. We would just like it to make sense. What is disturbing is the plan anticipated has been changed to 20 stories from 8, making it almost 3 times the study. The comprehensive studies for the official plan have been adjusted without any consideration but a potential sale. Sun, shade, and wind studies, and now mentioned by Lori Lococo, mentioning the 5-hour continuous sun. I know nothing about the studies, but they definitely are foremost. Safety concerns, is the city's capable to handle such heights and difficulties? Because in the fires of, however they've been burning, weren't safe for firemen too. I don't have a perfect spot, but we watched them. Next, parking. I've heard lots about parking. Parking is a concern. The city parking lot narrowing of Queen Street from Victoria to River Road makes large amounts of traffic, already increases volume, and where will the parking be? I heard something, but I didn't understand the answer from, I think, your
CAO.
There you are. Next, how does the municipality handle these studies? Next, is there consideration for other properties to have the same adjustments? In conclusion, the development should prioritize projects that align with the needs and capacity of our community. That's what I'm stating about the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of council for Ms. Mulligan? Okay, thank you very much.
Actually, I'll take the parking question again. There was all of a sudden something, we're studying it, and I think the man in the back also.
Yeah, through the mayor, the comment I had is the city of Niagara Falls is undertaking a downtown parking review. The initial preliminary, we did it last year. We had sufficient parking. We're updating the calculations based upon developments, and we're the city of Niagara Falls is looking at building an additional parking lot for a few reasons. One is provincial rules now say if you're in a GO transit area or a transit intense area that someone can build an apartment building and have 0 parking spaces, and the city must provide that. So we are taking those new regulatory changes and taking a look at that, and we are likely going to increase our parking supply in the downtown for
Would we
those
think that it's by the transit?
most likely, yes, but that's to be studied and dealt with, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, have a nice night.
Thank you. We have anyone else? I saw some hands go up. Yep, if you want to step up, Franco, just come to the microphone. And again, if you can state your name and your address, then we'll start the clock.
My name is Franco Piscitelli, 5100 Dorchester Road, Niagara Falls. I'm here today to oppose the building being proposed on the site of the present location of the Niagara Falls City Hall employee parking lot. My reasons are as follows. I object to any proposal put forth in the name of the University of Niagara Falls based solely on moral and ethical grounds. Frankly, it makes me sick to allow the university to incorporate the City of Niagara Falls name into the university name. It insinuates that the city is running the university, while it's not running the university, as a private for-profit entity. Also, as I received my graduate degree from Niagara University just across the river, I'm mortified that the Niagara name is incorporated into the University of Niagara Falls name. I suppose I wouldn't be quite so opposed if the university was named Global University or some other affiliation to that respect, after what appears to be the actual administrator. I must also admit that I oppose the building based on the infringement of the present owner of the McGarry House, which is certainly a building of significance to the city, and I don't even know her, the owner. Finally, this council appears to be bending over backwards to accommodate Gus. When the city opposed the gift horse in the mouth in 2012, when another for-profit university wanted to locate in downtown Niagara Falls and asked for no concessions in return, and it was denied. I was also add that I was on the focus group and steering committee involved in getting Niagara University a campus in Vaughan, Ontario recently. The University of Niagara Falls just adds to the confusion. I know that every one of my Niagara University colleagues are opposed to the University of Niagara Falls and anything for which they stand. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Piscitelli? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you. What university was turned down in 2012?
Tesla University.
I was on council, but I'm not really familiar.
Not aware of that either. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other presenters? Yeah, if you'd like to come forward.
Hi, members of council. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Frank DeLuca, 4341 Kilman Place. I'd like to start off and talk about, I know I only have 5 minutes, and I will try to be as close as possible. I'm just going to group my questions because we don't have the answers to these questions. And I am going to be directing them towards the CAO because these are questions of the CAO. I'll ask all the questions. I don't want to get up and I know, and then I'm going to ask of the planner as well. Okay, so first question is, and they could go for 4500 Park Street and go for 4200 Queen Street. Who's the buyer? What's the closing date? How much? Conditions of the sale? When was it deemed surplus? Who negotiated the deal? Who approached who? When was it voted on? And who was in the room when that was done? Those are questions through you to the CEO.
So that's your presentation?
No, that's just for him. Planner's the other one.
Okay, so if he answers those, it's going to use up your time. You know that, right?
Then I'll ask the rest of the questions, then they can answer them after I'm done. How's that?
Okay, well, we'll do our best. So, Mr. CAO, I don't know how you want to handle this.
Sure. The lot sale was conducted through an appraised value. An unsolicited proposal was received by the city. The city undertook an appraised value. It went to council in camera because it's a property matter. Council voted on the on the terms of the sale, and subsequent to that, as part of that process, we were zoning the two properties.
All right, so now this is for the planner. Where's the parking study? Where's the parking lot study? Where's the survey? Where's the number of parking units per unit? Where's the archaeology study? Where's the planning justification report? And where's the record of site condition?
Okay, we'll see what we can do to get you some quick answers. Would have been nice if you sent them in advance so we could be more prepared.
I was actually doing this today.
Pardon me?
I was writing this today.
Okay. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Worship. I'll try to remember that long list, but one at a time.
Items that
Yeah.
are at a pre-consultation or at a site, at a zoning application.
So
Those are all the things that
think-
are normally required. If I come to you and ask for at a excuse me, at a pre-consultation or at a zoning, I'm required all those things.
So-
Why aren't they not required to do that?
So I'll start with your first, the parking study. There is no parking requirements because, again, we're in a downtown and the province determined that parking is not required any longer in the GO transit station area, so there is no parking. So I wouldn't require any additional information on parking. In terms of other studies, we do defer it to site planning depending on the situation. Archaeological, we do at times depending on the situation. In this case, we are coming forward with amendments to the secondary plan area in its totality. Because of the sales, we had to rush these two to go forward, see changes in the whole secondary plan area. Similar changes to what Ms. Hannah's already proposed in these scenarios.
But not before this decision of the zone.
Again, so when we rezone, when we do official plans, when we do secondary plans, there are no study requirements that we undertake per se, depending on the situation. Sometimes there's servicing. We need to make sure it can adequately be serviced. In terms of wind, shadow, archaeological, all those other things, those are things that are handled by the development community. So they're pushed onto the development community and will be required at site plan approval. So that's their standard course of action when a city deals with those things.
All right, so I'm just going to refer to this. Since you're not going to tell me the buyer, I'm going to guess. It is the University of Niagara Falls. There is a wonderful 3D picture there that we all went to when they did the opening house. That was, what, in the summertime? Assuming that University of Niagara Falls is a foreign entity, and I understand that as a Canadian, they're not allowed to buy residential properties in Canada. So why are they allowed to do that? I don't need you to answer the question.
Well,
I'm just making that you're aware of that, that's all.
Well,
I don't need to answer the question.
No, but we'd like to address it at least. You made a statement.
Just to be clear, it's not a foreign entity. And just to be clear, the university operates other schools in Canada. And so it's not a foreign entity.
The owners are from they're Dutch, they're not from here. They're non-Canadians that own.
But that's like saying
University.
General Motors is a foreign company, or you want me to go through it. Microsoft is a foreign company. Like,
Fair enough.
like
Just,
at the end
I'm going to
of
make you aware of this. That's all. And that's all I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'm not here to justify an answer. I'm just telling you what I'm telling you. That's it. Last thing. Selling of both of these properties is going to remove 300 parking spots from the downtown. With the approval, it's another 300, because you're going to have 0 there, you're going to have 0 there, you're going to have 200 people in this one, and you're going to have, I don't know, what did you guys say, 1,200 residents in this university? Those people, where are people going to park? Now, the actual last part of it, I just want to accept, is that the fact is that this is all for a private, for-profit, foreign entity. And by the way, the King Edward Hotel, where that spot is, the foundation walls are no more than 12 inches under that ground. And when the fire on the famous Erie Avenue happened, all they did was they dumped it in there and they capped it. So now I go back to, why do we not have a record of site condition here before a zoning application is done? Because if that's the case and that's the problem, then what are you guys, you're selling it, it's gonna be on the taxpayer, that we have to clean it up, and that's happened on Bridge Street, and it's happened on Park Street, where we, the taxpayer, have cleaned up those properties. Now we're gonna clean up that property as well.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, that's not how it works. Park Street, we own the property, and therefore we obtain the record of site condition. For that property, the developer will have to obtain the record of site condition to do it. So when it's sold, they have their opportunity to do their due diligence. If there's a cleanup, that's on them. Okay,
they're
so
building
just to
it
be
as
clear,
is.
yeah, so you have your development order out of line. A lot of the questions that you're asking for happens when they actually bring an application to develop something. This is a zoning matter at this point in time.
But it's a
So
zoning application.
it is not a building application. So we don't have their designs. We don't have, this is about that. So when a lot of your questions will come during site plan and the development application. So just to be clear, so that there's no misinformation out there, the taxpayer won't be on the hook for a cleanup there because we won't be the owner.
You created the
Let him answer-
misinformation,
let him-
not me.
Excuse me, he's
You brought-
answering
you brought up-
Mr. DeLuca, he's answering the question, please.
Fine.
Let him finish.
So with Park Street, yes, we did clean it up so that we could put residential property there because that was one of the priorities of council. So as the owner of the property, and we're the owner of the Park Street property, that's what we did to clean it up, to get record of site condition, because we're the owner of the property.
Well, I want to be clear, I'm very happy with Park Street. I'm not arguing anything about Park Street. I'm talking about when it comes to who the buyers are, and all these things are done outside the realm of the people the taxpayers that want to know the answers. And I think it's fair that we should know those answers. We should know who the buyer is. We should know what's going on. And you don't even have a drawing. You don't even have the setbacks. You don't even have a picture. You put stock pictures on there to show what it might look like. It's not, you have a 3D scale drawing over there, that was what they're based on. That's what your intentions were to put.
Your time is up. So did you have any other question that you wanted to?
Okay, just one more comment, okay? Peter Colosimo sent a wonderful letter. Peter Colosimo is a.
Yeah, we read the letter. We've got the letter.
Okay, and I just want to make the public aware. How's that?
It's on the agenda, I believe. I think it was sent to all of us.
And this is my opportunity just to make them aware that he's a planner. He's got multiple experience in municipal and was a member of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Niagara Falls. And he has very, very eloquently, as an independent planner, has suggested that this should be and should not be proposed and should not go back to the original, what should have been. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else here wishes to address council? Yeah, if you'd like to come forward and state your name and your address, please, and then we'll start the 5-minute clock.
Hi,
Hello.
Teresa, and I live at 4455 Park Street. I would like to know who decided on a 20-story building outside my front window.
Mr. CEO, can you help us with that one? Then we'll go to
Yeah.
Ms. Dolce, please.
For Park Street, this is zoning limitations. There is no actual building design for the Park Street lot at this point in time. It's what could be placed there, not what will be placed there. So I can't remember. The rest of the downtown is 33. I'm looking at Ms. Dolce.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry about that. So it varies in the downtown. So there's 6 stories, there's 10 stories. But as I said earlier, we are looking at changes to the downtown in its totality. So, we are increasing height. It's a GO transit station area. They're looking at for intensification in the province in the downtown cores, and that's what we're looking to do in the future.
And at the end of the day, you have to remember the province sets the rules. So, and then we have to adhere to provincial rules that are set. So as planners, what they do is they take a look at the provincial rules, because whether we say it should be 5 stories or 1 story or 2 stories, a developer can come along and say, that's bad planning. The provincial rule is this, and I want to build a 20-story tower, and therefore, I'm going to go to the OLT or make the application to council. And then the planners would have to say, yes, this meets the standard or doesn't meet the standard. What we're trying to do is zone it so that we are more aligned with the provincial standards. So it's not this council, it's not Ms. Dolce. province sets certain standards that, that we set, and then we have to assess whether our zoning or whether an application that comes forward is aligned with good planning standards. We could say no to every development and then go to OLT and lose all the time. Or we could look to say, we're going to get our zoning applications and our planning rules in line with the province so that developers can come, develop rationally, and move forward. So it's not about, us saying, I want to build a 20-story building there. On Park Street, there is no plan at this point in time that is even being put forward. So that's what you have to understand. This is about zoning.
There's no plan
On
for
Park Street?
Okay, because there's signs on both sides that state that there's something planned there.
On Park Street?
On Park Street.
Yeah, we are gonna plan
and
to do.
It's a plan of a 20-story building.
Which?
Ms. Dolich?
Thank you, Worship. I'm just going to clarify. So it's just what's being recommended in the zoning bylaw and official plan amendment, not what's being built there.
Okay,
we don't know what's going to be built.
Like, I'm concerned about the people on Park Street, how that's going to affect us on Park Street.
Yep.
Like, do you guys plan on buying up Park Street? Because I remember years ago, like I've been on Park Street for 27 years now, and I've been through a lot with the city with planning. Like they were going to put a GO train or a track behind my house because CN took up the tracks. That was another thing. They took up the tracks. Park Street was supposed to get that property along with Bridge Street, but somebody came in, Celsi came in and bought up all that that space behind my house. It was a private sale. I found out later that somebody came in and bought it without telling the people on Park Street. So that area, the green space, has been nothing. And you and I have had conversations about Park Street, about the dump behind my fence, and I've had to put up another 8-foot fence behind because people jumping over, I've had to put in a security camera. So you guys are proposing mixed-use housing, low-income housing, which is now going to affect us even more, even with the parking. If you're going to put a 20-story building in, where are all these people going to park? Like, if you guys plan on buying up Park Street, maybe you should let the residents know. And like, it's not fair to us if you put a 20-story building in front of us.
Mr. Cieo?
Like I said, at the end of the day, we just try to align with provincial planning guidelines. One of the benefits of the municipality being a co-owner there is we can control what gets put there. If we sold it outright, and that was one of the options that the city council had, then whatever got built there would be up to, the private sector. So, so this council did the responsible thing, cleaned up the property, is looking to reposition it for housing, some of it being affordable, not all of it being affordable, and we'll look to develop it. There are development rules around shadow, wind, 45-degree angular plane. There's all these design considerations that must take place. But all of that comes when there's an actual design to a building, and someone could go there and we can have a plan that's only 6 stories. I don't know, but what we're doing is setting the table for what we think is allowable. And even if we said 20 stories and this council approved it, someone could come and say, I want to build 30 stories and I'm going to take you to the OLT, and they may win. So, I just want to set the table of what is the planning process, right? So all this does is set it up for us to be more compliant with what the province wants, to avoid OLT appeals, to have better control of what can be developed in the downtown. And so, that is what we're trying to do through this application. When there is a specific design, it'll go through the public process, it'll go through the evaluation, it'll go through all those studies. But that's not at this stage at this point in time.
Okay.
So just to be clear.
Okay, and also that soil, has that been cleaned up? Because I know that the soil has been contaminated. Has it been dug down far enough? Because I live almost directly across from that site.
Yeah, we spent a lot of money. We dug very deeply, and we do have clean record of site condition. Yeah, we have a clean record of site condition. Like at the end of the day, that has been assessed. That's been assessed, and so we have clean record of site condition on that property. So it's an RSA, but, and there was a pretty significant hole in there and a pretty significant amount of backfill.
Yeah, I know, I live across from it.
Yeah, so we cleaned everything up, we met the standards, and the ministry, gave us the record of site condition.
Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Yeah. You can state your name and your address, and then we can start the
Robert
clock.
Jackson, 4671 River Road. I was just curious to the study that you had before with all the setbacks. Now, are we still under that, or do we get the new setbacks that you just give the city property? Like you got Queen Street on 0 setback off where ours is 15 meters. I'm wondering, are we entitled to that, or is it just the city property?
Well, we can go to our general manager of planning.
Like the original one you did through COVID, on the thing, it had 15-meter setbacks. Now you got yours at 0. We're on the very next block. Are we entitled to the same setbacks?
Thank you, Worship, through you to the presenter. So we are looking at the downtown area. Obviously, this application just deals with the 2, but we are looking at similar permissions. I don't know what will happen in each area. We're looking at each area individually to decide on heights, on setbacks, those kinds of things collectively. But there will be a change to what's currently permitted as we go forward.
What, does everybody get the same setback that you've given yourselves on your property?
Yeah, at this point in time,
You've got 0 on Queen Street, and we've got 15 meters.
At this point in time, I don't know where your property is exactly. I'd have to look at it. But again, we are looking at it and
The
happy
very
to
next block.
and happy to sit down with you as we go through our next
Okay.
stage of the amendments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we've got, yes, if you'd like to come forward, again, state your name and your address, and we'll start the clock.
My name is Jody Burdette. I live at 4480 Bird Street. I'm not aware of the details of your sales or any plans for building. I didn't go to the open house or anything like that. But I just wanted to present to council that I'm a property owner with one of the largest pieces of private land in the downtown core, over on Bird Street. And I always thought that if the university ever wanted to move here, that I would be willing to sell that property to them. I was never approached by the city if you guys had negotiations like that, and that's fine. But I just want to you to understand that if your negotiations aren't permanent, or there were great compromises in the location as opposed to another location, that may be a consideration for you guys. And despite whatever I may do with council sometimes, if that was ever an option, I would actually consider it seriously and not goof around with it. Okay.
I would just suggest that you approach the university with your land, because they have been looking at land opportunities around in the downtown area. So I would suggest that you should approach them directly, because
okay.
Yeah.
It's just, and I also wanted to present that because that is a goal of mine over there. It was just sort of land banking when I acquired everything. And I inherently sense that that location over there is probably not the right place for a university. A university needs a lot of space, and I have a lot of space, like for expansion. You know, you have a little aquatic center, and also I'm adjacent to your rail line. If they were merged, the property potential would be very great for the city to consider.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay. Oh, yeah, yes?
Abbas Racy, resident of Niagara Falls. I respect the concern of neighborhood, but I have the benefit of coming to all the council meetings. So knowing how the system works, you have a better understanding and appreciation. Your worship, I want to bring a different perspective to the table as someone who works with the youth in this city. I'm very excited from the prospect of transforming our city from a tourism-based, low-paying job to high-paying, education-based knowledge. I've seen the transformation that universities do. And I know that thanks to your effort in part, your worship, and our CAO and the Serge who's at home, and this council as large, we have been an innovation hub. Give it 5 years, and you will see how startups flourish in this downtown. No offense to Waterloo or Kitchener. What do they have? University. If you have higher education in downtown, it's completely going to transform our city. So I'm very supportive of this project and the initiative that city taken, as long as they're respecting the concerns of local neighborhood. And it's great that we are working on affordable housing at the same time. These are not easy projects. It takes a lot of effort. So I want to commend through you to our CAO and our Director of Planning. One thing I want to bring to the table as a point of reference, Ryerson University, now called TMU, was given the mandate to build a medical program. City of the Brampton, they donated their huge community center that they had, plus they throw in $20 million cash so that Ryerson from downtown transformed this program in the Brampton. And it only brings about 1,000 students at most. And here we have the potential. We already have 1,500 students paying rent to us, citizens of Niagara Falls, patroning our businesses, and the most important one, starting your startups with Niagara Innovation Hub. So I think I commend you for the effort you've done to really, you didn't hand over $20 million, you didn't hand over buildings to just bringing 1,000 students. I'm very excited about this project. The only concern that I do want to echo is the issue of the parking as a supporter of this project, especially given that we have, I'm fully aware of the limitation that we have that we cannot mandate parking because of the way that it is, but I hope it won't become in a way that, look at Brock University, they have thousands of parkings. We really need those amount of parkings because the parkings in core belong to the neighborhood, plus the GO train. Those GO train students should not be parking their vehicles there. So I think it will be great to see what will be, and I'm sure that our CEO has a plan, but at the same time, I hope, as a supporter of this project, I hope that the applicant, both for the affordable housing and for the post-secondary education, consider adding ample parking. So I'll sums it up. I know it's a long meeting it's going to be, but I really appreciate the effort to bringing post-secondary education to our city, transforming our city to a higher educated. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, are there any final questions of council for our staff? Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Yes, Councillor Strange? Motion by Councillor Strange, move the recommendation, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we have any discussion? Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because we can't break these two up, I'm really struggling. I'm supportive of the Park Street for the affordable units, the market value. I'm very supportive of that project, but because it's tied to the Queen Street one, we have no plans, we have no design. There's no applicant other than us. I don't think it's appropriate that the city be paying for those studies and the zoning for an applicant when they should be paying for it. I can't support the one on Queen Street. I would love to support the one on Park Street, but if you're lumping the two together, I'm going to have to be opposed to the lump, but I am very supportive of the Park Street one.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I just would like to ask Mr. CEO to comment on what Councillor Lococo said about the zoning application, all the expenses that we'll be bearing for the zoning application. What I do know is usually there is a sale of condition that you do rezone the property before you sell it, so I just want to know how that's going to work for us.
Yeah, in many cases, and that's what we're here for. In many cases, a land transaction is completed upon appropriate zoning for that land, and that's what we done. Most of the study work will not be like the wind study, the shadow study. Just to be clear, it's not going to be borne by us. That gets borne during the development process. So at the conclusion of this, if it is a successful vote, the city doesn't really have any more studies to complete or anything. The work that was done by planning is completed at this point in time. It's really just the fees that we have to pay to the region and in theory to us, but that's waived at this point in time. I'm just looking at Ms. Dolce if I missed anything.
Thank you. And there's one more thing I would like to suggest is during the site plan, when we are doing site plan for the Queen Street, I would like planning staff to involve Mary to discuss, to see where we are going with it and address her concerns, what she has. So I would like to have, I would like planning to have a meeting with Mary to see where we are going with it, and she understands what's going on with the new proposal.
Mr. Holch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, the councillor. That we can do that once we get a site plan application. I don't know when that'll be. That'll be up to the university. We can have further discussion or show the designs that we get in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Nieuwesteeg and Lococo.
Actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Patel, it was one of the recommendations. I wanted to make sure that Mary had, that we were paying attention to her needs. We've heard them today. If it's parking, if there's any way we can figure out how to address the parking. I do have a question, just for clarity. Are we owning the land and the university's building, or does the whole land get sold to the university?
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, per the vote of council, it is a transfer of ownership, and then therefore we don't have ownership on the King Eddie parking lot. Park Street, you know, the intent of the RFP that was sent out is that the city would continue to have an ownership interest in that development.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we sell the Queen Street property, all the expense that we've had, we are going to recoup those expenses.
That's correct. Like, as part of this, the sale transaction was conditional upon a certain zoning being obtained. So that was the part of the fair market value calculation of the property.
Okay, because through you, I was just helping with Councillor Lococo's concern about the two. If one's just being sold, like they're paying, and we were going to get fair market value for it?
Yep, it was
Fair market value with the expense that we've already had.
At the end of the day, the transaction and the I don't want to break what was discussed in closed session, but the appraised value that was provided to council, that council made the decision on with regards to that transaction, and the contemplation of you know, of it was that that the zoning would, you know, would be appropriate for the buyer's use, and you know, and when we talk about these costs, like, you have to understand that if someone else came to us with a zoning thing, we would incur these costs to evaluate this anyways. Like, and at the end of the day, you know, this council took, you know, a strategic initiative before my time to locate, you know, a different employer in the downtown, an employer with higher value at an educational institution. So, you know, these costs are like a pittance, frankly, compared to the time and effort to actually secure someone who's going to make millions of dollars of investments and bring employment, you know, into the downtown core. So, you know, like, I'm just, you know, the costs are not significant when we're talking about, you know, the type of investment that is going on here.
Truly understood. So I just want to clarify. So,
Yep.
so we have two properties, city owns. The Park Street, we are continuing to own. We're going to private partnership so that we can have help with the affordable housing, and we're adding residential to our downtown. The Queen Street, we have help, which is very common in development. So I've seen it with other places that if you have a piece of land, you want to rezone it so that it's appropriate for your end user. So we have the property, we have the costs that we have incurred will be sold at fair market value, and that is sold off. It has nothing to do with the city after that. That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To clarify, I don't need to know the numbers, but you just talked about the fair market value. Is it the fair market value as is right now before the zoning, or is it the fair market value with the zoning?
Mr.
It, any piece of property, because how the fair market value calculation is determined, it's determined based upon, you know, other relevant uses to it. So, so they compare it to the property across the street. They compare it to recent transactions that happened in the downtown. Some of those recent transactions were for more significant items. The zoning was not, you know, the zoning of the cost in comparison to the total value, like it's hard to say that, yes, this was a pre, and then for $10,000 you get your zoning application through, it's this plus $10,000. At the end of the day, it was the fair value that the evaluation company did, you know, based upon what would be a relevant use in the downtown core. You know, as part of the negotiation, it's like, well, we want to ensure that the zoning is there, and it's not an abnormal ask for that, because in the worst case scenario, especially when they're dealing with the decision makers who own the property, if you're the buyer and you have to go to the same vendor to get a zoning application approved, it would be highly appropriate to say, well, don't sell me something and then turn me down. So that would almost be like bad faith negotiations, to be quite frank. So therefore, you know, this whole thing about, well, whether we got the $4,000 extra on the value, it's kind of irrelevant at the end of the day. We, being reasonable vendors, said, yes, we understand what your use is going to be. We'll ensure that you'll be able to apply that use. The use that you've proposed is aligned with council's strategic goals. So therefore, we said, as when we sell you the property, we'll make sure it's, you know, available for use. If they come in with a use that isn't aligned, frankly, with what we put on there, then they'd have to go through a whole other zoning application. So if they come in and say, we want 50 stories, we'll say, well, it's not zoned for that. We zoned with what we thought was appropriate, you know, in guidance. And then they'd have to do those loan costs all over again. We did it because we wanted to give reasonable assurance that it wasn't a bait and switch. We didn't sell them a piece of land and then say, oh, you can't actually do what you want. So, you know, like this whole concept, I'm just unsure where that came from. As like I said, as a vendor, as a government that wants, that has strategically stated this is what we want in the downtown core, we just need to make sure that, you know, them as buyers, it was a reasonable ask to undertake, and we undertook the reasonable ask.
Okay, thank you. It is council's decision whether they sell a piece of property with or without zoning. And $30,000 might not seem a lot in the big scheme of things, but it is $30,000 of taxpayers' money. So that's where I'm concerned. But I have issues with other things, not just that. But I just wanted to put that out there. There is fair market value, but we didn't have to take on the cost of the rezoning. That was our choice.
Okay, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to kind of clarify. Ideally, we would have loved to bring this all forward with the changes we planned for the entire downtown and the secondary plan area in the downtown. We see it as an intensification node. We wanted to make some changes. Obviously, we had to advance this a bit sooner, just based on things that were happening in under council's purview. Ideally, if I rezone everybody in the downtown, based on the theory that you're presenting, I would have to collect $30,000 from everybody, every property I change that zoning to, from every resident that got a property zone change. That's not the case. Again, we're just trying. We're trying to make changes to the downtown. That's the long-term plan for the secondary plan. Unfortunately, we had to advance this just a bit sooner than those other changes. And like I said, stay tuned for the next couple of months, because there will be changes in the downtown core, and obviously changes to other people's designation and zoning as we go.
Thank you. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, and just to that point, we do have some owners of some properties and land here that are very kind of confused, because, you know, we're talking about buffers and whatnot. How come I got a 50 and whatever? It's going to be, and there's some very valuable property. I know Bob and John, they have a valuable property that might be interesting for the university and that as well. And is there going to be an opportunity that they can meet with you and discuss with the possibilities of what their land might be able to do with, or possibilities of including the university or something like that, and especially with those setbacks and stuff like that? Is there a timeline when they might be able to meet with you guys, or an open house?
Mr. Hodge?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the council. Yes, there will be open houses, things like that. We'll be putting, obviously, notices out on those secondary plans. We've just started, just generally on a preliminary level, height schedules, things like that. Julie's been working on, but we're just not there yet. We would have loved to advance it with this. But like I said, we'll have opportunity to speak to the public, have some dialogue on other changes.
And the timeline is?
We're hoping in the next few months.
Okay.
I'm looking at Julie, because she's
Okay.
going to have to do that work, but to start, really going out to the public over the next few months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of council? It's just council right now, so we're just, we're past the public part. So we've got a motion.
How she's going to send this out to the public, because I just found out about this meeting like yesterday.
Okay, well, I'm going to allow this because we've closed the public meeting. So Ms. Dolce, are you able to address Teresa's question, please?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenter. So in terms of this, because it's a secondary plan, it would just be going out in the newspaper, just similar to all other applications. Normally, it's not a site-specific development application, so we wouldn't circulate 120 meters. It's more generic. But we can look to, we can give some thought to it for the downtown. To see if there's how far and wide that circulation would have to go. The issue is the amount of people that need to be circulated in that instance, and it's not normal standard practice. So we have options on how to circulate. We haven't really got to that point yet.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dolce. Okay, folks, we are going to bring, so the motion has been made by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Dabrowski. We're going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, and one opposed. Okay, thank you for that. So that is approved, and we're going to move on to item 7.2 now. Thank you to everyone for coming out. Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, can you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to facilitate the conversion of the existing building from a retirement home to a boarding or rooming house at 7715 Beaver Dams Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 23rd, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, I'll now ask Chris Room, our Planner 2, to provide an overview and to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Room, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and any area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2024-002 for 7715 Beaver Dams Road. The purpose of this application is to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific R5A zone to permit the conversion of an existing building from a retirement home to a boarding or a rooming house. The lands are designated tourist commercial in the city's official plan and is within the Lundy's Lane Satellite District. The application conforms to the official plan, and as a result, no changes to the designation are required to facilitate the proposal. The lands are currently zoned as institutional in accordance with the city's zoning bylaw. The lands are located on the east side of Beaver Dams Road, north of Lundy's Lane, and the surrounding uses include residential uses to the north and then commercial uses to the east, south, and the west. This slide illustrates the site plan showing the proposed layout and demonstrates that the existing footprint will not be altered to accommodate the proposed use, as the conversion will take place entirely inside of the building. The proposal includes 17 rooms, which includes doubles and singles for a total of 27 beds. A few departures of the zoning bylaw have been requested to facilitate the proposal, including permitting a maximum lot coverage of 33%, a rear yard setback of 3.1 meters, an interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters, a minimum parking requirement of 12 stalls, and an accessory building side yard setback of 0.85 meters. The majority of these departures have been included to address existing deficiencies with the zoning, with the exception of the reduction of parking. 12 stalls are proposed where 15 are required. However, staff have no concerns with this reduction as the site is well serviced by public transit. A public information open house was held on July 17th, 2024, and was not attended by any members of the public. However, one member of the public submitted written comments. The concerns are summarized here and include the potential for increased crime and if the use will be staffed and monitored, the potential for increased noise, the depreciation of home values, and the potential for additional units in the future. Staff have provided the following responses. So for the crime and staffing, when this concern was raised to the owner, they responded by providing a staff member on site for 24/7 coverage, and that the building would be fitted with security cameras. Any increased crime would also be dealt with through the Niagara Regional Police. For increased noise, the outdoor amenity space is located on the south side of the building, which means that the building acts as a buffer to more sensitive land uses to the north, being the residential uses. Furthermore, the city has a noise bylaw that is currently in effect and enforced by our bylaw enforcement division to ensure that no excessive noise is emitted from the site. For home values, there is no evidence that the introduction of uses that are identical to neighboring uses has a negative impact on property values. And finally, for the potential of additional units, the applicant would have, they would be required to amend their site plan, which would trigger a full review by staff. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands to a site-specific residential apartment density zone to permit the conversion of the existing building from a retirement home to a boarding or rooming house, subject to the regulations outlined in the report. This concludes my presentation for this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions of council. Additionally, I do have Tracy, who is a representative of the applicant here virtually, I believe, and if council has any questions for them.
Okay, thank you very much. We got questions. Question, Council Strange and Lococo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And probably more for the owner. Is there a reason why she wants to go from basically a nursing kind of? My dad actually stayed in here at one time, so it's kind of.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I suppose that would be a question for the owner. It's their desire to go forward with this use. So I don't know if you'd like to provide a little bit of, or do you want to maybe get to that question after staff?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It says that it's an existing building, so I'm wondering why there's a 3-year sunset clause. That seems very long for the building to actually be there. Why is the sunset clause so long?
Who would answer this question? Ms. Dolch? Did you catch that, or do you need to repeat it?
Yes,
Okay,
I
could you repeat
apologize.
that,
I did
please,
hear at
Councilor?
the end of it.
Yeah.
Sunset clause.
I know, I could tell you were reading something.
Yes.
I think it's an existing building that they're going to renovate, but there's a 3-year sunset clause. So why is it so long if the building's already there?
It's just our standard, through you to through the worship to the councillor. It's just our standard, and we are consistent with everybody on that standard. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't change it for one versus another.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is, it says that development charges are applicable. This is an affordable housing project. Wouldn't they be DC exempt?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. If they do meet the definition of affordable under the provincial regulation, then yes.
And am I correct, I read $800 a month? Wouldn't that be affordable?
Through Your Worship to the councillor. I have to look into it, but I thought the number was $739. I don't know if you know the answer.
It says 800.
It says
800?
800
Okay.
for a $30,700 income.
Okay,
So then they wouldn't have any development charges then?
that's correct. As long
Okay,
as they-
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council? Councilor Baldinelli.
On the potential, sorry. Through you, Mayor, through for the potential for increased crime, staffing, and monitoring. What bothers me is the site will be operated by staff 24/7. Security cameras will be installed throughout in the premises, and any increase. So, they know that crime's going to be increased?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it wasn't intended to be implied that way. It's just to cover off if, in fact, there is an increase, it's to be dealt with through the NRP.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to make or to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. And I believe, is that online? Yes, okay. Okay. Is that Tracy? Tracy? Yes. Tracy, I don't know if you can hear us. Looks like you're muted.
You might want to address her again. My computer was frozen for a minute.
Okay. Tracy, can you hear us? There we are. Okay, you're just muted, so.
I just got kicked offline.
Okay.
Just so you know, I just got kicked offline here, which is the main way that she would talk back to me.
Okay.
It's just reconnecting here.
Okay. Because I see her.
So it should be better now, and you might want to try addressing her again.
Okay, Tracy, can you hear us? Okay, great. There you are. Okay, we can't hear you for some reason.
She's muted.
You're muted, Tracy. What's that? She's not muted? No, it doesn't look like she's muted. We can't hear you, Tracy. I don't know if you need to sign out and sign back in. We did have some technical problems.
Yeah, I'm just tied into the city's internet on this computer. It's kicked me off periodically throughout the meeting, but of course now the one time I want to talk to her. There she is there, I know, but if she speaks, we won't be able to hear her right now. Are you kicked off again? I just got kicked off, it's logging back in.
Okay.
Connected into the city's Wi-Fi, so.
Oh, I think she's going to sign out and sign back in again.
She's there, it's just I'm not, and
Right.
the sound gets routed through his.
I see, okay. So we're not going to hear her until you're ready, until you're,
Exactly, I
okay.
apologize, so this is
Oh.
tied into the city's
Yeah.
Wi-Fi here. Okay, so we might be coming back, we'll try this again.
Okay.
Try that again.
All right.
I have movement.
You have movement.
I see her moving, so that's.
Okay, she laughed, she can hear us. There you go, we can hear you, Tracy.
I can hear you again. Sorry,
right.
yes. Please let me know if there are any questions that I can help answer.
Okay, do we have any questions for Tracy of the presentation you heard? Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, through you. Hi, Tracy. In terms of boarding house, and a lot of people might not exactly know what a boarding house is or the demographic of it, but what sort of people, is it people looking for low-income housing? Is it folks that are moving to the city that are looking for a start to reside here in the city? What sort of folks will a boarding house attract? I know, when my father immigrated here in the late 60s to Niagara Falls, he stayed at a boarding house, and he used that as kind of a stepping stone to move into the city and grow within the city. So maybe people watching at home or for folks around the Horseshoe, can you offer any insight into maybe the definition of a boarding house or give some sort of idea on what the model is of a boarding home?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, through the councillor's question. I believe earlier there was mention of bridge housing. So this would be that type of housing that's transitional. So people would be available to rent a room for a small period of time or a long period of time, depending on their situation. That it gives an opportunity for someone to be able to have an affordable and attainable room shared with facilities. There'll be shared bathrooms, shared kitchen, shared lounge area, entertainment area, amenity space. There's some amenity space outside. So it's a different type of housing choice, which is supported by the province. And it allows people to have this transition opportunity in order to eventually move to a independent unit, and an apartment and so on. So that's sort of the general intent of a rooming and boarding house.
No, I appreciate that, and thanks for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to support it when the time comes, but appreciate you coming here to council today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Tracy? I've got Councillor Baldinelli and then Strange.
Thank you, Tracy. Through you, Mayor. I'm not familiar with the boarding house, but anyways, how are they kept clean? If you're sharing all your amenities, your showers and toilets and stuff like, is there something that happens in between to make sure it's kept clean for everybody?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor's question, yes, there'll be management on site who will be running the facility, and that will include cleaning and maintaining the interior and exterior, grass cutting and snow removal, so that the applicant will be managing this service to the building, and that will include building repairs and definitely including cleaning and applications that are looking at people coming in, intake, and managing finances and so on. So that will have an all-inclusive management component to the building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Tracy, you were the former owner then, when it was the nursing home?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm the land use planner that
okay.
has been hired to provide planning services to the applicant. The applicant is in the audience and
okay.
can perhaps speak specifically.
Well, no, I was just wondering, and I get that question, why the transition? And I was going to say again, my dad stayed here before he went to Bella, and you guys did a great job with him and stuff. I'm sure you're one of the owners there. I used to visit him every day, but really nice place. You guys really took care of him. But I just want
I'll let the applicant answer that.
why the change over to a boarding house?
It was a dementia center which needed a lot of staff and support and a lot of fire and other regulations. Time to time, they become too small to operate. The owner is a cardiologist, and we go through the corona time and all. We found that the size is too small to staff and manage dementia because it needs a lot of staff. So it should be at least like 50 and above for a dementia or a retirement home to manage it well. So the owner decided either provide a full service. If it is going to be deficient, let us close it. Because don't go run it and later find out that we don't take care of the elderly people because they really need help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. There will be basically room for 27 people, and this is, I think we have a large population who would find this this type of housing project very attractive. Right now, from my understanding, the people that would be here are the ones that, and we're going to be dealing with that later on with the SROs, they're finding themselves in the hotel rooms where they don't have all these different amenities. How are you going to determine demand? And I'm hoping demand doesn't mean increased rate, because I really like this concept. It's going to help a lot of people, well, 27 people.
We really don't know. This is kind of, we're figuring out how to price it even. Because right now it's zoning.
Yes.
We are working through. We have to look how the market and how the requirement needs, because a lot of people may not like a shared washroom, but somebody needs it desperately may take it.
Well, it's
So
a lot
we have
better
to-
than what they're living in these motel rooms are, because they don't even have the amenities or the other things. So this is a very a good project for
This
that.
is like a camera and all secure camera and a lot of amenity. People might stay there for a long time, but it is going to be secure for the resident.
So will they be renting per night, per week, per month?
No, it's at least for a few months.
For a few
Somebody
months.
coming
Okay.
and staying. Nightly means we have to clean their room, because we are planning to clean the common area, maintain the exterior and building structure. The room we may not go in. It's their room.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the $800 a month rent is very appealing to me, that you're doing a nice service for a lot of people. Do you see that rate going up substantially, or are you going to be?
Then they may find alternative too, because across the room there's $1,000, $900 rooms are available. So if we raise too much, then we may lose the residents.
Well, I really hope you're able to stay within that price range, because I think this is a wonderful development, and I will back Councillor Dabrowski, because I think you're hitting a market that really needs this. Right now, I know the people who are living in these hotel rooms, they're paying $500 a week, so it's basically almost $2,000 to $2,500 for a room where they're sharing. They don't have kitchen amenities or anything else. So I think we don't have very many of this type of supply in our city, so I think this is wonderful, and thank you for...
Yeah, it is true. I tried to rent a hotel room for a month and I couldn't get one because they don't want to rent it in the weekends.
Yes.
So continuously for a month or 2 months, it's very hard to find a property.
Very much so.
But they should accommodate them.
Now, are you going to require first and last, because a lot of people find themselves in the motel rooms or because they can't afford the first and last month rent, are you going to be more lax?
Because I don't know, it's falls under tenancy law or commercial law. We might have to talk to a lawyer about that. Because we cannot charge them more. Because if we rent a property for 2 months, 6 months, or 1 year on a MLS, the norm is to charge first and last month, not more than that. So this one, if they stay, and I have no clue. I have to talk to somebody who is suggest me what is appropriate.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. A motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Patel. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to modernize definitions and regulations to enhance the bylaw's functionality. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act on December 13th, 2024. And in accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the OLT. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Let me just find 7.3. Give me 1/2 a second here. Why does it not say the name on here? Okay, I am now going to ask our planner to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendments. Welcome, Danielle.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Danielle Foley, and I'm a planner with the city processing this file. Thank you for attending tonight's public meeting for the city-initiated general amendments to zoning bylaw 79-200. So, bylaw 79-200 covers most urban areas in the city as seen on the location map. The bylaw was originally adopted in 1979, and updates are made from time to time which address contemporary development trends, implement housekeeping and technical revisions, and modernize and improve clarity of zoning provisions, which is the intent of this update. So to provide a brief overview of the proposed changes, first, some minor housekeeping changes include deleting section 1.4, which refers to using bolded terms in the bylaw. We haven't used this practice in about a decade. And additionally, removing regulations noted as not specified as they have no application. So the purpose of removing these is to eliminate unnecessary text and for clarity and usability. This change does not alter the intent or application of the bylaw. For definitions, several terms are proposed to be added to the bylaw, which can be seen on the slide, some of which are currently referenced in the bylaw but were never explicitly defined, and some which are commonly used in our site-specific bylaws that we would like to bring into 79-200. Additionally, a few terms are proposed to be revised for clarity purposes, and the purpose of these updates is to reflect modern development trends and address some of the ambiguous and outdated terminology. Next, some changes are proposed for place of worship regulations, including adding a definition, updating height exceptions, and updating parking requirements, with the overall intent to make the bylaw more modern and inclusive of a variety of religious structures and practices. Next, the regulation for parking in rear yards in the R1 to R3 zones is proposed to reference surface parking area. This is just to provide greater clarity for the regulations application by removing some confusion of detached garages being included in this calculation. Next, it's proposed to permit balconies to project up to 1.8 meters into required side yards in the R4 and R5 zones. Currently, only 0.45 meters is permitted, and this is a common thing we see come up in minor variance applications and site-specific amendments. So the change would reduce these and provide the same projection permitted in the required front and rear yards. So next, the nightclub regulations are proposed to be amended by removing the 100-meter separation requirement between nightclubs and other licensed establishments. Currently, the separation is required from any establishment with a license, so it includes things such as restaurants, things like that. The change will maintain the 45-meter separation from the residential zones, but will permit these establishments to be created where they're intended to be located and can encourage downtown revitalization. It's also proposed to apply the same amenity space regulations for apartment dwellings to stacked townhouses. This was the intent of the last housekeeping update in 2022, which was inadvertently missed when stacked townhouses were brought into the bylaw. So this will just ensure consistency in the regulations and ensure residents have access to amenity space. Additionally, it's proposed to permit model homes for townhouse developments in the R4 zone. Townhouse dwellings are becoming increasingly popular, and the change would reduce the need for site-specific amendments to permit model homes for these developments. And this would just align the bylaw with current housing and development trends. Additionally, it's proposed to introduce back-to-back townhouses as a dwelling type in the R4 zone and apply the same regulations to these as townhouses. Again, these are increasingly popular housing type we're seeing that we frequently get through site-specific amendments. So adding them to the bylaw reflects modern housing and development trends and kind of provides some greater clarity and consistency with our regulations. So we held an open house on Monday, December 9th, 2024, which had no attendees. Notice of the open house and public meeting were advertised in the Niagara Falls Review, as well as posted on the city website, and no comments have been received to date. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the general amendments to zoning bylaw 79-200 as outlined in report number PBD 2025-04. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Questions of council? Councillor Patel?
No, I don't have a question. I just wanted to put the motion forward to accept the recommendation. Thank you so much for the great presentation.
I'm not there yet. Okay, I'm going to have to close the public meeting, but you haven't closed it yet, have you? No. Okay. So are there any questions for our planner? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the, oh, wait a minute. Is there anyone here in the public who wishes to address council on this issue? Okay, seeing not, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Motion by Councillor, Councillor Patel, sorry. Okay, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Very good.
I'm going to come right back up too.
You want half a second?
Yeah. Once more?
Same one. Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to align the city's regulations with provincial requirements. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act on December 13th, 2024, and in accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the OLT, and third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we'll now go back to Danielle to once again explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you. So once again, good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending tonight's public meeting for the city-initiated amendment for updated additional dwelling unit policies in the city. So just a brief background, additional dwelling units, or ADUs, are self-contained residential units with private kitchen, bathroom, and sleeping facilities, and these can either be located within an existing dwelling, such as a basement conversion, or they can be located within an accessory building to a main dwelling, such as a detached garage conversion. So in October of 2023, Council adopted ADU policies to align with Bill 23 changes to the Planning Act. Since then, there have been a number of provincial legislative changes impacting ADU permissions, including the new provincial planning statement, Planning Act changes, and specifically Ontario Regulation 46224. And then additionally, staff have identified areas for improvement with the current ADU regulations through common minor variance applications we receive, as well as some public input. So a summary of the proposed changes. First, changes in permissions for ADUs in the rural areas. And to note, the city's ADU policies are broken out into urban and rural. So urban pertains to everything inside the urban area boundary, and then the rural provisions pertain to everything outside of that boundary. So the provincial planning statement has new policy permitting a maximum of 2 ADUs on lots in prime agricultural areas, subject to provincial guidance. So the prime agricultural areas corresponds with our good general agriculture land use designation in the official plan, which then corresponds to the agricultural and rural zones under the zoning bylaw. And then these are what the rural ADU permissions apply to. So the our current regulations permit a maximum of 1 ADU in these areas. It is proposed to permit 2 in line with the PPS. There are a number of criteria in our zoning bylaw and official plan for these, ensuring compatibility with agricultural operations, and they cannot be severed from the main dwelling, and they're also subject to private servicing requirements. Next is changes to the ADU permissions in urban areas. It is proposed to include townhouses and back-to-back townhouses as permitted housing typologies, as well as permitting these in the R4 zone, in line with where the Planning Act permits them as of right. It is also proposed to remove reference to the specific zones in the overall ADU regulation, as they're permitted by housing typology in the Planning Act. And this change is proposed to address common minor variance applications we receive. Next are several changes proposed for detached ADUs, and just to clarify, these are ADUs located in accessory buildings. So first, it's proposed to introduce landscape strip requirements in the required side yard. Staff are recommending this to enhance aesthetics, privacy, and compatibility of these units. Next, it's proposed to introduce corner lot side yard setback requirements of 4.5 meters, consistent with those for other accessory buildings. This was just something that was missed in the last ADU update. And then it's proposed to update the maximum lot coverage regulation. So Ontario Regulation 46224 require that these lots with ADUs be permitted to have a maximum lot coverage of 45%. So there's a provision proposed that would permit this. Additionally, it is proposed to update the maximum height regulations for detached ADUs in the urban area. Currently, we permit a total maximum height of 7 meters, with the maximum height of walls being 5.5 meters. Staff are proposing a total maximum of 6 meters, with the maximum height of walls being 4.5 meters. Detached ADUs in the rural areas would remain at a maximum height of 7 meters. It's proposed to introduce a provision permitting existing accessory buildings exceeding this height limit to be converted, provided that they meet all other regulations. And additionally, it's proposed to introduce a provision not allowing openings above 4.5 meters on facades facing interior and rear lot lines. So these changes are recommended to address appropriate massing, privacy, and compatibility concerns. And then lastly, some minor housekeeping updates are proposed, including updating definitions for these changes, amending zone permissions to add ADUs as a permitted use where applicable, and restructuring provisions by removing repetitive wording and reorganizing for greater clarity. Staff held an open house on Wednesday, December 11th, which was attended by 3 members of the public. They all expressed support for the construction of ADUs as a means of increasing housing supply. They also noted they were opposed to the reduction in the maximum height. At the time, staff were originally proposing a total maximum height of 5 meters with the maximum wall height of 3.5. They noted that this could have an impact on massing, resulting in larger building footprints with a reduced height. That they also noted the interior side yard setback requirements are the same for the main dwelling as the ADU in terms of privacy and overlook. They brought up Ontario Building Code requirements for foundations impacting the overall usable wall space and therefore livable space. And they noted that this could result in more minor variance applications the city would receive, and that the provincial direction has been on reducing zoning barriers, and they also noted that there is a need for multi-bedroom rentals. So in response, staff have proposed that 6-meter total maximum height, which is still a reduction from our current 7 meters, but is a little bit greater than the original proposal of 5. And then again, we've recommended that provision be included not permitting openings above 4.5, and we believe that this recommendation balances privacy and compatibility concerns with feasibility and flexibility for constructing these units. And then one attendee raised concerns with the potential use of ADUs as VRUs. Staff's response was that the city's current policies do not permit VRUs in residential areas at this time. So in conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the amendments to bylaw 79-200 as outlined in report PBD 2025-005. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Got Councillor Lococo, Nieuwesteeg, Strange.
Let you get away easy this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think that the ADUs are great because it's bringing additional units in a time where we need more housing opportunities. That's great. It's diversifying the housing supply. That's great. And our future housing needs. I think, Danielle, you said that there was a concern about VRUs. So my next questions are going to be focused on that. I know it says in there that they're not permitted in VRUs in residential. So what can we do within the zoning bylaw, or when someone gets a permit to build an ADU? Is there notation there that they cannot use it as a VRU? Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. We do on our website have an additional dwelling unit guide that outlines everything when people are trying to build these. So we do have notation on the website right now that VRU policies apply, and then a link to our vacation rental unit webpage. So we could continue to introduce that. And then I know through our VRU policies, they denote where they can and cannot be operated. So VRUs are only supposed to be operated in residential, and it shouldn't be not as a right. That was dismissed by the OLT in 2021. So the bylaw 2018-92 amends the bylaw to be 3 bedrooms as of right in the commercial area. Sending somebody to a website is great, but if they're applying for something and they're not aware, because the first thing they're going to say is they didn't know that they weren't supposed to have a VRU in their ADU. So I want to have more in place to make people aware that they can't have a VRU. So I'm not quite sure what we can do about that. If it's within the bylaw, I know you can permit, but can you prohibit? What can we do to amp that up, that it's not an issue? Because this is going to be an issue. People are looking at that as another income, which was supposed to be for another income for housing, not for another income for a VRU. So what can we do to ramp up that awareness? Definitely, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I might Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in terms of, obviously we have 2 separate bylaws we're dealing with. One's a vacation rental unit bylaw, this one's for accessory dwelling unit. We can definitely update our website and update our ADU guide to kind of be very clear and concise that vacation rental units are only permitted in the following zones, even in an ADU. So we can kind of introduce that education campaign through the website. You know, we can talk a little bit further with communications again, maybe get some pointed ads out there after the ADU program. If it's approved this evening, we can start to build on that a bit. But again, 2 separate bylaws. I wouldn't suggest that we specifically identify it in this zoning bylaw because there's 2 separate bylaws. And then if you ever had to amend something in a VRU, you'd have to consider both. It's just too messy.
Okay. When someone is applying for a building permit for an ADU, could there not be information at that point that you are certifying that this ADU is not going to be a VRU? I'm sorry for all the acronyms, but like when they're applying for a permit.
Through your worship to the councillor. That's something we can take back and consider. Okay. I'm just wondering how I'd have to do that in City View, but something we'll take back and I can send you an email to follow up on that.
Great, thank you. And the last thing, there was an open house for owner-occupied short-term rental. And I did attend, and there was about almost 30 people in the audience. It was there were lots of questions, lots of comments. And as I'm sitting there, I'm realizing where the concept of a short-term, owner-occupied short-term rental is. You have to live in your house, and it could be the ADU in your backyard. And it took me a while to understand this. So we're saying we're going to approve all these ADUs, not supposed to be used for vacation rental units, but now we're going to call something different an owner-occupied short-term rental that you can rent out as a vacation rental unit in residential. So my question is, how does the owner-occupied short-term rental studies that we're doing, surveys, how does that line up with this ADU bylaw amendment?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. I will say that the ADU permissions are legislated, and we do already have these in place. So this was more of a housekeeping update to bring them up to speed, and the owner-occupied short-term rental will be brought to council at another meeting where that's sort of a separate application that council will be presented with. I don't know if Ms. Joel, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. And Danielle's correct. That's something, again, hasn't been deliberated yet. I don't know where council's going to go on that to start guessing on what's going to happen with that program. We don't know yet. Should council decide that they would allow owner-occupied vacation rental units in ADUs, that's something that council will have to deliberate on at the next meeting when it comes forward.
Okay, thank you. I find that a little scary because we're supposed to be doing this for housing, and now we're talking about vacation rental units. But how will that short-term owner-occupied, will it be a whole new designation and not touch the ADUs? Are they going to, is it going to be a separate bylaw, completely separate new product?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So it is a separate bylaw, similar to the vacation rental units. They're two separate matters. So they're going to be governed separately from what we're controlling with an ADU.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nieuwesteeg, then Strange.
It's your birthday, so.
Yeah, you missed it.
Yeah, I know.
We announced it. You weren't here.
Do you want to read?
You can sing again, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Danielle, your presentation, very informative, very good. Of the 90 that were given building permit last year, how many have actually been constructed?
So I don't have the confirmed. I know in our Q3 data we may have more. I know those were permits issued for this year. Sorry, Ms. Dolce.
Ms. Dolce, any update on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this year so far we have 92 constructed. That's both external and like internal to the house. So 92 permits were issued. Again, in terms of construction, we just follow up on once the permit's issued. Obviously, people are moving ahead with construction.
So we don't have any of those permits closed that we can actually say we had 92 last year? They're all complete right now?
Through Your Worship to Councillor, yeah, we can, in the future, we can start to report on that. There's a way for us to do that. We'll have to just get a little more data on the closure of the permit in order to be able to report on that.
That would be nice. And through you, Mr. Mayor, and following up on Councillor Lococo, the short-term owner-occupied place, how is that? That would be a positive because that's still allowing for somebody to rent. It's not necessarily it's not a VRU. So this would be a positive in terms of helping people to have rentals in their backyard to help them be able to sustain their own property. Is that not correct?
Through Your Worship to the councillor, that's correct. Obviously, there's two different levels to that. Obviously, there's ADUs that will be rented long-term, and there's short-term rental, possibly owner-occupied short-term rentals. That could be a more shorter term that would help the owner possibly afford the house that they've just purchased. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It covers both spectrums.
Yeah, definitely a positive. All right. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Ms. Dolce.
Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now I can wish Councillor Nieuwesteeg a happy 45th.
Sing it, please.
Yes. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Danielle, I love this idea, and I think you're going to see the trend growing, I think. You know what I mean? When you see a lot of affordability, especially with kids getting out of university and stuff, where now they can't afford a place and they're moving in with their parents. Now the parents will either stay in their house and can build an accessory dwelling for their kids or vice versa. probably more vice versa, I'm thinking, right? I think I asked before, was there a square footage before where, say I had 1,000 square foot home, what could I build as an accessory dwelling? Wasn't it 6% of your principal residence? Was that, sorry, Danielle?
So thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. There was previous total gross floor area requirements, but we removed those with the last update in 2023. So right now, the size of an ADU is regulated through the zoning provisions, so setbacks, and then we have lot coverage regulation. So you could have 93 square meters total in just the lot coverage, so the building footprint for all of your accessory buildings on a lot.
Okay.
So let's say you had a shed, that would also detract from that 93 square meters.
Okay.
But it just has to be subject to the overall zone lot coverage regulation, which in most cases is 45%.
Okay, and then in the rural, I guess it would be a lot bigger?
Those same regulations still apply, so it's that 93 square meters as well. And then in our rural zone, it's 30% lot coverage applies.
If somebody had a principal residence of, say, and wanted to change their, put an auxiliary building, make it bigger than their principal and use that as a principal and make that the auxiliary, would that be an option? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, who's on first?
Yeah, we removed reference to kind of a principal and main use since the province has gone that way with their direction of it. Based on our zoning, you most likely couldn't have a detached ADU larger than your principal dwelling, just based on like setbacks, things like that. Yeah. Because again, you are regulated by that 93 square meters, which is about 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
So there's not necessarily anything making it accessory to the main use. It's more just an additional dwelling unit.
And I think we're going to see more and more changes, I think, in the years to come with this policy too. But thank you, and great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Nieuwesteeg and then Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment to Ms. Dolch. Is it my understanding that St. Catharines gives financial incentives for people up to $80,000? Is there any, do you see that? I know we don't have anything here. Do you see anything like that coming our way? Would they be part of a CIP, affordable housing plan down the road?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, the councillor, and actually Danielle will be working on our CIP program coming up. So, but yes, St. Catharines does have a program. It's up to 80,000 for detached accessory structures or ADUs, and interior up to 40,000. So they have that program right now. They did receive the half funding. Still waiting to hear if we'll receive the half funding. But if we do, that's something we did contemplate, was to put some money towards affordable housing CIP work as well. So stay tuned. It is coming. We're hoping to get something in place by late summer this year at the very latest.
Yeah, thank
Our
you.
CAO would like to weigh in on
Oh,
this.
yes.
Yeah, sorry. St. Catharines is in a bit different situation because they don't have any urban boundary expansion. They don't really have any greenfield development. The challenge with a subsidy of $80,000 for a 1,000-foot unit, every greenfield developer would be saying, okay, well, you're subsidizing an ADU on somebody else's property, and like on a per square foot basis, what is that? So we'd have to really evaluate those kind of incentives because St. Catharines is in a slightly different situation. Their ability to actually add housing is a little bit more complicated than us, who has a significant amount of urban boundary expansion.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go back to the short-term owner occupied for just a second. If we were to do something like this program, like St. Catharines does for the 80,000, that 80,000 should be put towards affordable housing, not for somebody to rent it as a VRU. So I just want to put that out there, and I'd like to put a motion forward to accept this report.
Okay, we're not there yet. So, yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Danielle. I signed a report that we are adding the townhouses that can have ADU. How would that work for townhouses?
Yeah, so through the mayor, thank you for that question. A lot of it will depend on the specific development. As the Planning Act permits them in all row houses, which is why we're bringing in townhouses. So that could potentially be two 3 units in the main building, or you could have 2 units inside and 1 in an accessory. However, a lot of our townhouse developments are condo based, so in a lot of scenarios the condo board would regulate if that could happen. And then there are also building code requirements. So I know with some townhouses there's a different structure wall requirement for the separating walls that can't always accommodate actually 3 units. So while we're permitting them in townhouses, it would be specific on the actual development itself, where the townhouse is located, if they could have them.
Thank you.
Any other questions of council? So my only question I had, Danielle, for you is, I know we had a situation in the south end where the ADU was very tall, and it didn't seem like it fit in at all, and peering into the neighbors' backyards. So with this setback, do you feel this isn't enough of a zone that it's not too low, based on the public comments you got, and it's not too small? So do you think we hit a sweet spot where we're not going to have a replication of what happened?
Yeah, I definitely think so. With the slight reduction, it still permits these units to be constructed in a flexible way, but I think specifically the provision not allowing openings above a certain height will mitigate that overlook concern, where if you have a window that's 6 meters tall, only a 1.2 meters from your fence, you're looking right into someone else's backyard. So with not allowing them openings above 4.5 meters, I think the slight reduction with that provision will really mitigate a lot of the privacy and overlook concerns that we've heard from the public.
Great, that's great, thank you very much. All right, so thank you. If there's no other questions of council, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council now hear from anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered? Yes, okay.
Yes, one person did contact me ahead of time, and that's the gentleman at the podium, Mr. Racy.
Okay, thank you. Harris, welcome. If you could state your name and your address, and then we'll start the clock.
My name is Aras Racy, resident of Niagara Falls. Through you to the clerk who could accommodate my presentation. Your Worship, I advocate on behalf of millennial and Gen Z, and many times I've spoken to this council pertaining to issues related to millennial and Gen Z. Housing affordability is a big one. The dream of home ownership is a pipe dream for millennial and Gen Z. ADUs is about building a housing in your backyard so 3 generations they can live together. That's what this is about. The reality is, this is the GIS data of the city. I put it on satellite imagery. If you take a look at this, 90% of our housing are not going to be suitable for ADUs in a detached dwelling, that is. However, something interesting that I've noticed that we will always have one street that whole of housing, as you can see around here, there are deep lots, almost about half an acre, completely suitable for ADU to be constructed at the back. Another example here, all these houses are not suitable for ADU in detached accessory building, but all of a sudden you have huge rows of house. All of them are suitable. This is best represented in this neighborhood. As you can see, all of these are deep lots. To the point that if you pay attention here, you can see that in these backyards, 2 full houses could have been placed. But just because they're internal lots, they're landlocked. Otherwise, they would have subdivided. Another example is if you take a look at here, all these backyards, they could have a giant house and a pool being placed inside them. So one challenge is that you cannot bring excavator machinery to go excavate the foundation. At the same time, you could have a pump, concrete pump, to pour the foundation. What the industry is moving toward helical piers. These are engineered products that in one day, the installers, they are local installers, they'll come here, they torque these things down, and next day you could pour your gravel, and day 3 you could start framing your foundation. And as you can see, you could build a wonderful, beautiful housing in this backyard at very significant cost, at very low cost, although you're not going to get a basement space. I have some examples, some of the real case scenarios and designs out there of the ADUs, but what challenge that we have due to shortage of space, since the space is so scarce, what happens is that now all subdivisions, first floor, kitchen, living room, and a garage, and second floor are the bedrooms and bathrooms. We need to utilize the space that is. That is also reflected in the design of ADUs. So ADUs could be in different design. It could be a pole house. It could be a gorgeous traditional design. And people coming with very creative designs because they know that this is about families living together. This is about grandkids living in an ADU and grandma and grandpa living in the older house. This is the path to home ownership. But we have one problem. The problem is that as of now, there is a total lot coverage of 45%. 100% agree with that. Totally makes sense. You cannot build more than 45% of lot coverage. But as was discussion brought up, we have another limitation, 93 square meter of accessory building. So if you want to build something, you're limited with 93%, 93 square meter. If you're unlucky to have a detached garage, good luck. You're going to deduct 20 square meter probably from it. And how big 90 absolute numbers are, look at these lots. This pool, I measured it with the GIS software. That pool is 95 square meter. It looks tiny because that lot is so big. Frankly, we could have put 2 houses. We are living in a housing shortage crisis. We could have put there. So my question is that why do we have a hard-coded number? Percentages make sense, no more than 45%. But why are we putting 93 square meter? When 93 square meter is a tiny pool. That house has a pool that is smaller than what could have been done. So the problem is we are not letting people to go wide. Now, we are also not letting people to go up. I appreciate Madam Danielle who gave me her time to explain there was a 1 example or 2 example of the houses were too big. Well, if you want to go the fact that neighbors, they don't like it, tonight you should not have passed a motion pertaining to amazing downtown university because neighbors didn't like it. I believe we should not limit the options in terms of how wide we can go or how high we can go because we are truly living in a housing affordability crisis. If we want to limit how big you could build it, perhaps maybe we should not limit the height. And if you want to limit the height, perhaps we should not limit the total lot coverage could be allocated this way. So I have a humble suggestions, and I appreciate the work of the staff they've done. I understand it's not, it is challenging to make sure to accommodate everybody. I have 4 humble suggestions. Number 1 is to remove the hard-coded 93 square meter, or at least double it, triple it. Number 2, let's not reduce the height because we truly need that height to be able to make a housing for our family. And number 3 is add the privacy protection as has been mentioned by Daniel. I think those are reasonable protections. And number 4, and I know it's not easy, but putting policies for all city across the board would be challenges. As I've identified, we have these lots that are half an acre, and we are limiting them based on the numbers that maybe make sense for a smaller lots, but not as a big lot. And that's I want to wrap it up by echoing what has been said in the meeting. And I want to thank the council for the time and hoping that perhaps something could be done about these 2 issues of the hard-coded number and the height. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for our presenter? Only question I would just ask Danielle, comment on large versus small lots. Was there any consideration given to that differential?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do with our policies, they're just citywide, so we tried to have something that would apply to both, which is difficult when you do have such differing lot sizes. However, we do want to make sure we're regulating them in a way where like Councillor Strange said, you can't build a mansion behind your tiny bungalow in the front, let's say. So kind of having something regulating lot coverage is needed. And there also is always ways to request zoning relief for those situations where you do have a larger lot, I would say. And if Ms. Dolch has anything to add?
Sorry, I keep doing that. Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of, there's a number of factors we have to consider. So as you add accessory, say detached accessory structures in your backyard, there is an overall master lot grading plan that we have to deal with, all those other things. You're adding more and more impervious areas, so we don't want to cover the entire backyard in housing because we haven't factored that in. We haven't factored all that in yet. When the subdivision was designed, it wasn't contemplated. So those are the things we're kind of taking baby steps to this problem. You know, in the future, it's something we may have to grapple with as we go on. But for now, I think it's a start, and we've kind of addressed it the best we could. We also, as Danielle says, within the rural and agricultural area, you know, we don't want to see the rural area covered in housing, accessory housing, large accessory housing. So trying to balance the two.
No, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And thank you for your presentation and your insight. Okay, so there's no further questions from council. I'm sorry, yes, if you'd like to come forward, please. You can state your name and address, and then we'll start the clock.
Jody Burdette, 4480 Bridge Street. Just want to draw attention to two matters that involve changes to the construction of the buildings. It's the part about having no windows at a certain height, and the other one about not allowing 2 stories. Okay, I'm opposed to changing the height requirements. The current heights clearly allow for 2-story structures. This type of construction is the most financially efficient way to create extra space. Any reduction in height will only make it more expensive to create floor space or prevent more floor space from being created. I myself am a building code designer, and for those who don't know, I built that entire building over there. So I'm aware of what it costs to make simple, basic construction. The administration's own reports provide many reasons why the height should remain the same. As far as privacy is concerned, most views from the second story of a primary house can see directly into the rear and side yards of adjacent properties. I do not believe the privacy arguments justify reducing building heights, thereby reducing the potential for greater floor space being created. Greater floor space allows for more than a single bedroom accommodation, which can allow accommodations for families. The administration today is proposing to increase allowable heights for their own developments, clearly realizing that the benefits and sometimes the necessity to build up instead of out to make development financially feasible. I inherently sense by approving a reduction in building heights, you are nearly halving the amount of floor space that can and would have been created by ADUs. One specific example of what will not be allowed is an ADU above any sort of other use, such as a typical car garage. Now I have, concerning the windows, it's just sort of a legislation question that perhaps a planning person could ask. Under site plan control, these projects are small enough that they would be exempt from that. If they were under site plan control, I guess Section 4, exclusion from site plan control, indicates that both interior design and exterior design is not controlled by the city anymore. By passing a bylaw to state whether you should have a window or not, is that not like circumventing the intent that you're not supposed to interfere with the exterior design of the building? If someone could answer that.
Ms. Dolce, are you able to help us out?
Sure, thank you, Worship. So no, I don't agree with you on that fact. In the end, site plan control, there's rules for site plan control. These are exempt from site plan control, as you said. So we're not dealing with Section 41 of the Planning Act, we're dealing with Section 34, and we're indicating that window openings, again, different sections of the Act. So I don't know how else to explain other than I disagree with your arguments.
Yeah, I understand. It was, when I read it, that's how I read it also, is that you were to read it kind of literally, legally, what you're supposed to do. I was just kind of pointing out, it seemed kind of odd that if an ADU was subjected to site plan control, you might not be able to tell them where to put the window or not. That's what I'm making the point. Okay.
Okay. Any questions from Mr. Burdette? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if there's no one else, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Lococo.
I'll put the motion forward, thank you.
Okay, second by Councillor Strange. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much, Danielle. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Yes, our fifth and final planning public meeting is now being convened to consider a draft plan of subdivision and to consider proposed amendments to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to facilitate the development of 544 dwelling units consisting of 149 detached dwellings and 395 townhouse dwellings at 9304 McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 19th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of subdivision and the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal with regards to the OP and zoning bylaw amendments only, shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets that are located just outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Mackenzie Cece, Senior Planner, Current Development, to provide an overview and explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed draft plan, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendment. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision modification for 9304 McLeod Road and PID 1337. Subject lands are located on the south side of McLeod Road between Beechwood Road and Garner Road. The lands are 22.92 hectares in size and have historically been used for agricultural purposes. Surrounding land uses include to the north and northwest McLeod Road, Faith Factor Church, agricultural lands, detached dwellings, Dan's Produce, and an NPCA regulated watercourse. To the south are vacant lands that are zoned light industrial zone and industrial facilities, including a chemical manufacturing facility operated by Cytec Canada Inc. To the east is Forest View Estate Subdivision, and to the west is Beechwood Road, Dan's Produce, and vacant lands that are zoned light industrial zone. With respect to the city's official plan, the subject lands are designated industrial in part, environmental protection area in part, and environmental conservation area in part. The applicant is proposing to redesignate the lands to residential in part, open space in part, and environmental protection area in part, with a special policy area that will restrict building heights to 10 meters. With respect to the zoning bylaw, the lands are zoned light industrial zone in part, hazard land zone in part, and development holding zone in part. A zoning bylaw amendment application is proposed to rezone the lands to a site-specific residential mixed zone in part, to a site-specific open space zone in part, and to a site-specific environmental protection area zone in part. The applicant is also proposing to repeal bylaw number 2023-078 upon the new amending bylaw coming into force and effect if approved. Staff note that the lands were previously subject to a city-initiated official plan amendment, number 147, following the employment land strategy that was undertaken by the city. The official plan amendment was approved by city and regional councils in 2023, but was subsequently appealed. Separate private development applications for a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision were submitted by the applicant. This slide shows the demonstration plan for the proposed development. A total of 544 dwelling units are proposed, consisting of 149 lots for detached dwellings, which you can see at the center of the site, as well as adjacent to the water course and park stormwater management facility block. There's 34 blocks for 201 on-street townhouse dwellings, 15 blocks for 86 reverse frontage and on-street townhouse dwellings, which abut McLeod Road and Beechwood Road, and 14 blocks for 108 back-to-back townhouse dwellings. The proposed development also includes parkland, a stormwater management facility, and lands for the protection of a watercourse. This slide shows the proposed zoning for the subject lands. Part 1 represents the proposed site-specific residential mixed zone. Part 2 represents the proposed site-specific open space zone. And Part 3 represents the proposed site-specific environmental protection area zone. A detailed account of the requested site-specific relief is included in the staff report. And staff support the site-specific relief that has been requested by the applicant, subject to some minor modifications. A holding provision is recommended to require the review and approval of a risk assessment and land use compatibility study, an assessment of the job replacement to justify the conversion of the lands, as well as the implementation of various noise mitigation measures and warning clauses through the future subdivision agreement. With respect to the proposed land use designations, this slide shows that Part 1 would represent the proposed residential designation, Part 2 represents the proposed open space designation, and Part 3 represents the proposed environmental protection area. The red dashed line represents the applicant's proposed limit of residential development, and staff note that based on the findings of the compatibility and mitigation study, there is no justification or basis for limiting the extent of residential development on the site. The draft plan of subdivision shown on this slide was approved by council for the subject lands on June 20th, 2023. Here you can see that the parkland and stormwater management facility blocks were situated at the southeast corner of the site, and further there were blocks for multiple residential developments situated along Beechwood Road. This slide shows the modified draft plan of subdivision that's being considered by council this evening, and this plan accommodates 46 additional lots for dwelling units, maintains the block for the watercourse along the east property line, and relocates and reconfigures the parkland and stormwater management facility to the south here, adjacent to the south property line. A public information open house was held on December 3rd, 2024, and was attended by the applicant, their agent, and their lawyer, along with staff from SciTech Canada Inc., as well as their planner, who voiced their interest in advancing the applications to this evening's council meeting. Written comments were also submitted by the solicitors of SciTech Canada Inc., and the comments note that council's consideration of the proposed applications is premature given the ongoing appeal with the Ontario Land Tribunal with respect to OPA 147 and the previous zoning bylaw amendment application. It is noted that staff are processing the applications in accordance with Planning Act timelines and have provided council with recommendations based on the merit of the submitted applications. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approves the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment subject to the regulations and modifications outlined in report number PBD 2025-02, that council authorizes the inclusion of a holding provision in the amending bylaw, that the McLeod Meadows draft plan of subdivision as modified be draft approved subject to the conditions contained in Appendix A of the staff report, that the draft plan approval be granted for 3 years, and that the mayor or designate be authorized to sign the draft plan of subdivision and execute any subdivision agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Do we have any questions of council? Okay, looks like you did a good job. You covered everything. Thank you very much. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk or signing the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address council for the proposed draft plan, official plan, or zoning bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here, Mr. Clerk, registered to speak?
No one had registered through our office, just asking in the gallery.
Okay, is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to come forward to address council on this matter? On this matter. Yes, if you'd like to come forward, please. You could state your name and your address, and then we'll start the 5-minute clock.
Jody Burdett, 4480 Bridge Street. Dear council members, the scale of these projects generally prohibit regular citizens, including council members sometimes, from understanding the detailed causes and effects of their implementation. I wish to voice a general concern about this application. Clearly, the developer has committed substantial financial resources, time, and effort to advance their development, and they are unlikely to even allow this council to prevent their proposal from moving forward. SciTech also appears to adamantly oppose the development. Regardless of the decision, whether approval, denial, or deferral, it appears it will likely result in a legal challenge. As an outside observer, in the grand scale of things, this is what I foresee. Niagara Falls has a rail line running through the middle of the city, which I believe was established before the city expanded around it. The rail line, which once had autonomy to expand, is now barred from doing so. Any proposed redevelopment of rail line is most certainly going to fail, a victim of its own contribution to our city. I see a similar situation occurring around the SciTech property. Slowly, the proximity of non-compatible developments is encroaching closer to its borders, often justified by the reasoning that other developments were given similar permission. One cannot blame SciTech for opposing these types of developments. The same cause and effect scenario that affected the rail line is now playing out against SciTech in real time. Despite the developers' efforts and the likely encouragement and contributions of this administration, I believe that allowing non-compatible developments to continually encroach ever closer upon SciTech boundaries is not a good thing. This pattern has repeatedly led to undesirable outcomes. I reiterate what I said about the rail line as it relates to SciTech. In time, where it once had autonomy to expand and develop, it will eventually be forever barred from doing so. Any proposed development of SciTech property is most certainly going to fail, a victim of its own contributions to our city. While I do not have information concerning property sales transactions around the SciTech property, it is clear that the developers were aware that this property was in proximity to a hazardous chemical facility, and there was a risk that their proposed non-compatible endeavor might fail. As the saying goes, buyer beware. It was not clearly noted that the application was exempt from third-party appeals in your notice or in the report. If it is, then some of what I have said may not be applicable. I am generally indifferent to the council's decision on the application, as I believe whatever decision is made will be subject to legal challenge. My recommendation is to avoid making a decision and let the time run out to do so run out. It appears SciTech and the developer are locked in a path of legal opposition, so it would be wise to minimize the city's costs and let them resolve the issues themselves. I believe there are rare applications when the city should defer planning to the OLT on purpose by deferral. I believe this is one of them. Lastly, I've noticed that some developments are required to disclose liabilities before sales. Should the development proceed, perhaps it would be prudent that a required condition of sale be a notice given to potential owners that death from accidental chemical exposure is a possibility because they are in close proximity to the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Burdette? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I'm going to be very brief this evening. We've been in front of you a couple of times in regards to this property. Basically, we've reviewed the recommendation report and we agree with all of the conditions and the recommendation. Based on what the last speaker said, there is a warning clause that's being imposed as a condition. It doesn't state that you could die because you're not going to die. All the science that we've uncovered, the approvals from the Ministry of the Environment clearly set out what the setback should be. And we believe we are 4 or 5 times greater than what the legal setback should be. So I just want to relieve Mr. Burdette of his concerns that somebody could die. No one's going to die. Anyways, I'll leave it to our planner, Mary Lou Tanner, to give a brief presentation. We're both available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rocky. Good evening, members of council. My name is Mary Lou Tanner. I'm president of NPG Planning Solutions. and our firm are the consultants to the owners and applicants who are also here this evening. I am going to be very brief. It's been a long evening and there's additional business before you. And I agree with Mackenzie's presentation and support the recommendations in the staff report, including the modified zoning provisions that she touched on briefly. We're here this evening fundamentally because we've tried to work out the differences and the comments that we received after Council previously approved the draft plan of subdivision for these lands. It resulted in a redesign of the subdivision, as Mackenzie showed you on the drawing, and I'll touch on in a minute. In order for us to implement that, including the distance separation and the limit of residential development, we need to come back to you, because the plan of subdivision is in your jurisdiction, not the Ontario Land Tribunal's. So we need your assistance in supporting the revised draft plan of subdivision. To implement that revised draft plan of subdivision, we need a new zoning bylaw. The layout has changed, some of the types of uses has changed, there's no more apartments, there's no more stacked townhouses, so we want to tailor the zoning bylaw to the plan of subdivision that we're asking you to approve. And because, as Mackenzie indicated, the lands are light industrial in part, we need an official plan amendment. But it fundamentally starts with working out the differences and resolving comments that we received after the draft plan was previously approved. I'm going to skip by this slide, you know where the site is. This is the draft plan of subdivision, and you can see the various shades of yellow, red, and brown that identify where the different types of housing is located. What's important to note is that the park is now at the southwest corner of the property on Beechwood Road. There is a stormwater pond east of it, and then Thompson Creek goes to the edge of the property and turns northward. That southern piece of open space and park is what creates the additional distance between us and our industrial neighbor to the south. And it's reflective of trying to resolve the differences and working in good faith based on the feedback that we have received. And it represents good planning and is an appropriate plan of subdivision for you to approve this evening. So we are requesting that you approve all three applications as identified in the staff report with the changes that Mackenzie had identified in the report to the zoning and with the limits in the official plan amendment of 10 meters in height. It does achieve a lot of good development, and it is based on productive conversations after you draft approved the plan of subdivision previously. With that, I am concluded, and as Rocky said, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tanner. Any questions of council for Ms. Tanner or Mr. Baca? Okay, look, oh yes, Councillor Strange.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Marlene, for the presentation, and thank you for the revised amendments here. The concerns, and I know have been brought up about a SciTech, and we're still wondering where this 2-kilometer invisible ring came from, and I don't know. I don't know any. I think provincial regulation is, I think, and maybe you can help me out, Ms. Dolch, is like 750 meters. I know the Pickering nuclear plant is 750 meters, and for some reason we have a 2-kilometer circle around this SciTech industry who came in, I don't know how many years ago, and actually developed there, and then actually made all the houses around it that were there before them stagnant, because now they have this buffer on there that they can't do anything. And now with the urban boundary extensions, now a lot of them could be building and developing, but they can't because of this invisible arc. Do we know what is the provincial legislation on these, like an industry like SciTech supposed to be? I don't know anybody, like, if you know anyone else in Canada has a 2-kilometer radius around them, if you could let me know.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So when we deal with planning applications, we deal in the D6 guidelines. The D6 guidelines, there's an area of influence of about 1,000 meters, and there is a setback requirement of 300 from a heavy industrial user. Depending on the type of use. In this case, SciTech would be classified as a class 3, so 300-meter separation distance is required. In terms of the 2-kilometer, there's no evidence that I've found to deal with a 2-kilometer arc, or any evidence to say that we need a 2-kilometer arc. And we follow the D6 guidelines in all planning applications.
And has SciTech given us any information that they need this extra 700 or whatever, how many 100 meter, I'm trying to do the math in my head for the 2 kilometers. But have they given any information? Have you asked for information from SciTech saying, why do you need this 2 kilometer radius? Is it because of what they're bringing in to the industry or what's there now?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So I did when the previous application came before you, I did note I tried to contact SciTech on numerous occasions asking for additional information on why the 2 kilometers was needed. I have yet to receive any information on that.
Okay, and it just boggles my mind because when they bring anything in their product that goes into SciTech or leaving SciTech, you know, by a train or whatever it may be, or a truck, you know, there obviously can't be a 2 kilometer radius around that truck the whole time wherever it's being delivered. So it boggles my mind, but I appreciate it. And maybe you can tell me if you know, or Mr. Vaca, how much taxes this would bring into the city, 544, if you can give us an estimate. You're doing the math.
That was part of my last presentation on the previous application, and if I remember correctly, I believe development charges alone, we were looking at 4 to 5 million just to the city, plus the region. In terms of assessment, I mean, if we put an average tax bill of 5,000 to 6,000 per unit, which probably is very realistic, times 545. I'm not a mathematician either, but I think that's...
It's a lot.
25.
It's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking over 20 million in annual property taxes.
Okay, thank you very much.
With a conservative $500,000 to $600,000 assessment on the units.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Mayor, thank you very much for that presentation. I just have one simple question to ask. I see the Thompson Creek goes down the border on the right side of this particular document that you have. And then you have your storm water and then your park. And you have access to that through the housing? There's one laneway in there?
Yes.
Is that pond then have like a walkway through it to the park? And then separated and fenced, obviously? And then it continues to drain down the normal town?
We will work with the city and the Conservation Authority on designing a walkway so there's a walkway through the area.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you, thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at Google Maps, I think that's a little dated, but the subject lands, is there not a neighborhood directly beside the subject lands in question?
Yes, through you, Mayor Diodati, there is. It's called Forest View Estates. There's a mix of single-family homes, regular townhouses and street townhouses. There's also a stormwater pond there.
Okay, and do they exceed that 2 kilometer buffer that SciTech's talking about, or is that within? Or?
It's managed through there. It's not quite 2 kilometers.
Okay,
thank you. Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, thank you very much. Ms. Tanner? The public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of subdivision, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Strange, you move the 6 recommendations put forward by our staff, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we have any questions or comments on the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, okay, and opposed, with 1 opposed, so that's approved. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. So now, council, I would ask for your indulgence. We do have a member of the gallery who's been here all night waiting to speak on 9.2, which is the declare surplus lands and sale of facilities. I'd ask for a motion that we could bring that forward now and adjust the agenda. Okay, moved by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. So we'll go to 9.2 if we can, then we'll come back in a moment. 9.2, who, Mr. CAO, would be dealing with this?
We'll start with Captain Wall. I'm sorry, Shelley.
Okay, Ms. Darlington?
Yes, thank you. Through Mayor Diodati. Good evening, council members. This report is being presented as one of the items that was prepared as part of the city review. And the city review, supported by council, was a recommendation to declare 2 unoccupied municipal properties as surplus and move forward with their sale, as the city does not have an operational need to retain the properties. The 2 properties in question, 8196 Cummington Square, also known as the Chippawa Town Hall, and 11211 Sodom Road, known as the Willoughby Township Hall. A public notice was provided on December 28th issue of the Niagara Falls Review in accordance with the city's bylaw. The subject lands, both Subject 1 and Subject 2, have been designated heritage building, and as designated heritage properties, the new owners would need to protect the exterior heritage attributes of the buildings. The interiors are not designated and could be renovated. The heritage designation is registered on title and runs with the land and binds the successors in title. Disposing of the subject lands would certainly reduce liability and require fewer staffing hours to maintain. Declaring these subject lands surplus and selling them would generate one-time revenue for the city, immediately start generating tax revenue, and the city would no longer be responsible for the costs relating to maintenance and capital repair backlogs of the subject lands. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or ask Ms. Moldenhauer to provide any further comments.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Darlington. Questions of council for staff? Okay, we have no questions. Okay. All right, well then, I guess we're looking for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, you're exactly right. Okay, can we get a motion to have, Mr. Pardon me? Yeah, so a motion to waive procedural bylaw rules of order and to have a speaker from the gallery come and address us. Motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Sir, if you'd like to please come forward and state your name and address, if you would, and then once you have, we'll start the 5-minute clock.
I'm Ray St. Jean, live in Mundare Crescent in Chippawa. Doing my 60th year there this year. The way that she stated it, it has to stay historic. That's perfect. It is a liability for sure. It's been empty now, I can't tell you how many years, but to liquidate it as long as it stays historic is perfect. I think it's great. And I think that the proceeds from it should go back into Chippawa. For example, new library, new arena. You know, take the money from Chippawa to Chippawa. That's kind of all I wanted to really say about it, right? I don't know what's going to happen with the library behind it. My thoughts would be one piece of property. So the problem with Cummington Square right now, there's no parking. So if the library does get acquired with Cummington Square, with the town hall, the library could be removed and that could be parking, and then all of a sudden that building becomes more viable. Right, because right now there is no parking. That's been the downfall of Cummington Square since day one. You know, the advent of the automobile. You know, we've lost our flower shop, we've lost our antique shop. There's no place to park. So I think it should be one plot. And thank you for your time.
We might have questions, so just figure out a way. I got Councillor Strange. I'm sorry. We might have questions, Mr. St. Jean. We've got Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Ray, how are you, buddy?
I'm good.
You're Mr. He's like the mayor of Chippawa.
Yep.
You got the city Niagara Falls.
I've heard this, love it, hate it, but it's great.
Yeah. You know, that Cummington Square is such a beautiful little square, and you go enter Chippawa, and that's the first thing you see. And you know, we've had this town hall for a while, and it's been a debate whether to keep or not, and we haven't been able to. There was at one time there was mold in the basement. We tried to lease it out, and it's just not well kept, and we're not landlords. You know, we want to make sure we have the best out of that building. And it's designated, it's a heritage designation, so it's going to stay heritage, and it's going to go with it. What do you see for that area and for that building?
Well,
do you have any vision?
If you were to somehow magically the library and the property and the parking and make parking for that building, it becomes viable. Then you could put something retail in there, and people have a place to park their car and go and enjoy it. You know, like that little ice cream shop that's there now, there's only 1 or 2 parking spaces.
Yeah.
Because they all get taken up, right? So her complaint with the ice cream shop is, where do people park? They park down the alleyway and this and that. But next door to Cummington Square is the old pool hall. That gentleman bought that, I can't remember his name. And it's an accountant's office. Carol? And in the back, used to be old dilapidated garages, green space that was took it all out, parking. Perfect. Now he's got parking and the space behind the building was pretty much a dead zone. Okay, so the library is closed, as far as I'm to understand. I haven't dug into it. I know a new library is in the works, out by the arena. I know the new arena is possibly in the works. So maybe consideration should be given to one parcel land from Cummington Square right to the parking where the library is.
And I
if
love
you
that,
follow me.
I love that idea, you know what I mean? So, you know, if you keep that designation on that building, keep the building, and if you have to knock down the old library, which needs a lot of work anyways, turn that into parking, and you got something that's really good there. And I love what he said about the proceeds of this go directly to possibly the new arena that we're gonna be
Or
hopefully.
library, or
The new Chippewa Community Center with the ice rink
There it is.
and the new library, which would be
There it
amazing,
is.
and it'd be all Chippewa. Stay and keep it in Chippewa. I think so many people from Chippewa were concerned that something was gonna happen to the building, we're gonna lose it, it's not gonna be ours, it's gonna be maintained better than what it was, and you gotta keep the designation. So I can see that as, you know, an ice cream shop, a real estate office, whatever it may be. I think it's gonna be great, and I love that idea. And when the meeting closes, I'd love to make the motion that all the proceeds from both parcels go towards, and stay in Chippewa, towards that new Chippewa Community Center.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have other, okay, Councillor Nieuwesteeg, Lococo, did I see another hand over here? No? Okay, Nieuwesteeg, Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as a Chippewa resident, I struggle with this building in terms of surplus, because I drive, well, and Joyce is there too, we live in Chippewa, that is a landmark.
Yeah, thank you, should acknowledge Regional Councillor
Councillor
Joyce
Morocco,
Morocco.
and she also has a birthday coming up, so.
So do I,
Oh.
I'm 16 February, so here we go.
Oh, well, happy
Been there
birthday.
my whole life,
See,
I
it's all
drive by
Chippewa.
it every day.
All Chippewa birthdays. So although I struggle with the surplus concept of it, we had to do something because it has sat vacant for 2 years, rotting. We've seen the old park rec building up at the Lundy's Lane Cemetery. And just recently, right around the corner here, we had somebody break into the building and start a fire. And I think that is the absolute worst thing to do. So I'm really pleased that this council has brought it up, because now it's got attention. But what we also heard from the residents is they wanted to, that historical designation is very clear. So that's there.
100%.
I applaud Councillor Strange with the idea of whatever the sale of that building is, that the money stays in Chippewa. So they're all positive things happening. If he had asked me what to do in terms of the design, actually, I contacted the owner next door to it because I know there's an easement going there, the building right before the pool. We designed the whole building. We think it would be a lovely inn. If we could do something like the Pierce Group and do a private partner thing, have an inn, restaurant on the main level, inn, take the library down, build out behind, have a few more rooms. That garage to theirs, we'd have to flip the entrance in from the library, and then, so those were our dreams of it. But nonetheless, it's going to go to somebody else, but I really hope that and we expect that they will maintain it. So I think it's a positive thing that whoever does purchase it, it does not remain vacant, that they actually do something, because they have to.
The best example I give you is the distinction part is the most important part. Everyone's agrees with that. You come into Chippewa, you go by Tim Hortons, you look at the boathouse.
Yep, we saw that.
Vacancy, you know, demolitions or vacancy. Something that isn't done with Cummington Square, it's gonna fall apart.
I agree.
So it's time to say goodbye.
Yeah, so
let
this
somebody
is-
have it,
yeah.
but it's gotta stay the same on the outside.
Absolutely.
What you said about the inside can be renovated, I get that.
Yeah.
The library, well, it's in disrepair, so again, more parking.
So we're hopefully sparking some development here and making something happen.
Right.
So anyway, that was just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's 2 properties on here, and I'd like to break them up in 2 different motions, so
Yep.
they're not on the same. Some residents expressed some concern about how it was posted in the Niagara Falls Review. It was just an address. It didn't say Chippewa Town Hall. It didn't say Willoughby Town Hall. They just saw an address. They didn't know what it was. So over the weekend, that's why we started getting getting those emails and posts and everything because it didn't state that. So I would suggest anytime we are doing something like this again, that if it is a building known as something, maybe we could put that in just to make it a little bit easier. I am concerned about the heritage designation. The building, some people called it the old schoolhouse, the Rec and Culture building on Lundy's Lane, that had a historic designation as well, and the city removed that designation and then it was torn down. I'm concerned about that. It is supposed to go with the new owner, but eventually council could remove the designation. I know it's an Ontario designation as well, but we do have a history of removing a historic designation, so I am concerned. When we were talking about the surplus of it before, I brought up putting out an expression of interest to see what our community wanted to do. We had a few expressions of interest, but nothing really viable. Yes, it is costing us money. I do believe that we could do something better. I think we've just let it sit there and with the intention of selling it and having it declared surplus. So if we can break the two motions up, I would prefer to do that, but I do not want to declare the Chippawa Town Hall surplus.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. St. Jean? Yes?
Oh,
No? Any other questions for Mr. St. Jean?
Through you, and good seeing you, Ray. I like the idea, I love the idea of the money going back into Chippawa. And I know Councillor Nieuwesteeg had brought it up, I think, about a year or two ago. And during the last term, we talked about either a BIA or the creation of a Chippawa BIA or of a community group. So just thinking out loud here, maybe some of the funds can go towards the creation of a group where they can be responsible for spending the money, whether it be on flowers or beautifying Cummington Square or the bridge or just attracting new businesses or retail businesses to downtown Chippawa, because it is lacking. It's not only lacking parking, but it's lacking a little bit of retail and a little bit for the tourists to do. The ice cream shop's beautiful, Tim Hortons is great, but there are buildings like the Boathouse and places to eat and congregate and enjoy the town for what it's for. So either way, great. I'm glad you were here today. I'm glad there's a consensus around the table and look forward to growing Chippawa even further and celebrating all that it does have to offer. So thanks, Rick.
And I want to acknowledge too, Mr. St. Jean, he's a absolute advocate for Chippawa. I mean, every time there's a garbage issue, a parking issue, a vacant building issue, he's the guy responsible for getting Christmas lights across the Waitman Bridge and Cummington Square. Car show, exactly.
Trunk or treat, yeah.
Truck or treat, huge success, raising money for the local charity. Like this guy is the biggest cheerleader I know in Chippawa for Chippawa, all things Chippawa, and he's regular advocate. So if this guy's given an endorsement for an idea, I know he's talked to everybody in Chippawa because, and not that everyone agrees with everything, but it's good. I know it's going to be right from the heart and a good idea because I know you put a lot of, you know, I hear from every time there's an issue in Chippawa, I get the call, and I mean,
I apologize for that.
No, don't apologize. I always say you're an incredible advocate for Chip. People have no idea what you do for Chippawa. If they knew half the things you did, they'd be so appreciative. He just does things quietly behind the scenes, and everyone shows up. All of a sudden, Christmas lights are up, and it didn't just happen like that. He goes to meetings, he calls people, he advocates, and I do my little part. But I mean, he's the guy pushing it. I just appreciate all his efforts. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for everything you do for Chippawa. So, but I do have a question for you. So I've struggled with this whole, because I love this building. We want it to do something, but we've gone around the table so many times, and nobody has come up with any solution. Before voting on it and declaring it surplus, I have a question for you and Councillor Lococo. What could we do if it's not declared? Or are you in favor of it being declared surplus? And if we don't, what could we do with it?
I am 100% in favor of being declared surplus as long as it stays historical distinction. To me, there's a difference, okay? I know that the boathouse was historical distinction. I know that. It was also wood structure. I know that the Mackenzie building on the Tim Hortons property in '95 was historical. It was also a dilapidated wood building. Sometimes, I'm a car guy, car in the auto wreckers, sometimes you're just past point of repair. Okay? And the boathouse, to me, looks like it's going to fall down. The town hall's beautiful.
It is.
There's two different things, right? So as long as it stays historical distinction and it's written into the contract when it goes for sale, it has to stay that way, I don't see the problem.
Thank you. And
It's written right into the sale contract. It must remain, the facade must stay the same.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. And a question to Councillor Lococo. struggle with the surplus. So I'm looking, if there's something that you can suggest that we could keep, because I sense that you're not going to vote for it, what would you suggest that we do as a council to keep it so that it does not go into decay? Because right now, for as long as I've been on council, it's been sitting there vacant. I think it was vacant, I don't know how many years it's been sitting there vacant. I know we've already put lots of money into windows. I think there was an $80,000 that we've invested into windows, that it's just sitting there. So I'd hate to see a good building like that go, but I don't have a solution other than my rendition of an inn, but I'm not investing in it, so.
I could be wrong, but I believe it's been since amalgamation, that building's been empty. It's been a long, long time. As far as, I skipped over your question, what to do with it. There's really nothing you can do with it. It's such a large building inside, where do you park your car? There's the problem again. It's parking, parking, parking. It's always been a problem in Cummings Park. People don't want to open anything up there. Sometimes it's been compared to a very small version of Niagara Lake. It's not. There's no parking. That's Niagara Lake. There's all kinds of parking up and down the street. And there you've got 10 spots.
Mm-hmm. I know we tried to address the whole parking thing back about a year ago, seeing if we could even have different types of free parking.
Yeah. Well, now we have the parking permits for the locals.
Yeah.
That's kind of good.
Yeah.
But there's really nothing ready to come in Square for the tourists to do anyways.
Yeah.
Right now, at this point. But parking, parking, parking. That's what I want
I'm
to say
hearing
about
this,
that.
and through you, just if you can, I just want to ask Councillor Coco.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nieuwesteeg, I'm not a designer either. I don't have all these ideas like you do. What I would do would be look at other municipalities that have renovated some of their old ones. And just like Mr. St. Jean just said, it's not falling down like the boathouse was. The boathouse is falling, it looks like it's going to fall down. This is a structurally sound building. Yes, it has some issues. I don't think we've put enough effort in to say, yes, this is what we want to do it. We haven't done that. We've sort of put out an expression of interest, no, nothing came back, and then we let it sit. I think if we really put all of our heads together, there were a lot of residents that sent emails, Facebook messages, telephone calls, voicemail messages. Some people said that they would even take up donations to help with the costs for the year for electricity and all of that. So I think there are other opportunities. What exactly it is, I don't know, but I could go and do research. I'm sure other people could, but I don't have an exact, but I think something can be done with it.
Thank you.
That was actually my question too. Does anybody have any thoughts what they want to do with it? And it's been empty for this long for a reason, because there is no
demand.
No, there's no demand for it. That's the big thing, right? Yeah. And it is going to go further in the state's disrepair. $80,000, $100,000 has been spent on it in the last, just to try to keep it.
And that was my point, and to Councillor Lococo's point, it does have some issues, but Old Town Hall had some issues, and the old rec building had some issues, and 3 to 5 to 10 years go by, and not only does it cost us $80,000 to $100,000, it might cost us $500,000. So I think it's time, and it's great that we have support from the local community, and I think it'll be in the right hands with the right people, doing the right things for Chippawa. So.
Last but not least, look at the Myer building. The Myer building is going to fall down. Someone took it, converted it into condos. It's full.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
That's a good.
It's nice.
Yeah, that's really good. It is. Yeah.
You know, it was just getting ready to fall down.
Yeah.
They said, no, we're going to shore it up and fix it, and they made it beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
It is.
Yeah, and it's housing too, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, Councillor Patel. Please, Mayor. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, to what Councillor Coco was saying, I think we got lots of emails, but most of the people thought that this building would be brought down if we sell it.
Yeah.
So I think there's lots of misinformation out there, and Shelley did clarify what it means to have heritage designation. So I think it's better to save the building and salvage it and do something with it instead of bringing it down in 5 years or 10 years. So I will support the declared surplus.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Coco.
Mr. Mayor, can someone please expand on how was the city able to remove the designation on the Lundy's Lane building? I keep bringing it up and then there's silence. Why were we allowed to remove that and demolish it? Can someone talk to that?
Well, I can tell you from experience, I used to actually work in that building when I ran the Ontario Winter Games in the 90s. So I was in that building in 94, and before that, as a volunteer, the chair of the Recreation Commission at that time. And that building was a disaster for decades. The sewer constantly backed up into the basement. We had our recreation staff in the basement. constantly smelled sewage. The board meeting room was downstairs. We had to cancel meetings because of sewage backing up. It was constantly getting pumped. We had asbestos in all the walls. The roof was leaking. It had old windows. The cost of repairs, it was demolition by neglect because it sat empty for so many years. Just like Cummington Square building, it's been empty so many years, and eventually it just continues to degrade. So it got to the point beyond repair. It made no sense. And we had nobody interested in the building because they didn't want to be in a building with asbestos and sewage problems and backup problems, heating problems. Like the list, that building was always a disaster to work in, and that was in the 90s. So jump ahead, 20, 30 years, it just got worse. And finally, staff wouldn't work in it anymore. It was just that bad. So, and then we built the McBain Center, and then we relocated our rec staff, and we were able to leave that building. But that's what happened. It was just in such bad shape, and it had been used for so many different things over the years, walls put in, walls taken out, that eventually it didn't make any sense to put more money into that building, and they needed the cemetery space.
So that makes sense that it was falling apart. Did we put it up for sale?
Oh gosh, did we, Ms. Moldenhauer, do you recall if we, so I thought we offered it to Lundy's, pardon me?
Yes, and it didn't because they need it for the cemetery. There was a lot of controversy at that point.
Yeah, I can't remember. I remember the Lundy's Lane BIA also said they had no use for it. We thought maybe a BIA off it. We thought, is there any other use for it? We didn't have any interest. And also parking was a bit of an issue there as well, because there's not, and it's a tough corner to get in and out of. It's a blind spot off of Lundy's Lane. I remember you had to always really watch and then jet out to get out of that parking lot. So it was it was challenging, and it was a very, very old building.
But we didn't put it up for sale. We kept it because we were going to use it for the cemetery.
We, I think because no one wanted to buy it in the beginning. What's funny? Mark Richardson would remember. He's no longer with the city. Pardon me? Yeah.
There were some residents, there was a whole, it went to a tribunal. There was a whole group of people that were willing to do things. Mr. Pingu, as you said, he wanted it. So there were people that wanted to keep it.
Yeah, but they didn't have any money. So we had people say it won't cost the city one nickel, and that was not the outcome. It was going to cost us all the nickels. So that's what happened. And I know there's community group, well-meaning, I appreciate in Chippawa they're going to raise money. I can tell you, Mr. St. Jean raises money all the time. The amount of money it would take and the efforts that it would require, unfortunately, without seeing a business plan on how they plan to do it, it's a big, I think the main thing, people just want to preserve that building. And this is an opportunity to preserve the building, put it back into use, and get money back invested into it. I don't know, to me, I think we've tried the other approach, there's no interest. So it's,
And what is stopping anyone else from coming to the city or going to the Ontario Heritage Trust saying it's too far gone, it would cost X number of dollars? What is stopping that? There's nothing stopping that.
Well, we haven't put it up for sale yet to see what kind of interest we have, right? And what kind of reinvestment, to see if there's, maybe there won't be interest. Maybe no one will be interested and we'll be back here talking about it. Or maybe there is interest. Yes, Mr. St. Jean?
I just want to say there's nobody in this room more than me that wants to see it go back to what it was once before and stay as Cummington Square and the town hall, but it's not in the cards. So now, instead of watching it fall apart, like we've watched the other buildings in Chippawa fall apart, it's time to, instead of keep beating it, let's give it the distinction and give it to somebody else.
Well, I like that Myer example.
That's my example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
But I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thanks for
I
your
just
time.
wanted the explanation about how we were able to move the heritage designation. So we can't say that a heritage designation cannot be removed, because it can.
It can only be removed by council, not by a new owner. So that's
Yes, I
within our
understand
control.
that.
Yeah.
They would come to council, so we've done it once. What is stopping us from doing it
Yeah, well,
again?
first it goes to
Yep.
the committee,
Thank you.
and then it comes to council, yeah.
It went to the committees, and the committees were against it. The committee was against the old town hall here. That didn't stop council from doing it.
No, because unfortunately, the committee doesn't have to deal with the money problem. They just vote on it, right? And we'd love to all save everything, but unfortunately, then you got to pay the bill. And it was going to cost us millions to try to preserve next door.
Right.
And we had no plans for it, no future for it.
But you did say it went to the committee, and there's no value. The committee doesn't put the money into it. I wanted to go through this town hall to see, and I was told I would have to wear a hazmat suit. I would have to take different training. One was on mercury from the tubes of the lighting, one was on mold, and there was a third one, I can't remember. And then when I came out of the building, I would have to go through a detox shower. So
Decontamination,
it was,
yeah.
decontamination. So it was going to cost a lot. I didn't end up doing it, but we let that one go so long. So there's two examples that the designation was removed. And yes, it needs to go to the Heritage Committee, and the Heritage Committee always says, no, please don't, but we do anyway. So I just want to put that out there, because it's not as simple as we can't remove it, because it can be removed.
Well, anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. I mean, we can hit by lightning too.
Could it not be put in the contract?
Yeah, but council will, ultimately, someone could bring it back. Council could lift it. They're the only group that could. Did you want to stand up? Yeah.
Just to reiterate, they were removed because the buildings were in such disrepair, the taxpayers would have had to foot the bill to bring it back up to stuff. So there's no right or wrong answer, but you have to do what's right at the time. I feel that was right at the time.
It's a fiscal,
Anyway.
yeah. And yes, Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Mayor, I, from what I'm listening to, and I love it, it's beautiful. I always loved going down to that square. And I love that Councillor Nieuwesteeg has that vision, and someone else is going to have that vision. And I think what we're doing today is the right thing to do with that designation to save it. If you don't do it now, it's going to rot like everything else, and something's going to fall apart, or someone's going to go in there and vandalize or something like that, and then we're going to lose it. So making the move now, putting it out there, getting the right investor with vision, I think everything will work out fine. Thank you.
Okay, looking for a motion?
Just one more comment, and I think Mr. Mayor, it came to all those buildings, they weren't taken care of. Like that building in the wreck was, there was asbestos, there was mold, it wasn't even safe to go in there. You would have to go in with a hazmat suit, you know what I mean? Same with this building. So if we don't take care of it, if we don't take care of this town hall, we're gonna have to de-designate it, because you won't be able to go in there anymore, and you have to demolish it. So it's better that we sell it. Just like the building behind it, we used to be the Chippawa Library. If they would have taken care of it, it would still be the Chippawa Library. But unfortunately, the roof caved in, and they couldn't have the Chippawa Library anymore. And now, they want to make it a parking lot.
Thank you for that. So now, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Nieuwesteeg, you're going to move the recommendations? And wasn't there one?
Oh, she wanted to separate.
Yeah, but we're but first I need the motion. I have nothing to separate yet. So you're gonna make the motion, and then there was the extra piece that you mentioned about in keeping the money in Chippawa.
Oh, yes, that was actually Councillor Strange, I'd like to have that, yes.
Okay, so,
Are we selling this both?
well, we're gonna first make the motion for the recommendations with the addition to keep it in, the money in Chippawa, and then we'll separate it and we'll vote separately. Okay, so are you seconding it, Councillor Strange? Okay, so now, Mr. Clerk, can you help me manage the separation so that we can do the vote? Yeah, and with the amendment, of course, the money stays in Chippawa.
Yep, so if we're going to do that, it would be recommendation number 1 that's in the report, with the addition of the friendly amendment that was just spoken about, about keeping the funds in Chippawa. And then it would also be numbers 3 and 4 as part of that first motion. And then we could go to recommendation number 2, along with recommendations 3 and 4 as a second.
Okay, sounds good. So the first one, we're going to vote on Cummington Square West, so the Old Town Hall. So we're going to vote on 1, 3, and 4, moved by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Strange, and with the caveat that all monies from sales stay in Chippawa for both parcels. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? So we've got 1 opposed. And then the second part of that, again by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Strange, is number 2, 11211 Sodom Road, along with 3 and 4. Is that right? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. St. Jean. Thank you for sticking around. Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's already been decided.
Yeah. Okay, so now we go back to the agenda, and we are at 8.1, Municipal Accommodation Tax, CAO 2025-01. So we'll give you a second to find that. We gotta bounce back. Are you, Mr. Clerk, can you get us going on CAO 2025-01, municipal accommodation tax?
Yeah, so there is a staff report before council, but perhaps before that's introduced, we could listen to a delegation request from Mr. Doug Burrell of the Niagara Falls Canadian Hotel Association.
Mr. Burrell, welcome.
Thank you. So Mayor Jim and members of council, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for letting me speak to you on this matter. And my name is Doug Burrell. I'm the president of the Niagara Falls Canada Hotel Association. As the board of directors of one of the largest corporations in this city, the corporation of the City of Niagara Falls, you, City Council, are faced with a lot of challenges. Tourism marketing is not one of them. This is a responsibility of the tourist industry and stakeholders working collaboratively with the city and all levels of government. Now, this is a sad day when I need to ask to speak to council, to ask them to demonstrate integrity and honor the binding agreement that they signed just 2 years ago and practice what is in the City Council's Code of Conduct. Let me read you just a couple of quick snippets from this Code of Conduct for councilors. Quote, "The public expects the highest moral and ethical standards of conduct from its members. Residents have to have confidence in the integrity of local government and their members. It's peppered with integrity, ethics, and morality." I wrote you and asked you not to pass this bylaw today, that you respect that you have a binding agreement. You can't legislate out of a contractual obligation. This act disrespects the tourism stakeholders who invested their own money and made this city what it is today, and frankly, it appears to rely on us not defending ourselves. It's a predatory act, a cavalier move, and by all means, unnecessary. Is this the message that you want to send to the world, that the City of Niagara Falls doesn't honor their binding contracts? Who would want to do business with a company like that? The Ontario Ombudsman's Office is interested in this situation, and we have not yet filed a complaint with them, depending on the outcome of today. The Oxford Tourist Economics Report verified the value of the visitor economy in Niagara Falls, and we are by far the biggest industry, the biggest employer, and the biggest taxpayer. The role of the city should be, what can we do to support you? What can we do as a city to help you grow and thrive? What can we do to work together for the benefit of the industry and the residents alike? We don't want to fight with the city, and we sure didn't pick this fight. None of this is productive. So one of my disappointments here is that, as my letter said to you, we invested a lot of time with the city working on what I thought was a collaborative solution for improved tourism destination management and the MAT formula. And there was a lot of great ideas that came out of these discussions. And we agreed with a lot of the city's ideas and thought we were making great progress. Then suddenly everything stopped. The city decided to just change things, shut down these talks, and send you the bylaw that you're here to vote on today that takes great liberty with what we thought we had agreed on. It's important to restate that we made it clear with the city, and again, there's a lot we agreed on in these discussions, that we believe there needs to be some dramatic improvement in the delivery model for tourism destination marketing and management for the city of Niagara Falls. Some of the specifics of this are documented in the strategic plan blueprint provided to the city, which you all, councillors, have a copy of. And we agreed that it is essential to have a strategic plan and action plan with measurable KPIs. The 6 pillars in this plan are destination image management improvement, improved transportation both to and from Niagara and within the city, tourism product improvement, improved marketing and sales and events acquisition, destination hospitality, culture, and sustainability. In closing, I've already said it to you, you know what I'm going to close with. We urge the city to reconsider this approach and do not pass this bylaw in its current form, and direct staff to return to the table with the Hotel Association. We're prepared to incorporate the changes that we had agreed to within the context of our current agreement. It is our hope to work together in good faith on a new agreement that respects our rights in our current agreement, aligns with legal requirements, and fosters genuine partnership focused on promoting tourism in a balanced and collaborative manner. Such a framework will serve as a catalyst for growth and prosperity for the tourism industry and residents alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Just before we go to questions from council, our CAO is going to weigh in. Comment?
I'm just rising on a point of personal privilege. The allegation of lack of integrity in these negotiations I take very seriously on a number of fronts. To assert that we lacked integrity or acted in a high-handed manner after multiple years of negotiations, and frankly, I won't get into it, but some of the failed actions on the Hotel Association, and also coming from an association that not once but multiple times has been subject to investigations from national media on inappropriate fees. I take offense to that. I want to rest assured, because this is on the public record, that both staff and council acted with integrity, acted within appropriate laws, and to make that bold assertion without any real debate is, I believe, uncalled for, and that's why I raise on a point of personal privilege. If we want to talk about the actual bylaw or any questions, I'll take those questions later.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Yes?
Can I respond to the CAO? Yes. The integrity issue is clearly about a binding contract, and you're breaking it. Just that simple. So there's no editorial on that. That's what it is. We have a binding contract. Your bylaw wants to break it, number one. Number two, regarding an expose or whatever you said about our hotel association, there's never been such. Has there been some media about some fees non-related to just hotels? Sure. But Mr. Mayor and Council, fees are part of the travel industry. And I make no apologies about fees in the hotel industry. There's fees in everything. Rent-a-cars. You do anything. You take a cruise. Airlines are now giving you more fees. A fee if you want to take a carry-on luggage. So in the hotel industry, when you book a room, the fees are identified. It's in your confirmation, and again identified when somebody checks in. So I take personal offense to that.
Okay, thank you. So questions of council from Mr. Burrell on his presentation? And if not, what we do, we have our own presentation, I understand, that we're going to be hearing as well. So is there any questions for Mr. Burrell? Yes, Mr. Dabrowski, Councillor Dabrowski.
To Mr. Burrell, it sounds like the Hotel Association is willing to come back to the table.
We never wanted to leave the table. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump.
No, it's okay. You mentioned the word sad, and it is sad. I mean, we're here, and I don't want to call it a battle, but we're basically in an argument with the tourism industry. And I don't think that should be one of our strategic priorities for the next year or the year after. And we do have an agreement in place, and we have 2 years left in that agreement. And looking at the bylaw, I agree with a lot of what's outlined. And a 4.5-star or 5-star hotel overlooking Niagara Falls should pay more than $2 per room night. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I think the bylaw might be premature. It's coming to council a little premature, and I think we should prioritize getting back to the table with the Hotel Association. It looks to me like they're extending an olive branch. And I don't think you're disagreeing with a lot of the points in the bylaw. There might be some oversight on a few of the issues, but I'd like to work together with the tourism industry. I don't think being at odds with an industry that feeds an abundance of jobs that we rely on heavily, whether it comes to taxes, whether it comes to job creation or new jobs. But I'd like to see us work together. And it doesn't sound like we have a really good working relationship right now with the Hotel Association. And I'm hoping, as a council and as staff, we can regroup, come back to the table, and reprioritize what's really important here. And I think it sounds like we're all in somewhat of an agreement, but maybe this is a bit of a premature bylaw to have in front of us as a council. And I'm hoping that we can continue to work together. I don't have all the answers necessarily, but it sounds like everybody here has one common goal. That's to work together as a team. So I'll leave it at that.
And work my way, yes?
If I could just comment, I appreciate the councilor's comments. That's exactly what I'm asking for. We're not going to get everything we want. That's not what a compromise is. We want to evolve. We want to grow. We want to improve, and I thought we were working on it until, as I mentioned, things stopped. So that's what I'm asking. Yes, let's get back to the table and do a deal that everybody in this room can live with.
I just want to be clear here. I was in these discussions. Nothing stopped. You got 3 of the 4 of your demands, and just so the council knows how this started, Hotel Association came to us and said, we want to change the municipal accommodation tax. That's how it started. You had said to us in meetings prior years ago, you were going to come back to us with a proposal. It never happened. Twice you said, we had meetings, and you said we're going to double the price from $2 to $4. If you remember, we had that at Antigua, was one of the first meetings, and it never happened. So I was in the meeting, Jason was in the meeting, other members of the Hotel Association were in the meeting, and it never happened. So finally, you guys realized, because you got a study done that said you should be spending $10 million a year in marketing, and you're not spending anywhere near that amount, and that helps explain why tourism has been stagnant at Niagara Falls. We haven't had a new hotel room built in 16 years. And why places like Nashville are doing a significantly better job. That's why. So you came with 4 demands, and we gave in to 3 of the 4 demands, but that wasn't enough. You wanted all 4. And we said that's not good for the city, because we got to take care of the city as well. And this was a way to help you raise more money for advertising and for tourism, to put more beds and heads in beds and more bums in seats in restaurants and attractions. That's what this is all about. So I'm struggling to understand you use the words lack of integrity, predatory, binding, shutdown. That's not at all what happened. We said, we went to council with where we came, and we said after the better part of a year of negotiations, they want 4 out of 4. And we said, we'll give you 3 out of 4. That's what happened. So finally we realized we got to move forward with making a decision. That's how we got here today. I want to be clear. We had a lot of good meetings. I thought we moved the ball forward on everything, except for one of the issues. You guys want a longer extended contract, and we said, hey, let's wait and see how it goes. Then let's talk about if that's a good idea or not. You guys didn't seem to, you guys want to extend the contract, and we're saying it's not working. What we're doing today isn't working. That's what caused this. So I too take offense to that idea that there's a lack of integrity. That's not at all what happened, and it's very disappointing to even hear you use those words. So I want to tell you that we are on the same page. We all want more tourists coming here, having a good time, spending more money, because everybody wins. That's not what's happening right now. And we know what we're doing isn't working. Things like New Year's Eve, not wanting to fund New Year's Eve anymore. Very popular event in the city. And now you're feeling the effects of it. You had empty hotel rooms New Year's Eve, empty restaurants, lower RevPAR. And why is that? I don't know. You tell me. What we're doing isn't working, and what we're saying is we need a new plan. I thought we were on the track to get that, so that you'll get more money for Hotel Association, Niagara Falls Tourism Marketing, more money to bring in conventions, more money for beautification, more money for all of these special events. I thought we were on a great path, and if someone were to listen to your comments, they think they were very destructive, and they were very constructive. I thought fruitful discussions, and I'm very disappointed to hear that. Yeah, of course.
I said that I volunteered that in my address to you today, that I thought it was positive, that there was a lot of good things coming out of it. It did stop. We weren't the ones that brought this bylaw that you brought here. We didn't agree on a lot of it. A. B, there's a control, underlying control here, where now the city wants to seize control in what they do in this thing. The only thing we've asked for at the end of the day is that we've got an agreement that should get recognized, not just thrown out of the water. That's where the integrity issue comes in. You're walking away, you're ignoring the fact that we have a binding deal with the city. That's it. Now, on the mat tax issue, we agree with you that the mat tax has been too low, too long. But let me quote the CAO. The CAO said, and we agreed with this, as I said, there was a lot of good ideas that came out of this. You have to have strategy. We agree. So we went back and wrote such strategy, and now we have to come up with the rest of it, the details of that, because other than that, you're just going to go and spend money, and that's not going to do anything. You've got to have the right strategy in place. We had these discussions. Not the first time that we've all had this. So it's not just a case of go and spend money. You've got to have everything right in place. And back to to Councillor Dabrowski's comment, I'm just encouraging that we get back and do that.
Well, I think the concern here is that we all agree that you're not bringing enough money. And the bylaw isn't going to be prescriptive in how that money gets allocated. That's done after the fact with an agreement. The bylaw is for just collecting of the money, because the Hotel Association can't charge a tax. You don't have the authority to do it. So the municipality creates a bylaw to charge this official tax, not, you know, there's a lot of other fees out there that different people charge that are not municipal fees, that it's sometimes, as you know, in the expose that the CAO refers to is, of course, 3 CBC Marketplace exposés that, you know, they interviewed people all over town, including myself and the former mayor, and asked, what do you think of this? And didn't help us. I don't think it was great reputationally. And we do get a lot of emails from people. We do get a lot of comments. So what we're saying is make it one official one that's going to do all the things that we wanted to do, from beautification to marketing to conferences, travel trade, the whole 9 yards. Get one fee that can cover this and have a prescriptive way of spending that money. Not us. I don't want to make it look like the city's going to take the money. It is the city's money to collect, and then we give it back to the industry to spend. A small portion stays with the city to do what we're going to do as well for festivals and things within the community that do contribute to tourism initiatives. And then you guys do all the macro stuff, all the major events. You know, so my concern is we all agree that we need more money, and that's what this bylaw does. It's not prescriptive with what we do with the money. We talked about in the meeting, and you guys seem to agree. We came up with a philosophy, a formula of what would happen with the money. And you guys seem to agree with it. That's the second part of this, is the agreement we have to write up after the bylaw. So we're not even here at that stage yet. This is just the bylaw.
I'm not disagreeing at all with raising the mat. And it was our idea how to do it on the star-rated system. It's equitable. So a 2-star property is not going to contribute as much as a 4 or 5-star property. It makes sense. Past that, I'm on the rest of this bylaw that you are asking council to approve today. It's not just on the mat. We're past that. We want to raise more money. We get it. And I don't want to be redundant in my comments.
Okay, well, you know what, let's go around the horseshoe, and then we still have a presentation. Do we still have a presentation? Or a report? Yeah. Okay. I got Councillor Lococo, Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read the letter from the Niagara Falls Hotel Association, there were 3 points that jumped out at me, and I'm wondering if we can just look at those points. We're talking about working collaboratively, and they seem like they can be worked out. So the first one for me is in paragraph 3. It says the absence of percentage allocation. So what you just said about an agreement and a bylaw, the bylaw doesn't put the percentages in the bylaw. It would be later on for an agreement. Is that correct?
Yeah, like when I see, excuse me, percentages, what I mean is, and I'm just going to make hypothetical numbers up. If 10% are going to be used for bringing in conferences to Niagara Falls, that would be geared or directed to the convention center. And if 30% was going to go to Niagara Falls tourism to do marketing, that's what I mean by percentages.
Right.
Yeah, so that would be the agreement after the bylaw.
Right.
Yeah, but we've already talked about all that. We hammered it all out. I thought we had a working agreement. That's the way I saw it.
I understand that, but if you look at the letter, it says one particularly disappointing omission is the absence of the percentage. So I think they're thinking that the percentage needs to be in the bylaw, and you're saying it needs to be in the agreement. So I think that's one issue that we should
Well, Mr. CEO, can you address that question?
Yeah, true. And the letter is slightly confusing because they want fixed percentages in the bylaw, and then later on they say, we don't want to be restrictive. The challenges with percentages in the discussions and the material that was in the discussions was a number of different examples. So if it was a $12 million was raised, $5 million was raised, $10 million was raised. if we agree that, you know, they're going to fund the convention center to the tune of $1 million, because that's what the convention center needs. If you raise $5 million or $10 million, that $1 million is a different percentage. So to put percentages in a bylaw, that's not the place for it. It's in the annual plans. That's where you do it. This is a piece of legislation. What is governed is what the Ontario legislation that says is that 50%, no more than 50% of the money can be retained by the city for its purposes. And that never appears in any municipal bylaws because, frankly, that's governed by the province. So, yeah, the concept of putting percentages into a piece of legislation never works, can't work, and it would change on every year. So you know, that would never be resolved in a bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to Mr. Burrell, so hearing that, would that be okay to remove that from your letter as one of the issues, that the percentages just be part of the agreement?
Again, this could be a communication problem. We thought we had worked out percentages that we were all very comfortable with on who would have a jurisdiction or at the final say. There was 3 different categories. It just didn't appear here, so to us, and nobody explained differently, it appeared that had been abandoned. I didn't know, nobody told me otherwise until today.
So now we know that the percentages don't go in the bylaw. If we put them in the agreement and everybody's on the same page, that's one of the issues, then we're already past that. The 4th paragraph, it says section 5.1, 5.3 is too broad. Through the mayor to Mr. Burrell, what do you mean too broad? What would you like to see in 5.1 and 5.3?
I appreciate the question. What we had agreed in principle was over and above the hotel star tiered rating for the increased MAT tax, that we would assume that we're going to want to raise money for a couple of important things that I think were identified. And we thought that the wording in the bylaw was not exactly what we had agreed on. We thought it left too much leeway for it to be increased unilaterally by the city, and that's not what we had agreed on. We wanted to understand what the plans were and understand the scope of the work on those 2 things. And there was a new one added that we never discussed, and that was just some open-ended thing, that if there was an opportunity that came up for match funding, that there would be another bylaw or another surcharge. And that, I think the details of that need worked out. I'm not saying we wouldn't do it, it just needed more detail.
Through the mayor, again, it seems like here's the bylaw, limited information, here's the agreement of what needs to be in it. So if that's more detailed in the agreement, we're close on that as well.
I think we could get there, yes.
Okay, good. Then on the 2nd page, furthermore, we agreed to incorporate measurable goals. I think we've all said that there needs to be goals. I don't think that that's an issue, but again, I don't think you put those goals in the bylaw, you put the goals in the agreement.
Fair.
So I think that that's where the disagreement is coming, is there will be a further agreement that spells everything out. So my suggestion would be that through a committee, whoever, like maybe some councillors, the CAO, the mayor, hotel association, the new entity, sit down again and go through those issues and put them in the agreement. I think we're almost there.
I think it's just one elephant in the room that should get identified, and I appreciate that. And that is the way I've worded my address. It's within the context of our current agreement. We have an agreement today that runs for another 5 years, until the end of 2029. So, frankly, we felt, and we've been very blunt and forthright on this, that we're negotiating under duress, because the threat has been, hey, we're going to cancel your deal, which is what you're here doing. And so I just think if we respect that we've got a deal, we've agreed to move the needle a lot. And there's more compromise to be had here. But we just wanted to do it within the context of our current agreement. We want to defend that we've got that tenure for 5 years. Not that we don't want to change the governance. We do want to change the governance. We volunteered to streamline the governance. We volunteered to take the hotel association out of governance and put it into a new tourism entity. We just want to be part of that entity and not have that dictated by the city, how that would be how that would unfold.
Okay, thank you. And my last comment, regarding the termination notice, I wasn't part of the discussion, so I don't know that. But I would think that if there's two parties and one party comes to the other party and says, let's renegotiate, it's not working, then that's permission to start the negotiations. As the mayor said, there were 3 out of 4 of the items that we agreed to, the 4th being the longer term.
Yeah, but at this stage, for clarity, when asked to change a deal, usually somebody, when you're going to open a deal up, you're going to say, well, okay, what do we get for doing that? We asked it, but that's not. We're not holding out for a longer deal. Nobody's doing that. But we are asking you to recognize we have a current deal that takes us to 2029.
Thank you. And I'll just finish maybe if either the mayor or the CAO can comment specifically about that current deal. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
The deal with the Hotel Association is to act as a designated tourism entity. The municipality can actually have multiple tourism entities under the Municipal Act. What we're saying is that, you know, it hasn't been working. There has been issues under the agreement. There is provisions to deal with that. We went into you know, discussions and negotiations based upon the issues that we had. And if they believe this is a termination, that will be for them to deal with, and they can have legal recourse on that. This council's been advised in camera on the legal opinions of that. You know, at the end of the day, you have to say, okay, so what are the legal implications of a canceled contract? You know, there's damages, you know, for that. In this case, the damages are related to raising money for the destination. Our bylaw actually would raise more money for the destination. And therefore, trying to calculate damages we don't believe there is. We also believe that there's, you know, issues with the performance, and therefore you could cancel contract on performance, and just like any other business relationship. And, you know, we have other legal arguments that have been outlined, you know, in camera to council. So, you know, and there is no, you know, there is the opportunity for the Hotel Association to still be a designated entity after the bylaw. The request was, you know, one of the challenges with this was the governance of it. You know, it's a tourism entity that only, but there is some confusion between, are they operating as a hotel association and industry association for only one part of the tourism industry? Or are they truly operating as a destination organization for the whole of the destination? And when they, you know, and their actions, is it for the benefit of their industry and for the owners of that industry, or is it for the benefit of the destination and the city as a whole? So those are the things we want. And just for technical reasons, though the measurements of the goals would be part of the agreement, this bylaw does actually include some of the high-level goals, limited, you know, there, to be clear on what, you know, and to be clear on what that is. So anyway, so hopefully that addresses your points on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli?
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Very heated discussion that you had there. But, you know, I just want to make sure that everybody understands the MAT tax, our municipal accommodation tax, which was introduced in 2017. I think it was something else before, by the provincial government mandated. I think the city began collecting about 2018. And it was meant for 50% of that to help the city, the municipality who's implementing it. We could have said, oh, we're not going to do anything, and there would be no money for anybody. And 50% went to the nonprofit tourist organization or Canadian Hotel Association, wherever it was dictated to. And since 2018, they set a figure. Mike and I did a little research, and we haven't been able to find it, maybe one in the world where you charge a dollar figure. And of that, none of it came to the city. So it's been a one-way street. The city hasn't benefited, and we only generate revenue via tax levies and possibly parking. There's no other way that this city really can generate revenue. So here's an opportunity to generate revenue, and a deal or whatever happened, $2 a night. Since 2018 to 2024, do we have any figures?
Total dollars raised.
Total generated revenue from.
I only have it for the last 3 years. It's averaged around, it's almost been the identical amount, about $4 million. It was less last year, and I think it's $4.4 million is expected for this year.
Yeah. So, and none of that goes to the city. All of that went to spending, and obviously that's not.
We do receive an administration fee for that.
Yeah, administrative. So we collect. So I just, I'm going to read a little bit about this because I don't know, I'm not sure that everybody understands what it was implemented for and why it was implemented. And it's a municipal accommodation tax to be levied on short-term accommodations like hotels, motels, short-term rentals. It's a way for municipalities to generate revenue to fund tourist-related projects and services. So how it works, imposed by the municipality, individual municipalities decide whether to implement on MAT and set the specific rate. The municipality implement and set. Collected by the accommodation providers, hotels, motels, short-term rental hosts collected the MAT from guests and remit it to the municipality. That's where we make our funds, just by administering that. Used for tourism and local services. This collected revenue is typically used to fund tourism promotion, infrastructure improvements, that hasn't happened, and other local services that benefit both residents and visitors. Why it's implemented? Revenue generation. MAT provides a reliable source of income for municipalities, especially those heavily reliant on tourism, which Niagara Falls is. People come to Niagara Falls, they don't come to Niagara Falls because there's a hotel here or a hotel over there. They come here to see Niagara Falls. And then from there, they branch out to what we have, and that's why we do the promotions, right? Tourism promotion funds can be used to market the destination, attract more visitors, and enhance the overall tourist experience. Infrastructure improvement. MAT revenue can also support the development and maintenance of tourist-related infrastructure, such as a convention center, parks, public transportation. Rates may vary everywhere. So, what can we use it for? Tourism, marketing, promotion. This can include advertising campaigns, public relations efforts, and participation in travel trade shows. Improved tourism infrastructure. This can involve upgrading attractions, building new facilities, and improving transportation options, which we have in plans already, right? It can also support local businesses, and all local businesses. This is a tourist town. That can include funding events and festivals that attract visitors and benefit local visitors. So, the funds collected from the municipal accommodation are often earmarked for municipal infrastructure improvements, specifically those that can enhance both the visitor experience and quality of life for residents. Those improvements can include road maintenance and expansion, ensuring that roads, bridges, highways are well maintained and expanded as needed to handle increased traffic from tourism. Public transit upgrades. Obviously, we don't have the public transit, but we have, it is available. Enhancing public transportation system provide efficient and reliable options for both tourists and residents. Parks and recreation facilities. Developing and maintaining parks, trails, and recreational facilities to offer enjoyable outdoor experiences. Cultural and heritage sites. We were just talking about that. So preserving and improving historical and cultural sites to attract visitors and promote local heritage. That could have helped us too. Utilities and services. Investing in essential utilities such as water, sewage, and electricity to support growing demands from tourism. And tourist infrastructure, creating and upgrading tourist-specific infrastructure such as visitor centers, signage, and informational kiosks. So, over the last 5-6 years since this has been implemented, we had an opportunity, and I was going to ask staff if they've done any research on what other municipalities pull in for MAT and what they do with that MAT tax. I don't understand is how in the past we collected $2 a night. It's probably the cheapest in the world, Mike, right? Cheapest in the world, and none of it came back to us. None of it helped the city to promote. It goes to the entity to promote. I don't know, they were a little short on how they've done it, and all we want to do is we want to not have the residents pay for everything, for the upkeep, the cleaning, the roads, the services. It should be, there should be, every day I get up, I pay $10. My $10 goes to maintaining the city. Every day. When I went away and to Calgary or any place else, Barcelona, when I got up in the morning, I paid $5 to stay there and pay for their maintenance. And now we have the world complaining about over tourism, or everybody's collecting tax. I want to go. And then was it Edinburgh? Just they're going to implement a new tax, and they expect to pick up about 50 million pounds, or $2.2 million, or whatever the exchange is on that one, to help build their infrastructure and promote tourism. So I think that's where we need to go. This is not about us and them, it's about us working together. We have obligations to the city and to the residents and to the tourism industry, and they have an obligation as well. And I'm not going to say they, we have it, and they have 50% of income. By us having a figure and saying it's 2% or 2%, if you charge $100, it's $2. If you charge $200, you're getting $4. I don't think we need a star system. I mean, that's how it works. If you stay in a one-star hotel, you're going to pay a little lower rate. Why do we need to change the rate? If you're going to stay in a 5-star hotel, you're going to pay a higher rate. But does $6 cover it if you're, no, it doesn't. I mean, if we can maximize the, it's not going to scare tourism away. If we can maximize the amount of dollars we can take in and split 50-50, it's going to benefit everybody. And it's just going to promote the city, cleanliness, cleanup, opportunities for job, machinery to clean the cities, roadways, heritage sites, everything. So I think it's a win-win. I think we have to move forward with that. I don't know why Mr. Burrell and everybody is stuck on that we're trying to get him. We're trying to.
Thank you for that. If there's any other comments or questions at this point, if not, I think we do have a staff report that we should put on the floor. Mr. CAO, who would speak to this?
That'll be myself. Thank you, Mayor. The report to council is fairly straightforward. Culmination of a number of meetings that council had previously, and as the mayor had noted, likely more than 2 years of discussions with the Hotel Association. We did look at best practices from other bylaws. This bylaw has a bit more detail into it due to the unique funding formula. If you look at Niagara Lakes bylaw, for example, all they say is you charge 1%, goes to the city, stops there. And then any spending from that has to be approved by council. What we tried to do with this bylaw was ensure that the intent of the money was being spent appropriately through it. It would be subject to a further agreement with details on it. As the mayor had stated, most of the points that were negotiated with the Hotel Association's representatives are included in the bylaw, and it's before you for decision.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Any questions of the CAO or any further comments? And if not, then we need to take some direction here. There's some recommendations in the report, so we'll need someone to put a motion on the floor. Councillor Strange.
I just want to speak a little bit to Councillor Baldinelli and what we see has transformed from a few years ago with the MAT tax. And in the region right now, we're at $2. Everybody else is at 4%. Everybody else. So Lincoln, Port Colborne, St. Catharines, well, in Niagara and Lake, and we're currently at $2. So, and you know, tourism we're the capital like of the world, I think. You know what I mean? And we're the lowest in the world, which I never understood. We went to places in Calgary, it was 4 and 5%. We went to Banff, where you actually just going into Banff, you had to pay, I think, $10 or $20 just to go in. Just spotless clean, though. You know what I mean? And that is tourism. Niagara Falls, the whole city is tourism. You can define it how you want. You know, driving in, the tourists are coming in, whether it's off of McLeod or down the highway, down the 420 to Stanley, using our roads, our sidewalks, our trails. You know, you look at our fire. They have to go in. We had to buy a truck just to be able to I don't know what that truck was worth. Maybe Chief Joe can let me know, but we had to buy a truck specifically to go rescue mainly tourists down in the gorge, and as well as put out huge fires if it ever happens on hotels. So you can really, you know, see how we're helping tourism and spending money towards. And what did that truck cost, Joe? I don't know.
Chief?
Through you, Your Worship, it was approved at $3 million.
At $3 million. And like, would you use that truck on an everyday house?
Again, through you, Your Worship, yes, we would. It's a multi-use vehicle.
Okay, but specifically, you need that for the gorge, you need it for the high-rise hotels as well. But you see the tourism aspect of it, where people are getting the gorge and they have to use this. You know, there's a lot of things. Sports tourism, people coming in, using the arenas. You know, I think there's great opportunity for transportation system, you know, coming from the GO train through to the hotel, a concert series. I think one thing that everybody misses in the city, the residents, is the New Year's Eve concert. We know the hotels are packed during that time, so why would we have a New Year's Eve concert if it's already busy? Because the residents love it. It was that one time they can go down there, walk down Clifton Hill, and see an amazing, we had some amazing artists too that played. It was awesome. And we can even do a concert series, even on an off kind of market, like during March or April when it's not busy here. We can do a concert series for 7 days in a row with the mat tax money on our side. That would fill the hotel rooms and make it like a New Year's Eve party, but it's in the spring. Make it our own event every year. If they don't want to have it New Year's Eve, let's start our own, maybe in the springtime. There's so many ways that we can actually use that mat tax and help the residents as well. I know in Toronto, they're at 6%. They use 3% of that 6% towards their infrastructure and their tax levy, which is amazing. It's given back to the residents. It really is. And I think that's something we want to see. You know, we close streets all the time, especially during big events. Why can't we have bullards in a lot of the streets where we can actually pay with the mat tax? And they just come up, come down. Safety issues, if anything ever happens, we just put the bullards up. Because, you know, it's happened all over the world where something might have happened, crazy accident or something. Then, you know, we don't need the police there. We just put the bullards up and boom. Walking street down Clifton Hill, down the River Road, wherever it may be. We can use some of that mat tax for that infrastructure. Things are changing. We need it. We need a source of income, and we need to help the residents out. I would love to see that tax levy go down because of what we're doing and helping the residents, but helping the tourists at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that. Yep, I've got Councillor Dabrowski, and then Nieuwesteeg and Patel.
And through you, I don't think anyone's disagreeing here. We all, I think, including, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Mr. Burrell, but we agree that the mat tax is too low. And I think we're all forgetting it's technically it's a new tax. I mean, it was introduced, the Councillor Baldinelli saying 2018, 2017. We entered COVID for almost 3 years where the room revenue was zero. So using that as a benchmark to talk about what we should be charging now, I don't think is maybe the most correct way that we should go about things. They're not disagreeing about the mat tax, but right now we're in a battle with the tourism industry, and we shouldn't be. We should all be working collectively and working together. And there is an agreement in place, and I think as a city we should make good on that agreement. And if we get back to the table and talk about ways maybe we can amend that agreement and raise the mat tax and give money back to the residents to pay for things like road sweeping and cleaning and other tourism initiatives, and these are all great ideas that Councillor Strange is bringing forward and Councillor Baldinelli, but we're in an argument right now that we shouldn't be in. We should all be working collectively on how to increase tourism and how to revise and amend that agreement that we currently have in place. I think it's premature. And I'm hoping that as a council, maybe we can come to an agreement that we go back to the table, give it one more chance, and see if we can collectively work together. Because right now, the working relationship is horrible from what I'm seeing right now in council. And I want to see if we can regroup and get back to the table and increase that mat tax, whether it be the model that's in front of us or working on a percentage model. But you have to keep in mind as well, the ADR, the average daily hotel rate, a hotel could be charging $300 in July, and they're charging $90 in December or January. So we can sit here and throw numbers around, but we don't know. We're not the industry experts. They are, and that's why we work together with the Hotel Association. So either way, I don't disagree with anything that's put before us, but again, I think it's coming to us prematurely. I think we should get back to the table, try to work with the Hotel Association before we get into a legal battle. And we're sitting here talking about ways that we can give money back to the residents or not give them an extra burden with raising taxes. Who knows what this could cost legally and what kind of rabbit hole that we're going down. So I just want to work collectively as a team, and I think we're getting to that point, but I think we're premature on the bylaw, and I think we should get back to the table and prioritize our strategic objectives with the Hotel Association, and not just the Hotel Association, but with the industry as a whole.
Okay, I'm going to ask your CEO just to clarify what we're actually discussing, what we're actually voting on right now.
Yeah, just for clarity, this is the bylaw. This is setting of the mat tax. The agreement with the designated tourism entity is a separate agreement. The bylaw is in control of council. So how you set the rules, what you charge, is council's authority. It is not the tourism entity's authority. So, you know, and there will be a difference of opinion from Mr. Burrell, but at the end of the day, only the Crown can assess a tax. We as a city can't even assess a tax. The only reason we can assess the tax is because the Crown, the province, says, if you live by this agreement, we'll allow you to set a tax. But the authority of a tax and a bylaw sits within the authority of council, not a third party. And what is before you today is not about who manages it or the contractual arrangement between a designated tourism entity. It's about the bylaw and what should be charged by the city for MAC, period. So I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, and then I've got a list of speakers.
So there must be some sort of miscommunication because we're all, I think, talking about something different than that. And I'm not sure I'm even aware of what we're voting on. Like I'm aware of what we're voting on, but I'm not completely set on having all the information in front of me. Mr. Burrell, maybe you can speak to it as well. Maybe there's some miscommunication on your end, and maybe.
Well, we're not ready yet. This is a council discussion right now, so appreciate you chairing the meeting, Councillor. But what I'm going to do now, yeah, no, I appreciate that. So here's what we're going to do now. The clerk points out to me we don't have a motion on the floor, so we should have a motion on the floor. Also, I want to point out, and I appreciate everything that everybody's saying. I don't think we don't need time. We need deadlines. We hit the point where we're just going in circles at the very end. So some things we're going to have to agree to disagree on. We're not going to come to terms on. There were 4 things they wanted. We offered 3 of the 4, and we were like, we got to get 1 out of the 4. Give us a victory. Give us a partial victory. That wasn't enough, and I get it. He's just the messenger for the group, and I get that. But we're here looking out for everyone's best interests, and I appreciate that you want the new arrangement within the old agreement. You know, so sucking and blowing. Sorry, the way I see it. It's a new agreement, it's a new arrangement, it's new. And there's no reason to not trust the city with a new agreement, because that's what it comes down to. Well, if you change this, because you asked us to open it up and change it. And we're doing that, and you're saying, but keep the terms. Does that sound like something that, is that a little bit of sucking and blowing, would you say, Mr. Burrell?
No. We were minding our own business.
No, you came to us and asked us.
And said, please come and reassemble the relationship that we have. It came from the city to us that, hey, we think we're missing opportunity. You came to us.
You didn't come to us.
And we agreed.
You came to us several times. I'll find the dates if you like, when
Sure.
we met.
Sure.
And you said we're going to double it because we're not bringing enough money. You don't remember those discussions?
No, I'm talking, no. At no time formally did our association ever mandate that we were going to come and do that. In our discussions, and recently, our board voted twice to increase the mat tax, and we were advised, rightfully, by you and the CAO, that you need a bylaw in order to increase the mat tax. We get it. We understand that. Our concern today is this bylaw just cancels our deal now and says, hey, you got no rights. It's a whole new, different game. And frankly, it asserts unnecessary control by the city over the future of what happens here. And that's unnecessary. We were negotiating these points, and we're close. I still think we're close if we get back to the table and make it work without canceling anything. It's not just the mat tax increase.
So what I want to do, because I don't agree with unnecessary control. It's a municipal tax, not a hotel tax, and that's the difference. So it's not unnecessary. I think it's necessary. So what I'm going to do is, my speakers list right now, I've got Councillor Nieuwesteeg, Patel, Baldinelli. But we do, if someone's willing to put a motion, we do need a motion. The clerk reminded me, and then we can approve or defeat a motion. But that's what the suggestion from our clerk is, because if not, we're endlessly talking in circles. So, yes, Councillor Nieuwesteeg, and then Patel, then Baldinelli.
I am going to make a motion. We have a meeting next Tuesday. It is I know I'm not going to be anyone's fan here, but it is very important that we work together. And I applaud Councillor Dabrowski saying that this has to come together, and Councillor Lococo trying to make things happen. We have a meeting next week. Is there any way that you can just come together? If we cannot get this settled within a week, then we come back and the bylaw, I will support the bylaw the way it is. What's the matter?
Well, it's a budget meeting, so I don't know, Mr. Clerk.
Is there any way that we could have just add something to it that we can because time is of the essence. I don't want us to be at odds. It's very important that we get together. There seems to be just one. According to Mr. Burrell, he seems to want to negotiate with us, so let's take him up on his word that he wants to negotiate, he wants to have this done. So we're going to extend it for 1 week for you to have that final meeting with him, and then we come back. If we can have a resolution, I'll be the first to make the motion that's on the table here.
So, just before we get there, I'd like to get some clarification, Mr. Clerk. Is this something that can even be done?
Procedurally, I don't see an issue with it because it is a scheduled meeting. It's not a special meeting of council. So like any regular meeting of council, we could add things to the agenda. The purpose of the meeting was to deal strictly with the budget, but it's the will of council.
Okay, thank you. So you still have the floor. I've got you, Councillor.
I have an idea that might help this.
Well, if
Okay. I'm open to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Through the mayor, we have two recommendations. One is to receive the bylaw, and two is receive the bylaw and approve the bylaw. That's the second one. The third one is to direct staff to develop and negotiate an agreement with a new eligible tourism entry or entities to administer unallocated funds. What if we just approve number 3? Then we're saying go and negotiate. We're not approving the bylaw.
Within 1 week.
Put a time limit on it. But if we just approve number 3, we're not approving the bylaw now, but we're going and negotiating. Is that possible? I don't know. I'm just trying to facilitate and negotiate
We're just
something.
saying we're going to be open. It's important that we work together with our hoteliers 1 week. If we can't come to a solution, then we will go back and I know, but he's come here, so I think we have to be open to this industry, but 1 week. And if they can't come together and we can't get a solution, then I will make the recommendation that we support what we have here. I'd rather hear from them and that we get to it, but
okay, let's ask our CAO for some insight into that suggestion.
Yeah, just to be clear, the bylaw itself says to enter into an agreement before January 1st, 2026 with a new tourism entity. And you can enter into multiple tourism entities. So the timeline for an agreement is written in the bylaw is a year from now, in fact, almost a year from now. to negotiate an agreement with at least one entity that is broad-based in the tourism industry. So not just one part of the tourism industry. But council has the authority to, with bylaw, to enter into multiple tourism, with multiple designated tourism entities. So again, there's the agreement, which the bylaw says you got a year to work on. And then there's the bylaw itself, which is what are we taxing? And, you know, and what are the rules around the collection and distribution of those funds? And if the issue is, well, this, you know, the party wants to provide written suggestions or anything like that, you know, this bylaw doesn't really take into effect, and you can change the bylaw again, but if there was to be other changes and recommendations, they can come forward. You know, and council can amend this bylaw next year if they so choose. But the bylaw is about collecting the tax, assessing a tax, and collecting the tax. That's what the bylaw is about. An agreement with a tourism entity, you know, is a separate agreement. So, and the bylaw provides up till January 1st, 2026 to enter into that agreement.
With all due respect, my understanding is that the tourism industry is upset because we have canceled a contract that relates to this bylaw. Is that what I'm understanding?
My understanding is the tourism industry believes that in their agreement, they have the power to dictate the bylaw and to dictate the amount of tax. And
they don't have either.
That they may have a different legal opinion on that. We have a different legal opinion on that. So, but at the end of the day, there is not a bylaw for a MAT tax in Ontario that provides any of those authorities to any organization other than the municipality. And, you know, so if the issue is, you know, an extension of the contract to execute as a destination organization, this bylaw says that they're still our destination organization at a minimum until January 1st, 2026. So they have to continue to do what they do till January 1st, 2026. So there is no change in what they're doing. It's just what are we collecting and what are we spending. After January 1st, 2026, there's a requirement in this bylaw, if approved, that says we also want to deal with an organization at a minimum that represents more than just the hotel industry, but that represents the industry as a whole, such as the demand detractors. You know, why do people come to Niagara Falls? And, you know, so post January 1st, 2026, the Hotel Association could still be one of the designated tourism entities under this bylaw. So this concept of, you know, that we've kicked them out or any of this stuff, we've asked for, and let's be honest, and I've expressed this, and they admittedly said, you know, the structure to today is inefficient. You have one not-for-profit that we give the money to, the Hotel Association, that up until a few months ago never had a staff member. Now Mr. Burrell is the staff member, who then gave money to another association to execute marketing activities. And in many cases, you would have the situation where the marketing arm said, let's do this, and then the Hotel Association would say no. If I, you know, like, that's not even, like, governments don't even operate like that half the time. So one of the requests, and that's why it was in there, everyone identified this, you know, inefficiency, or at least the city did, and said, can we clean up this efficiency? So, you know, and that was part of it. So to be clear, the bylaw is about what is the rate we're going to set, and, you know, it doesn't even say who we're designating it to. It does. We are committed to continue to fund the Hotel Association and for them to execute till at a minimum January 1st, 2026. There is a requirement to form another. That's it.
You still have the floor, Councillor.
Okay, so And I understand that, but we still have, and I understand we have the control, but I just want to, I guess, be kind to this major industry that we have, with the understanding that we need you to come and work with our city. So with the one issue, I know Councillor Lococo was trying to get to all of them, but with all reasonable, so I don't want us to, and anybody in litigation, I just want us to work together as quickly as possible, come with this. Everyone's agreeing for a MAT tax. Councillor Baldinelli, Councillor Strange identified all the reasons we need this and the benefit to everyone. But I just want us to move forward on the same page so we're all together. So I guess I'm asking for both parties and for you, for your group, to come with our city city leaders and work out a deal that everyone is happy and we move forward so that we're all from the, coming on the same page.
That's what I'm asking for. I think that's fair. And like I said, we're not going to get everything we want. Fine, we get it. And just to the CAO's point, we've already agreed to subordinate ourselves in this with this, what we're calling the new entity.
To subordinate yourself?
We're going to have the MAT tax go directly to this new entity. We volunteered this. We've already worked this out, so I wouldn't defend, well, you know, these guys don't represent the hotel association. We're not here in a fight with a power struggle with another tourist body who's going to control this. What we do want is we want to be able, there's work in progress of how that new entity will work. And the mayor and CAO know from our discussions that the chair of our association and the chair of Niagara Falls Tourism are working on that right now. Not to be dictated by the city, but by the industry. They're working on this. So that's going to be in place. Nobody's expecting going forward that the MAT tax money will come to us and we would then determine how another body's going to spend it. We're going to evolve that.
So really what I'm hearing you say is you don't have an issue with this bylaw. You're okay with all of that?
I've got a tremendous problem with the bylaw that I've articulated, that the bylaw right now cancels our current deal, and then everything is up to the city what they want to do. And that's not what we went into negotiations to do.
But you're saying we have a whole year before it all changes, till January 2026.
This bylaw, if council passes this bylaw, our council has advised us that our deal's been canceled, in essence. And I'm saying that's not necessary. Let's work on it together. We started, let's finish it together and do it right with the industry involved, not just dictated by the city.
Can I ask what your concern is with this, your current agreement ending and starting the new one?
Well,
What's
that's
your
one of
concern?
them. That's the way this is worded.
But I'm asking you, what's the?
It's a long. The answer to it, it's a long one. In your 17-page submission to council in here, there's a lot of landmines in this that I think we need to work out that we haven't seen. We saw some of it. We agreed with some of the principles, but not this. And I've been asking for a long time for, hey, please send us what we've agreed to in writing so we can see it. You know, I alluded to, I wanted to do this like a union negotiation where you sign off, here's the text we agree. We agreed in themes and principles. By the time you see it here, it still needs some work. We didn't write this, the city wrote it, but I just think it needs some work.
You didn't articulate in your letter everything that you had a problem with in the bylaw?
No, but I mean, the themes are there. And I still think that we can work it. I think we can work it out quickly.
With the new agreement, discarding the old one?
Say again, please.
Discarding the old agreement?
I think we need to, like I've suggested, we want our agreement recognized so we can evolve it, not so you can take it away from us and do it unilaterally.
Well, this is the part, I think this is where we're hitting an impasse, and this is why I don't know if another week's going to change anything. Because fundamentally, you're opposed to us implementing the new bylaw. That's what it comes down to.
The way it's worded, this isn't just MAT tax, it's a whole control thing. Your 17 pages that you submitted to council, we've got issues with it. You can unilaterally, whenever you want, just go and change the MAT tax without consultation and agreement with industry? It's not what we have now.
Can you address that?
Mr. Burrell, if you could provide an example from any jurisdiction in Ontario that has a bylaw that would meet your conditions I would like to see that. If you could provide, we can pull up the Town of Niagara Lakes bylaw, collect the money at the discretion of council. City of Niagara Falls, they can change the bylaw anytime they want. Toronto just raised it from 5% to 8% for the World Cup. This is the fundamental challenge. Hold on.
Toronto tourism believes it's going to hurt their tourism because they've
But-
already lost conventions as a result, Mr. CAO.
But you, like, the fundamental issue is you want to be able to control the bylaw, which you don't have control over.
I don't want to control the bylaw. I want us to work on a deal that is much more palatable, that we can live with, that we're agreeing to most of it.
So if we adopted Niagara Lakes bylaw, if I just change everything to Niagara Lakes bylaw, would you be acceptable of that? If I change it to St. Catharines bylaw?
I haven't seen all the details. I've seen your 17-page submission.
So you haven't read Niagara Lakes bylaw, you haven't read St. Catharines bylaw, you haven't read Toronto's bylaw. So your expectation, maybe your expectation of what's in a bylaw or what any other government is doing in this, you should maybe be a bit more informed. Because if you can give me an example of a bylaw that does what you want, I will gladly take Niagara Lakes bylaw.
Mr. CAO, we have rights today in our current agreement with you that you're erasing. And we voluntarily agreed to change many of those things, not everything in your 17-page submission, sir.
Well, I just want to object to you keep on saying how you voluntarily agree to all this stuff. I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear that the discussions happened over 3 years ago. And this staff and the mayor and Serge kept on going and saying, why aren't we at a best practice situation? Why are we behind everyone? Why don't we do things like better performing agencies? So don't come in here and say, oh, we volunteered to make a change. We saw the light.
We have volunteered to make changes. It's been documented.
After 2 years of discussions, that's like saying, oh, I volunteered, to go run a marathon after someone put a gun to my head to go run a marathon. This was 2 years of discussion. I don't want council or the public to think that we haven't been for 2 years trying to, move this to a best practice situation. It hasn't been that way. So, let's be fair with the commentary and the color of this, right? We've demanded certain things for performance because under the agreement, you have to provide certain things, you have to do certain things. And as a council with an important industry, we want to make sure it performs. So when we say, hey, why are you charging $2? We don't think that makes sense in the global market, in the Canadian market. Can you go get a study that says we're at best practice?
Past that stage. We've already agreed to increase the MAT tax. I don't know how that is relevant.
But it's only relevant because you keep on saying it's how you volunteered all this stuff. It wasn't volunteered.
It was. We've agreed to increase the MAT tax. We came up with the system.
And I'll go back to
and it triples the amount you have now.
And I'll go back to the fundamental thing here is you may be asking for things that no one else has. And I would gladly take Niagara Lakes bylaw. I'd gladly take St. Catharines bylaw. I'd gladly take Toronto's bylaw. And adopt those.
We have things now that maybe nobody has today in our current agreement.
Which agreement? The bylaw or your agreement?
No, I'm not on the bylaw. I'm on the agreement that your new bylaw is going to violate if you pass the bylaw.
That's your opinion.
Well, it's my lawyer's opinion.
I'm not a lawyer. You know what the best thing about lawyers are? I have a lawyer that thinks differently. And every lawyer thinks they're right, but when they walk out of a courtroom, only one of them is. It's a 50% win rate.
I agree, but I think we should get back to the table and see if we can do a deal.
Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
You still have the floor.
I'm not quite sure we will. I'm not sure this is going to work, so, all right.
Well, this is the challenge.
Okay, and with all due respect, I'm not sure what I'm hearing, so I extended the olive branch to you, hoping that you would come, and just this
And we
last.
want to.
But this last conversation I've just heard, I'm not sure how willing you are, because you're holding on to this old agreement and not willing to move forward, so.
We want to work with the city on evolving all of how the mat tax is managed and the governance.
According to our CEO, he's saying that it's actually beneficial to you. Correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing is that he's saying that they put a lot of things in that benefit the tourism more so than any of these other bylaws. Correct me if I'm, okay? So
Yes.
if he's saying that and you're saying opposite, as a counselor here, I'm kind of confused.
Well, but I think, I'm being redundant, but the bylaw is going to cancel our agreement.
Yeah.
Period.
Mhm.
And then the city's just going to start again. That's what the bylaw is really, that's the impact on the industry. And I think that is unnecessary. We started working together, I think we can finish working together and do a deal that's much better for the industry.
And you think you can, within a week, have agreement with our city?
I think it's certainly in our interest to give it a great try.
Okay, because I'm going way out, because I know that no one here is supporting me by just asking for that motion, so we'll see. But I'm begging of you for your association to come and work collaboratively with the city, because we cannot have everyone at odds here.
We'll take that seriously. Absolutely.
Okay, then my
In
motion.
good faith.
Okay, my motion is that I'm going to extend to the Hotel Association to please come with open minds to work with our city so we can move forward, and we're not wasting any more time, and we can have an agreement that we all are happy with.
I think that's a great resolution today.
Okay, so 1 week, so by the time we have next week, so I guess I need a second, okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to, is this a what is this, deferral, or is this, what is this, Mr. Clerk? Or is this, what is this?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to defer, or to define it, that is a deferral until January 21st.
Okay, so it's not debatable, so there's no discussion to it, so it's been moved by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, and yes for clarification.
Can I ask a question? We seem to be on the date of the agreement. Through the mayor to Mr. Burrell, if we go
We
through all-
cannot go there.
Okay, thank
This
you.
is a non-debatable. Okay, so we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, on the motion for deferral until January 21st, Councillor Baldinelli. Councillor Lococo.
In favor?
Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
In favor?
Councillor Patel.
Not in favor.
Councillor Strange. Councillor Dabrowski.
In favor.
And Mayor Diodati.
I'm opposed.
So that is defeated.
Okay, so we're looking for another motion from, okay, I've got Councillor Patel, then Baldinelli. I've got on the list here.
Mr. Mayor and everybody in the council chambers, we're talking about what the mat tax brings and what we can do with mat tax. We have mat tax in place since 2019, but what I see in our city is we don't have a airport that has regular scheduled flight. We are
Excuse
the
me, can
largest.
I hate to hold it, that thought. I need a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock. I
Okay.
need Councillor Strange, Councillor Lococo, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. We're good. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We don't have we have an airport, but we don't have regular scheduled flight. We are the largest community without having regular scheduled flight. We do not have funding to fund bylaw officers who can go and crack down on VRUs, because we just can't use our tax levy money for that. We do not have extra security down by the tourism area, because people's security is one of the major things that people do look at when they go travel. We don't have presence at the road stage. We do not. People know what Niagara Falls is, but we are not doing anything to promote and help people come to the Niagara Falls. Because as you say, Mr. Mayor, Niagara Falls is a well-known destination, It has a name there, it has the address there, but we don't have the sizzle that brings people to Niagara Falls. So we do not have presence at the world stage when it comes to promotion. And our major industry is tourism. And that beyond the Fallsview Boulevard, it goes beyond Fallsview Boulevard. We have people coming from McLeod Road, we have people coming from Lions Creek Road. We don't have means or the verification on the way, the inviting look past Fallsview Boulevard. Our residents are always complaining that we only take care of the tourism area, but it's true. If we have extra money, we can take care of the whole city. And another thing is, we go to different conferences every year. We go to our FCM, we go to AMO. Our city has more hotel rooms than any other cities we go to. But why we can't get the conference? Because we do not have funds to bid on those conferences. And we have missed out on a major events that would have changed the economic outlook of the city if we actually had those events come to the city, but we didn't have money to bid on those events, so we missed out on those. So those are the things I'm looking at that we do not have in the city. It doesn't matter, we have math tax in place for since 2019, we are collecting $2, we'll be collecting $6, but as a resident of Niagara Falls, I do not see any impact of tourism industry on the city. Nobody's benefiting from it. So we have to do something that benefits our city, our residents, moves it forward. Everything we do is just for the betterment of the city. We are all in it together. Nobody's against each other. As you say, high tide raises all, and that's the way we have to work together.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Patel. Councillor Baldinelli?
Through you, Mayor. So we're going to try and make that change happen. And we're going to try and do that by increasing the revenue that we're going to give or provide a tourism entity. And we're going to help the citizens of Niagara Falls as well by raising some funds that we've never, ever received. We've never taken a penny from it. And it's time. You know, I don't want to wake up, like I said, and give my $10 out and support tourism all the time. It doesn't really affect me that much, but it affects a lot of people in the city, and it's our main industry. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to ask to amend the proposed bylaw. I'm asking for this amendment because it is the right thing to do for the city of Niagara Falls and the tourism industry, which is important to the economy of this city. The amendments are as follows. Number one, the municipal accommodation tax moved to 4% of the room rate effective April 1st, 2026, and 5% effective April 1st, 2027. If you look at it, 2,225,000 rooms rented. Give it an average of $100 or $200 or $300. Multiply it by 5%. You figure out what we can bring in and split it. Provide Mr. Burrell and his team much needed injection into tourism money and the city as well. Number two, that sections 5.1 and 5.2 of proposed bylaw change from a minimum of $1 to a minimum of 1% respectively. And that council directs staff to come back to council with a revised bylaw prior to June 1st, 2026 with any other changes that may be required to implement these changes. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second for that motion? Councillor Strange, discussion to the motion. Are we going to have some discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor?
Can I add a friendly amendment that we at least form a committee that we can work together for all the, just work together with?
You mean around the sort of the specifics of how the money gets allocated, the prescriptive specifics around, is that what you're referring to? Okay, well, you have to go to the mover if that's consider that a friendly amendment. Okay, and to the seconder, are you good with that too? I'm good. Yep. So is there any further discussion to the motion before I call a vote? Just want to make sure everyone's had time to digest it. Everyone had time to digest it? Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Dabrowski said, and everybody said, I think we're all on the same page that we need to do it. I'm afraid that if we change the percentage, and we've always talked about that a dollar amount is very different than others. I'm afraid if we go and change the percentage now, we're going down a path that maybe we don't want to go. I think if we pass the bylaw the way it is at least we've already had some discussions, there's been already some agreement on those, and if we go and change that, I think we're further away than we were when we started today. Just my opinion.
Okay, but go back to the mover.
The dollar figure would stay for the first until the 2000, as I mentioned in the motion. It's not 4%, and 4% will align us with St. Catharines and Niagara on the Lake. And then we move forward a year after that. But at least we are aligned with the region, the other municipalities. And then we could think about what we're going to do past that. I think we should be getting to 5%. I think it'll maximize the amount of income without hurting the industry. And it's going to help promote Niagara Falls 1,000% from where we are now.
So just to understand, it would be a percentage starting when?
It's 2006, June.
2006.
No, 2026, sorry. April 1st, 2026.
26, okay. So you're suggesting this year will be how much then?
I think it's
$4 now?
I think it's currently in there.
$5,
Was it $60?
Well, it's $6 if you're a 4-star.
Yeah. $6 if you're a 4-star, $5 if you're 3, etc.
Okay.
Exactly how they had wanted.
So, Mr. CEO, can you explain, just help us overview of what
If I understand the change, you're keeping the bylaw that's written today effective for the following year till April 2026.
Correct.
And then you're changing the amount of the tax from a dollar-based tax to a percentage-based tax. So it does give the industry time to adjust that required. And you're doing it 4% for 2026 and then 5% for 2027.
Correct.
So that'll be telegraphed, which is similar to many of the bylaws that kind of lay out a 2 or 3 year charge and how that's going to happen. So I think in the last clause you had a third line there. I just wanted to.
Third, the council directs staff to come back to council with a revised bylaw prior to June 1st, 2026 with any other changes that may be required to implement these changes.
Thank you. Yep, because that would give us time to go back and have another legal review to make sure all our definitions are correct to do that, but we'd have a year's time.
And what of Councillor Nieuwesteeg's amendment?
Motion, I think because there's, Councillor Nieuwesteeg's motion was for council to set up a committee, that could be done separately under other business in the next couple of months, so that would be to say who's on the committee and the terms of reference for that committee. That would be fairly straightforward.
It's separate from the bylaw.
It'd be separate from the bylaw, correct.
Okay, so you've had the explanation, we've got it moved, seconded, yes?
Just a quick note, I like the way we're catching up to the other municipalities like St. Catharines, well, and Niagara Lake to get up to the 4%. I like the percent because it gives the mom and pops on the end of Lundy's Lane who, otherwise would have to pay a lot more. They would just, if there's $50 a room, they're paying $2 with the percentage, with the 4%. When it's a set dollar amount, then they have to pay that no matter what it is, right? So I like the idea of doing the, I think it's fair, and the rest of the region and the rest of Canada is that percentage. I don't even know anyone that's at a dollar amount in Canada.
Okay, we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that passes. That's approved. Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to 8.2. There's a request for downtown BIA funds for the flower program. Only concern here, though, is we've picked a flower vendor we've had one for the last number of years. So how can we reword this to leave it, yes, I'm sorry, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, to that point, maybe I can add an amendment to go have the previous supplier, to go with the previous supplier with more likely previous prices. So I think we can just add the amendment to it, I guess.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, if council adds the amendment, it says that we would single source to the previous supplier. And just not to keep it open-ended, the terms would be the same terms that he had previously provided the flowers for. So we just need to say it's a single source. Council has to approve that, though, because that's council's authority.
So I'll make the amendment.
Okay, motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. I've got Councillor Nieuwesteeg and Councillor Lococo. Oh, okay, sorry, Councillor Lococo.
I had in my notes about the RFP process, so shouldn't we be, since it is a city purchase now, shouldn't it be going to RFP? And I
think
know
the
you
issue
just
is-
said it's single source, but that was what I was thinking before you said single source. Like, why don't we do that?
We had suggested SNPs only because they had previously responded to an RFP. For this, I'm going to be honest, for this type of purchase, it would cost me more to run the RFP than what I'm doing. And my concern is because of timing, they need to plant flowers. So I'd rather just go with a single source. And if next year council wants to do an RFP for it, we can take a look at it. But I just think because of timing and urgency, I'd rather just have council approve a single
Okay.
source.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion, seconded, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you for that. 8.3, interim tax levy, motion by, or recommendation that we approve it for 2025. Motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Strange, all those in favor? Okay, thank you, it's unanimous. 8.4, we already did that one? Is that the one we already did? No. No. Surplus land, looking for change. So, no. I'm sorry, 8.4, surplus land. There's a recommendation that council direct staff to begin a multi-year coordinated effort to review all 159 vacant land parcels across the city, report back to council with potential sales opportunities, including detailed valuations, risks, and plans for, yes, Councillor Lococo?
One quick question. What is the process? Will we be putting it up for open, for everybody to bid on it, like through a real estate agent, or will you go to adjacent landowners? What is going to be the process? Or if it's something specifically for affordable housing, do you push that aside and then deal with somebody else? What's the process?
The process first would be to go through the properties and see what are the individual situations. So in some cases, it would be to individual landowners. When I've done this a couple of times. So sometimes you have small pieces of land that we would just go to because they're not developable. Everything would come to council though after we evaluated it, and they may have different processes. But the first step is this is a lot of work. We did hire someone who just started earlier this week. That would be one of their assignments to go for it. So generally, it would either be neighboring properties and or going out for open sale. But the first thing is to bring back to council after of the 159, we might only have 25 that we can deal with. And council will know the 25 and can dictate the process at that point in time.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I'll put a motion forward.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. 8.5, reduction of Wi-Fi at public locations, specifically at the pools in the off-season is what our staff are recommending. Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, I had a question. Does the Tennis Dome of Canada use the city's Wi-Fi at the Kaler Road? Am I confusing the?
Well, this is just pools, I think, is it not?
Kaler Sports Park, Sports Park is other side.
Kaler Sports Park, that's what I'm saying. Am I confusing it?
Yeah, it's the other side, it's where the soccer field is on the other side, right? Kaler Sports Park?
It's the other part?
Yeah, it's the other part.
Thank you.
Yeah, but this is pool facilities, is that right? I just want to be clear.
In the Kaler Sport.
And Keeler Sports Park, which is
The soccer field, other side.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Oh,
That's across the street.
got it. So are you moving the?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'll move.
Okay, moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you.
That's John.
8.8, roadside maintenance and weed control on regional roads. Did I miss? Oh my God, I did, oh my God, sorry about that. Wow, I skipped a page. Okay, 8.6, I skipped two things. Chippawa boat ramp parking. We're looking for change. Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I like the idea that we do charge some kind of fee at the boat ramp. It tends to get overcrowded there. People are, but I don't want to charge, I know people are going to be like, what are you talking about? But the locals pay taxes here. I would like to charge anyone that's not a Niagara Falls resident these fees that are currently on there. But I want to find some kind of incentive for those locals to have to pay for something. So I'm thinking if they pay for our city parking pass that we have,
Yes.
they automatically get a free pass for the boat ramp. Is that something that we could do as a council? I don't know if.
I think so. It looks like Councillor Nieuwesteeg's on with you. Mr. CAO, is that something we could?
And that we can police okay, or is it too difficult? Like, it can't be transferable, obviously, to someone not from Niagara Falls.
I would say yes, it can be done, but there's two different types of parking levels. There's one for the boat, and there's one just for parking your car. So I'm assuming you're just talking about for people who use the park, just parking the car, or because in this report we've said they can purchase a annual permit for when you have a boat. So that's already in there. But I think what you're talking about is
Just for parking your car.
just parking your car.
Yeah.
The pass that what do we call it, Mayor? That you.
The resident convenience pass?
The resident convenience pass, thank you. Yeah, we would just need a little bit of time to remarket it and re-put those rules in, but we could probably get that done before the summer. Like, it's not gonna happen overnight.
No.
So, yeah, we could change it, and then anyone who's previously bought it, we would just give them that privilege going forward.
I'd
So,
love to make that motion then.
If I could too, so we got a motion.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah, motion and second, you're gonna second. Just one other thing, if I could, and I'll come to you, Councilor Baldinelli, is I came across a little challenge that we have with the current parking pass. You have to have, for some reason, I don't know why, we have to identify ownership, proof of ownership. And I can tell you the Niagara Parks Pass, when they sell 18,000 of them, you don't need to show ownership. I confirm that. So I haven't gotten any rationale, and I'm gonna tell you it's a challenge. And how do I know this? Because I wanted to buy it, I bought it for my parents for Christmas, for them to use our parking pass as their Christmas present, because in the past they always returned my gift. And I thought this year they'd keep it. But then after the fact, I had to go get a copy of their ownership, because that was awkward. How do I surprise them when I have to get their ownership? It's hard.
They
Because of
probably
the
thought you were buying them a car.
Big surprise, just a parking pass, no car. So anyway, I think it causes an extra layer of, some people won't get it, because if you can't surprise the person, you know, and there's no rationale why we would need to do that. I would ask maybe as part of the motion, we can give direction to staff to give relief of the requirement for ownership. Like I said, the park sells 18,000 of them and they don't require it, so I don't know why we would need to do that. So is that fine, Mr. CAO, or?
sure, we'll take a look at it. We'll find out why it was there. I think it might have to do with, the license registration, so, but we'll take a look at it. We'll talk to Parks to see how they manage
Yeah,
that.
but direction staff to remove it, though, that's
Yeah,
part of the
yeah,
motion.
yep.
Yeah, okay, all right. So motion by Councilor Strange, second by Councilor Nieuwesteeg with the extra little piece. I'm sorry, Councilor Baldinelli, I'm sorry.
I just, sorry, I had this on, through you, Mayor. So the convenience pass is how much?
$35 per year for 2 cars. And it's
Two
good
cars.
for on-street
So-
parking anywhere in the city.
And I I'm a fisherman, boater. There's maintenance and upkeep of that. And I know that a lot of it was donated to Chippawa, and that's one of the nicest launches I've ever seen before. But you should maybe, $35, you buy the convenience pass, and if you want to get the boating part of it, you pay an extra $30.
Yeah, this
Is
is
that
for
what it
the
is?
parking.
I want to, for parking.
for
I just want to
parking.
make sure that if you want to use it for boating as well, you can get the convenience pass with the attachment for boating.
Oh, I see what you're saying, so.
Because it does have to, everywhere I go to go boating, you have to pay.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't we, even though we're locals, because if you're not a local and you had somebody actually sitting there, you could charge them $20 a day, and they'll pay, right?
Yeah, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, we can take that away, as long as they're not parking their boats on street parking with their convenience pass. But I think what we'll do is we'll take that away to say, well, it's $35, it includes the Chippawa. If you buy a convenience pass, you pay an extra $95 to get the boat add-on feature for that. And it still works out to the $120. And just kind of go from there. So they don't have to buy a boat one and also buy a convenience one if they don't want to show up with a boat.
So do we need this as also? part of the
We'll take that. I think that's clear. We'll make sure that makes sense in the material.
Okay. Are you good with it? I'm good with it. Okay. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. 8.7, there's procurement policy. So there's a number of 4 recommendations. Yes, Councilor Lococo?
quick question. Some residents always ask, why don't we take a local bidder instead of the lowest bidder? And I was wondering if Ms. Darlington can just speak on that, because I know it's an important thing. People think we should take a local bidder.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the Mayor. I want to take this opportunity to introduce Karen Judd, the author of the report, and has done significant work on the policy. Karen Judd is our Senior Manager of Strategic Procurement and probably can supplement better than I can. Local preference is prohibited, but there's a number of benefits of some of the improvements we're making to the procurement bylaw that assist local vendors in doing business with the city. And one is that increase in low value threshold. So increasing that threshold will allow us to quickly find local vendors to procure goods and services with, but it is prohibited under CETA and CFTA for local preference. And we try to provide as many benefits and information to local vendors to do business locally as well.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Baldinelli, making the motion? Okay, motion by the recommendation, Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All in favor?
I just have one question.
Okay. Councillor Patel?
The purpose for updating this procurement policy, is it because we want to align with other cities? What is the purpose of updating?
Through the chair to Councillor Patel, thank you. Generally, it's a housekeeping update, but we have aligned with our new ERP. We've done some housekeeping items and really looked at best practices. And most importantly, what I would like to acknowledge to Council is to make the procurement policy more readable, more understandable, and more relatable so that the public understands our procurement practices and to align with other best practice and agencies across the province.
So it's not going to, it will not slow down the process because sometimes some things are kind of in urgency for the client. So is it going to slow down the process? How is that going to
Through the chair, and thank you for that great question, Councillor Patel. We actually see a lot of efficiencies happening with these changes that are happening with the procurement policy so that we can speed up processes, get our business done, and be a little bit more fluid and not as restrictive, although we are complying with all the trade agreements.
Would that be more transparent?
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Patel, you'll see in the report we have acknowledged some compliance reporting to Council, and that was not included in previous versions of the procurement policy. And we feel that with our new ERP system, we'll have better reporting capabilities and we'll be able to provide that to Council on a more timely basis.
Yeah, and just to that point, and I was going to say it when I was over there, but procurement, everyone always thinks there's more red tape. And you think it's going to be better, because the last thing we need is more red tape, comes to getting bids and stuff and getting the hospital and all that stuff. We don't want to be getting slowed down. We want to speed up if we can.
Through the chair, thank you for that comment and question. And we really do feel that the revisions to the procurement policy and some changes that we're making organizationally with our new ERP will become more fluid and be able to react better, more efficient. And streamline some of our processes. So we're very excited about the changes that are underway, modernizing our procurement processes.
Perfect. Okay, 8.8, roads.
We did vote on that.
We didn't vote on it?
Motion is second.
Okay.
She asked the question.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
She stopped it with the question.
Okay. Okay, 8.8, roadside maintenance and weed control on regional roads budget accompaniment report. Recommendation. Any questions? Need a motion?
Silence.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second.
I'll second it.
Councillor Dabrowski. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Lococo. 8.9, approval of EV charge grants for electric vehicle charger installations. Moved by Councillor Baldinelli. Councillor Lococo. Question, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it says in the report that we can sign the agreement and there probably isn't any issues in us canceling the agreement if we want to later on. I know that this is something that we're working towards about EV chargers, I get that, but I'm a little bit concerned that even after the grant, it's going to cost $2.2 million for taxpayers. And I talked to, I think I talked to Eric, I talked to somebody to ask when we would have to pay for this. So it's not going to be till at least 2026. But that's a huge price tag, 2.2. So I was looking at 3 of the lots, Lot 4 Ellen and Lot 18 Kitchener and Lot 11, the Convention Center. They're all tourist related. And I was wondering, like, could something like that be covered by the MAT? Because it's tourism, we need parking. I just don't want to commit to $2.2 million.
RCO?
All started, Mr. Nickel, I can go. Just to be clear, we haven't fully vetted each of these locations, so we may come back and say, we're not doing some of these locations. I think there is an argument for particular areas, the convention center being one of them. Definitely that I could see a rationale for Matt. We have a number of visitors, a number come from the GTA, quite frankly. I don't drive an electric vehicle. I have some staff members that do, and if you go to Toronto and you don't recharge, depending on what you're left with, you might need a bit of a boost. So I think there is the potential for the MAT tax to use it in strategic locations for tourists, but that would have to come back after further analysis. But we are definitely open to that.
Okay, so if we agree to this, we're just agreeing to, we'll sign the agreement, but we're going to evaluate stuff later on. We're not committing $2.2 million of taxpayers' money at this point.
Definitely not.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes, and it's just, it just locks us into, they did their evaluation, to be quite frank, they said, we think these are good. They want a commitment that we are going to go follow through with it and not just have dead money sitting there for 6 months. So this starts us to evaluate it, and then we will come back with a capital budget amendment at that time, which may be less, because we choose not to do certain locations.
But you're saying a capital budget amendment. It wasn't even approved yet, so how can it be an amendment?
That's how you get the approval.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's how you get the approval. You're
Thank
going to
you.
approve it and then make the capital budget amendment.
See how quick we just spent the MAT tax, just like that? So are you second that, Councillor Lococo?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? And that's approved. 8.10, Greater Niagara General Hospital Lands Neighborhood Plan and Background Study Initiation. Well, Jim, you're back here.
Okay. Oh, yeah, thank you. So there's a recommendation.
I'll move the recommendation.
Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Discussion, Councillor Lococo?
2 quick questions. I know we bring this up every time we talk about it. Are we any closer to knowing how much it's going to be needed to be remediated? This is going to be part of it. Do we know anything yet anymore?
Mr. CAO?
Thank you. We signed, we haven't signed, correct myself. We have a memorandum of understanding that just needs to be signed with the hospital. As part of that memorandum of understanding, they'll give us certain rights to do some due diligence, and go from there. So once we are able to do some due diligence on both the building and the land itself, we'll have a better position. But the MOU is sitting with the hospital or the NHS to be signed.
What happens if we decide that we want to accept it and the remediation is astronomical cost?
Well, to be fair, at the end of the day, I guess the way I look at it is sometimes the best person or the best entity to remediate a key location like that is government, because no one's really going to do that, and I think that is key. I don't, we don't perceive to be from our initial review of it, we don't perceive to be like massive material. It was never a manufacturing site. It wasn't that. And therefore, I don't think there's a site in Niagara Falls or Ontario you're going to get to that is totally clean. You'll always have some type of remediation. And for that size of it, it's there. It will have the same issues with, it likely will have the same issues that the parking lots that we purchased across the street from the MTO will have. So I don't know. I'm looking at Ms. Dolch or her team if there was anything I missed. So, no.
And just one final question. If we rezone under a secondary plan that whole area, what would happen to existing houses that are there, or the Lococo building, or anything like that? What happens to those if we do a rezoning?
I'm going to transfer this over to all my friends in planning, and we have one gentleman who put a tie on, and I haven't seen him wear a tie in. Yeah. So yeah.
Good evening, through you,
yes,
the councillor. I'm sorry, if you just wanted to sort of question it for me.
Through the mayor, once we get to the point of rezoning that whole area from Stanley Avenue to Portage and all the side streets,
yes,
what is going to happen to the existing buildings that are left there that the city doesn't control? Maybe a house, a Lococo building. What happens to them when we rezone?
Nothing happens. It's not as though that we can say, your building is no longer, we're going to take it down. No, it's a house. It's on those lands. It can remain, in that condition, be sold for that type of use, remaining there. We will look at that. We haven't obviously determined what kind of zoning would be there. It could be the same zoning it is today.
Okay.
But we'll go through that process. We'll obviously be consulting with everyone in the lands that are affected. We have a recommendation here for community focus group from area. So, it is going to be a process, but at this particular juncture, it's really just, let's get going. The hospital, the clock's running. I think if you look at NHS's website, 2028 is their expected opening. So, we've got that period of time in which we want to move forward, make sure we get a vision, a plan in place, designate zone accordingly, and take in as much information as we move forward and bring you recommendations as we go.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion, we have it seconded. We'll call the vote. Thank you very much. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, what are we at now? 8:11. Thank you. 8:11, Q3 Development Housing Report, Provincial Report. Looking to receive the report. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. 8:12, Administrative Monetary Penalties System, AMPS, for non-parking matters. There are 3 recommendations from staff. Looking for a motion from council. Yes, Councillor Strange, you're going to make the motion. And seconded by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, and comment by Councillor Lococo.
Sorry, I have all these questions. I just want to ensure that there's a warning first before the fine. So I do want to ensure about that.
Can we confirm that through UCAO?
Well, yeah, I'll start. Always the intention of bylaw is to get compliance first and then a fine. The only thing I would put a caveat on that, in some of these fines, when there's non-compliance, they're repetitive fines. So if you don't do something for a day, you might get every one. So it's not like we fine you $1,000 and then we warn you again and then we fine you another because we're using it for that. So just don't want any misimpressions, but it's always compliance first prior to the fine.
Great, thank you. I sent an email to, everybody's starting to leave, to Mr. Nicol, who forwarded it to Ms. Dolch. I was looking at the idling for 3 minutes. We live in cold weather. We start up our car, we warm up our car, we clean off our car. 3 minutes is a very short period of time. Are people going to get fines for warming up their car in the winter time?
Yeah, Ms. Dolch, do we have any insight into that? That's a good point.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I don't want to take the thunder again from Gerald, who's been waiting patiently to address this bylaw.
Oh, Gerald, sorry, he's on the screen. There we go. Okay, great. Welcome, Gerald.
Welcome, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's a judgment call depending on the factors, weather being one of them. Typically, when we have an idling complaint or concern, there's a noise correlation. So if there's a concern with the noise, we'll address both the noise issues and the idling issue at the same time. So if the individual doesn't comply with the noise, we may suggest that there's also an idling bylaw and an AMPS revisional bylaw that we can issue to them also. So certainly, It's dependent on the weather, on inclement weather, etc.
Great, thank you. Two more questions. A couple of times we've had people who lived on a corner lot and wanted to put a pool in the opposite, what is considered the front. You might have more side yard, and the pool is in here under amps. Do we look at that about the pool having an amendment that it could be in the side yard if it wasn't the front yard or whatever?
So we call, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, we call that like a flankage yard. So typically if you have a pool in your side yard, but it's generally your front yard, we'll apprise that individual as such, and we'll work with that individual. We've done that in the past where individuals have thought that they put their pool in the side yard, but it was in the front yard, and vice versa. It really depends, Councillor. But we've always worked with people on those issues, so it's not a concern.
What was it called? I'm sorry, Gerald, I didn't hear you.
Flank?
So
Flank?
we typically call that like a flankage property. A
Flankage property, thank you. And the last one is our enforcement on our VRUs is going to start to ramp up because of this, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Gerald. Always ready to help and always willing to negotiate with our neighbors. So I got to tell you, the guy's golden. We're lucky to have you, Gerald. Good job. Keep it up.
Great.
He works
Mayor,
24
thank you.
What's that?
24/7. He always answers calls.
Oh, I know. He puts up.
He's just trying to get away from his mentee kids.
True. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. 813, single room occupancy project update. Brian Dick, our Senior Manager of Planning Policy, is here to give us, answer any questions or give any overview.
I have a very brief presentation if it pleasures the...
How brief is very brief?
I can be very brief. But
Okay.
if you want to go right
Well,
into
give us very brief. Yeah, sure. Give us very brief.
quickly. And I also want to introduce the author of the report. It's actually John Barnsley, if
Yes.
you may recall.
I think we recognize. He looks familiar.
It's back like a 90s trend. Anyway, it's been a long day.
He's looking good. He hasn't changed. Looks the same.
So if it's okay, Heather, can you advance the slides for me on this behalf? So just briefly, thank you so much. We're just here to talk about the single room occupancy project, and we want to provide council with a quick update. John's been doing some great work this past fall, and we're looking to seek council's direction on initiating phase 2 of the project. Next slide, please. So just context and background. Still, when this first appeared in front of council, older motels are being used as long-term residential accommodations and act as a stopgap housing for vulnerable populations. The 2019 boarding house interim control bylaw recommended at that time introducing SROs to the official plan and zoning bylaw and establishing a licensing framework. The city's approved housing strategy, what council approved in 2022, recommended.
Sorry if I'm distracting, just want to make sure it's on.
Oh, sorry.
We'll point it more towards your mouth.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. The city's approved housing strategy was approved by council in 2022. One of the recommendations was to re-examine SROs and the use of motels as SROs. Next slide. So just looking at the legislative alignment, things have changed radically since 2019 with respect to provincial regional policy. We have a new provincial planning document, provincial planning statement. It aligns with affordable housing objectives. We have a new Niagara regional official plan. It supports SROs as an affordable housing option. And we also looked at the Residential Tenancies Act, recognizes SRO tenants under provincial housing legislation. So John did some work in the summer and the fall. There were some key findings. We still think there's potentially, from a kind of a high-level survey, perhaps 14 potential SRO buildings, and this could hold approximately over 2,000 rooms, and it's about 2 to 4% of the city's population. The rents are quite large, or quite expensive, $1,600 a month, and these are unaffordable for people on social assistance. And the SRO residents are, they're actually, a lot of them are working poor, low-income earners, minimum wage workers. Also, increasing families are turning to these SROs as shelters, and they're sharing those accommodations. So just to quickly, we did some initial stakeholder consultation, some initial consultation. I want to make a reference also to, I've received correspondence from the BIA. You guys, our council would have received that late this afternoon. And of course, if we proceed to phase 2, we're going to have detailed and extensive consultation with all stakeholders, including the BIAs. But John did reach out to the BIAs, and Niagara Region Community Services, the Fire Department, bylaw enforcement, and others. The consensus amongst those was that SRLs should be legalized and regulated, but there are challenges. Obviously, in our community, we have rising homelessness and insufficient funding for social housing, and some deteriorating property conditions. So just the next phase, if council gives us a direction, we'll continue with the work. The goal is to amend the official plan to permit SROs as a use in appropriate areas, amend the zoning bylaw to regulate SRO locations and operations, establishing a licensing bylaw to address property maintenance, safety, and management standards. Also, to do that, we're doing further public consultation, including surveys and open houses, and we're going to prevent findings and draft amendments at a statutory public meeting for council. And we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Good job. That was nice and brief. Thank you. So we've got first Councillor Lococo and then Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff for this report. I was on the committee when we were first looking at it, and I definitely see a need in our community. We need to be doing something. It was just added late yesterday, and it's been very difficult to go through it. Some of the letters in there from the BIA are from 2018 and 2019. I'm going to put a motion forward that we defer it until the other report is attached, because the letters we're talking about option 1, option 1A, option 3, that report's not even there. So when you look at it, you can't really tell what the options were. We have 3 new councillors and then a return councillor. So my motion would be to defer it till all of that information is put together. And the other reason why I want to defer it is the public didn't see this posted on Friday with the rest of the agenda in order for them to make comments. So it's a great report, great idea. I just would like to defer it.
Okay, so motion for deferral. Do we have a seconder to defer? Okay, second by Councillor Dabrowski. It's not debatable, so we'll just call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you. Nothing against the presentation. We just want to digest it. Okay, thank you very much.
No, it was too brief, that's why.
It was too brief. Yeah, that's it. It's my fault. It was too brief. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, consent agenda. 9.1, there's that we received the Q3 2024 parking fund budget, actual variance report for the quarter. Motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor. Oh, I'm sorry. What are we doing? Well, okay, but it doesn't say it in this here. Does this give me? This doesn't give me any summary.
Well, that's what a consent agenda is. So it's
Oh, I'm sorry.
9.4 minus 9.2 because it's already become.
You're right, okay. So so motion for, well, you know what, usually you have a little note for me at the top. Don't you usually do it? I know, but normally you have a little note.
Confusing with communications.
Oh, you don't do that there? Okay, wow. It's a good idea, you should think about it. I come up with a lot of, oh yeah, right? Let's see what happens. Okay, so motion by the clerk that we approve 9.1 through 9.4 because we've already done 9.2. Seconded by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. No, moved by Strange and seconded by Nieuwesteeg. Councillor, sorry. Anyway, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. So we did the parking budget, we did sports tourism rebate program we changed, and traffic and parking bylaw amendment summary. So now we're at communications and comments, and there's my little love note. A council suggestion from the clerk. Council approves support items 10.1 through to 10.2. So motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Strange that we... 10.1, what?
Can you read it? Just
Italian Heritage Week, a flag raising, and proclamation request, Indigenous Survivors Day. So that's what we're moving. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 11, communications and comments to the city clerk. There's another note that we received for information 11 through 1 through 11 through 5. Motion by Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. No. Okay, no. Okay. All right. So I need a seconder first, then we can, Councillor Dabrowski. Okay, so now I'll go to Councillor Nieuwesteeg and Councillor Lococo.
I just want to make a comment on 11.5, where we sing the Canadian National Anthem. I think
Oh, yes.
I think really a good place to go is how do they do it in Parliament? Do they do O Canada first, or do they do the land acknowledgement? They are basically our superiors here in terms of all government, so I think we defer to how they do it.
Which is?
And find out.
Do we know? Can we Google that? Can we check what that is?
I think it's appropriate that they lead the charge on what's.
And why don't we have?
I don't even know if they do an acknowledgement at Parliament. Pardon me?
Our staff do the research and come back with that.
Yeah, well, we can check we can look right now. We can just Google real quick.
And in addition to that, I do want to say that Canada should be first and foremost, so it's kind of a second part to it, especially with what we're seeing in the world today. We have to stand up very strong for Canada, so, and everyone should be having a Canadian flag right now.
Yeah, I know. So
it's troubling times,
So our staff are looking this in the meantime.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've brought up the land acknowledgement before, and the last time the way we left it was that we were going to see what the region was doing. And in May, I believe that the region finalized their investigations and looked at all different things, and then they implemented the one that they had before. So that part's done. When is the land acknowledgement report going to come back to this council? Because that's what we were waiting for, was the region.
You know, I don't know. That's a question. Oh, did we? Well, did you want to share that?
I can double check, but we brought a report back in camera on that, and there was advice provided in camera from outside legal counsel. So they reviewed our land acknowledgement. They requested a few changes. We adopted a few changes, but that was in camera. I'll go back and get that report. I can't remember.
Was that before the region finalized theirs?
They looked at the regions also. So they scanned they actually scanned a number of different municipalities and came back with their comments on ours. So I can get that report when it went to camera.
If we could, because what the region had before, if that's what was scanned, but then the region went through the whole process and decided to keep what they had. So I'm just wondering when that advice came.
And there was legal issues why we can't adopt the regions either, because the region consumes different territories and different treaties. So our legal counsel was very clear on only recognizing ones that impact our municipality and not to recognize other ones. But we can dig up that.
I thought that was before the region brought it back, so I still thought something was coming back.
Yeah, but they had reviewed it, and the region didn't change it, and there was reasons why we didn't want to do the regions. It'll be the same issue to some extent between federal and provincial governments, but I'll dig up that report.
Okay, thank you. The only other comment I have is when we, not we sing the national anthem, when the national anthem is being sung, we either look at the flag or we look at whoever's singing it. When the land acknowledgement, we might be looking at the mayor for the land welcome when we're looking at the video. I find what a lot of people are doing is we're looking at notes, we're looking at our phone, we're flipping through. I would just like for us to think about what's going on and put all of that aside and show the respect that it deserves. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, appreciate that. Do we have any other comments, or we have to take some direction here on what we're going to do? So we haven't. We don't have we have a seconder. So are we going to just receive and file, or are we going to take an action on anything? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Well, I would like, so are we trying to make it in order of what we do? Like, I would always like to sing O Canada first.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing that was lifted, I think. Is that the only thing? 5, 8 point, or 10, or 11.5? Is that the only one? Yeah, so if we're good with the rest, that's the only one that we have to discuss, so.
Yeah, I would prefer that if we're doing it in order, I would prefer that O Canada is first.
Is there any other feelings around the table here? Yes, Councillor?
I like what Councillor Nieuwesteeg said. Could we look at the provincial parliament to see what they do? I know at the region they don't sing O Canada either.
They play O Canada.
Oh, I looked on the agenda, I couldn't see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
they do, every meeting. Okay. Yes?
I'm going to make the motion, we say O Canada first.
Okay, motion by Councillor Strange. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Dabrowski? Do we have any other discussion to that?
A friendly amendment that we look into other provincial, federal.
We'd have to ask the mover if it's
A friendly
or not.
amendment, we can go with what the motion is, but add it to do a little bit more research.
Well, it's up to you. We can do the research.
I don't want to
regardless.
change the order. I prefer O Canada is first because we do live in Canada.
That was what the motion was, but I'm just adding that we
No,
do
but
more
it's
research.
friendly amendment only if they agree to it.
Yeah,
If not-
and that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so I
So you
think,
want to look into other to see the order of it?
We can go with the order of what you said. I would just like to look at other.
Oh, just look at other options,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, just look at
Sounds
other
good.
options.
Okay.
okay, so we have a,
Is it direction of staff or is it part of the motion, I guess?
yeah, so he's saying, is it direction to staff
I'll
on
have
that?
first direction to staff.
Okay, so Councillor Lococo, that'll be direction to staff on that part. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. And the rest, I'm sorry, that was for 11.5. And 11.1 through 11.4, I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Resolutions, 12.1, approval of EV charge on grants for electric vehicle charger installations. So there is, what can you tell me about this, Mr. Clerk, this resolution?
From the previous report, the province just required.
Okay, so did everyone hear that? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just, the resolution really just formalizes that motion that was already made in item 8.9.
Okay, so a motion to approve the resolution 12.1. Motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Patel. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. Then there's 12.2. Just make sure I'm not skipping ahead. Yeah, 12.2, Fallsview Boulevard, Stanley Avenue. What can you tell me about this one, Mr. Clerk?
I know it's a long explanation there. It's really that the attached resolution is required to deem the proposed changes minor and exempt the requirement for further notice, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so there's a recommendation that we just approve the resolution, 12.2. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Okay, motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, just to close the loop on yesterday's in-camera session, there was nothing to ratify from the January 13th education session that council had received regarding the upcoming operating budget. For today's in-camera session, there was just direction to staff to carry out multiple OLT matters.
Okay, so we need a motion to ratify, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, you can get a motion for that direction to staff.
Motion for direction to staff. Motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. Now we're on to 15, motions. Looks like we've got two here from Councillor Nieuwesteeg. Oh, did I skip one again? What did I skip? Oh, man. Okay, notice, yeah, sorry about that. Notice of motions and new business. Notice of motion, new business. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are just some new business. The social services that we've been looking at, we had a session to look at different options, and then on our budget, it's basically status quo, and our CAO said that we need to bring a motion to bring that back for council to discuss. So right now, we're just doing what we've always done, fund the 4 services. We were talking about giving options to other organizations to come and apply for a grant. Was it a multi-year grant? Were we doing every other year? Were we increasing? So we had those discussions, but we didn't really report back on exactly what we're doing. So the CAO suggested that we bring a motion to bring that report back.
Okay, so the motion is to bring, you can just word it and then we'll get a second.
If staff can bring a report back on options for the social service funding.
Okay, for the city-funded social service agent.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
got it. Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, looking for a second. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dabrowski, sorry. All those in favor? Okay, that's
Thank you.
approved, unanimous.
Second one, when the Innovation Hub was here, I asked for some financial information. Are we going to get that before our budget meeting, or is that going to be presented during the budget meeting?
You know what, I know that they have, is Mr. Felicity here? I don't know if he's on. Can we see if he's on or not? Do we know?
his office, I think.
Is he?
Walked past a couple times. And that's what his office is.
He was probably sleeping. The old cold. Yeah, he's old cold. But I believe they do, because I believe they do. But he's not here? Okay, so he's not, pardon me? No, if he's sleeping, leave him, it's better. It's better.
Tomorrow, the agenda would come out for Tuesday's budget meeting. Could any information be added to the agenda so we would know?
Yeah, we can, the budget is the same amount as the prior year. There's
I
zero
know.
gain to it, and we'll put the budget forward. We'll submit their budget as supplemental information.
And financials, I was looking for financials as well.
Their financials are dated. They had some issues that were
That's fine.
discussed in
Old-
camera.
Old ones are
Yep.
fine. Thank you. Just two more quick ones. I had on here about the Niagara Regional Transit. I keep bringing up about they're charging us an increase on our transit when it was supposed to be $0 for 5 years. The CAO said the other day that they're coming, when are they coming, Mr. CAO?
I believe they are going to come in February, so I don't remember which, there's 2 meetings in February. I think it's the latter one, but I could be wrong on that.
This has been 3 years now after the amalgamation, and because of the Cummings principle, when we handed over all of our assets, our buses, our cars and trucks and fare boxes, for 5 years, they were not supposed to charge us an increase. And we have seen an increase from Niagara Regional Transit, so I'd like some communication about that. That's great. And the last one is, when Cogeco bought Niagara Regional Broadband Network, we were told that some details would come for the public about how much money it was purchased minus deductions. Are we looking at that coming soon?
There's, like any public corporation deal, there was a press release that was done. I'll have to go back and look at what we can release for that information, because there are some restrictions on the information, because it's a publicly traded company. So we'll pull something together. The other thing is the holdco board is the party to the transaction, not the city. So I know it sounds weird, but the holdco board would have to make the motion on what would be released publicly,
Okay.
because they were the vendor and they were the shareholder. So we can discuss that at the next holdco board.
Okay. Because we've had discussions about Niagara on the Lake already posting their sale, and you said that there was some adjustments, so I'm waiting for those adjustments. That's all I had. Thank you. Oh, wait, there's one more. No, never mind. Thank you.
Any other new bit? Yes, Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, during my visit to India, I actually learned that most of the condo buildings and apartment buildings there, they have a solar panel on top of the roof, and that takes care of all the utilities for elevators and all the other lighting and what's so on the compound. And I do know some companies actually in Niagara region who actually do have solar panels on their roof, and they do sell that energy back to the cities or the hydro one, whatever the company is. So I was just wondering that we have big facilities like Gale Center, McBain Center, Anyone Exchange. I was wondering if there's any grants out there that we can get to put maybe solar panels on top of the roof so we can use that energy for those buildings where utility costs go down.
So who would tackle this question for the city, Mr. CAO?
I can start. There used to be some programs out there for both provincial and federal funding. I remember when I was at the region, we actually applied for some of them. I don't know what the current status of some of those programs are. We do evaluate that every now and again on our energy audits, but it's something we can take a look at too.
Thank you.
Okay, so direction to staff?
Yeah, direction to
Okay.
staff.
Any other new business? Okay, seeing none. Now we'll go to 15. 15.1, so motion from Councillor Nieuwesteeg regarding maximizing parking at the Exchange and the Niagara Falls History Museum. Councillor? Well, I don't know, Mr. Clerk, what, how do you want to do this? She read it last time. How big is it?
I don't have it up on the screen yet, but typically we would just have you read the now therefore portion.
Well, just the therefore, oh, that's,
Therefore, be resolved, the City of Niagara Falls utilize and maximize all on-site parking and surrounding street parking to enhance the Exchange Museum and to redesign the parking lot to maximize the number of parking spaces, and that this be done as soon as possible to better serve the users of this facility.
Okay, motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Strange. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Lococo, then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, when it was designed in the idea of having outdoor events there. So if we're still going to be using it for events, if we remove parking, I just want to look at that. I also want to be cognizant about how much this is going to cost and how many spaces can we get out of it. Like, there's not a lot of spaces there to begin with. Would we invest X number of dollars to maybe get 4 parking spaces?
Well, that's why this report is to ask staff to come back with those numbers.
Okay, so they're going to come back with numbers, but we're not going to expense anything at this point?
No, this is,
Okay.
council will make it, if council wants to, then it will, but it'll come back to the council.
Okay, as long as we're looking at it, we're not sending a consultant to do it. That
No,
was my
staff are going to.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, Councillor
And
Lewis.
it's not to remove parking. You said if we're having outdoor events to remove parking, it's not to remove, it's to find more. And it may not even just be here, it might be neighboring building. We ended up losing the market because there's not enough parking. So there's obviously an issue with this. So we have to figure out what it is, or even at other events aren't going to go there.
Okay,
so.
Thank you.
Okay, so did we vote on it? No. And you had a comment too,
Well,
Councillor?
I had the basically same comment as Councillor Coker, that we are now voting on something without seeing the report. So I think we're getting the report, so I'm good with that.
Yeah, okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And then 15.2, naming March Youth Empowerment Month. Councillor?
Therefore, be it resolved, the City of Niagara Falls recognizes March as Youth Empowerment Month.
Second, yeah, to speak to this?
And we do have 2 gentlemen in the gallery that had made a deputation request to speak to this.
Oh, wow,
topic.
you guys been waiting. Wow, to the bitter end. You couldn't have picked a further thing to stay to talk. Wow, we could have moved this forward, you know. Okay, so please, if you state your name and your address, and then you'll have a 5-minute window.
Sure. Aras Raisi, let's make it quick. I know it was quite a bit of a long night. We are here to show our support for this motion, and through you, we want to extend our gratitude to Councillor Nieuwesteeg for bringing this very important motion. And I guess I have a slide to show you a picture of 4,000 worth, and why this, but why? What's the significance of this motion? You know that I work with youth. We volunteer at different events. And all the time I drag you after all the event, please come here, have a pep talk with my students. I have to tell you how excited they get, but after you're gone and say, you know what, I just met the council, I just met the mayor. The encouragement that you give them, it's very impactful. And I was trying to have a picture of everyone, but unfortunately I couldn't find it. So I know, I want to acknowledge to all of you who are doing this. If we give opportunity to youth, they will stand up to the plate. If we create an environment, they will show up. So to give you an idea, I had a partnership with Niagara Parks Commission. They provided 2 shuttle buses to us. 75 of students of my team members from 4 high schools and the university, they showed up. We went there, we planted 250 trees for the Niagara Parks Commission. Frankly, that's all the tree that they had. We ran out of the tree to plant. And in fact, they wanted to come here tonight. There were a couple of them here to show up, but I guess, as you know, it's 11 o'clock, so they had a class tomorrow. We are very excited about the prospect of this, because we believe that this month could give opportunity to all organizations, churches, nonprofit, different businesses, to run events for youth empowerment, to show appreciation for our students. I know budget is tight, but it would be nice if the city could put a little bit of money so different churches, organizations, what have you, could apply for a little bit of maybe snack money for that month when they want to run event for youth. It would be nice to be inspired with the amazing work of Councillor Pietrangelo for Eat Cheap, that during this month, it could be the possibility to have businesses, entertainment venues, have a discount for our students in parts of, just like Eat Cheap, but for youth, for high school and university students. And it would be nice, all these activities will be listed on the website or university or in one centralized place so their students could be informed about it. And I have to apologize because our intention was, I reached out to Councillor Nieuwesteeg myself and a few of our leaders, we want to have a conversation with her because we believe if there's a motion on the table, bring your ideas to the mover of the motion. But this New Year, unfortunately, due to personal reasons, that didn't happen, so I want to extend my apology. We only have one feedback if it's possible. Month of March is a little bit chilly. And the students, they don't have transport, especially university students, they don't have their parents to give them a ride. So doing outdoor event will be limited and transportation will be limited. I appreciate that Dan at Niagara Innovation Hub offers that we could use their space free of charge to run event for students. But again, the challenge is that that month is a little bit cold. Public transportation is limited. We want to suggest, if it's possible, the month of September and October. Why? Because that's the beginning of New Year. That's very symbolic because students, they go to 1 year older. Now they have more responsibilities. And we are going to end up thousands of students from all around Ontario. They will come in September to start a new university in our downtown. It would be nice if we could have implemented such a system. We have lots of events for them, lots of activity that's happened, some sort of discounted rate for all these students who come to our city to appreciate them, show them support. But nonetheless, we just wanted to summarize it in saying that we are 100% in support of this. We appreciate all the love you give to students, and we want to thank the Council Nieuwesteeg. If it's March, it would be great. If it could be September or October, perhaps it would be better, and that's our rationale. And we were thinking that could also be a boost to our economy as all these new students come to our city. They could get habituated, realize all the businesses, restaurants, and they could, as the back to school economy goes, tourism goes a little bit down, it could be a little bit of a boost to our local economy. So I know I'm going to finish it, but one of the student leaders of university who wanted to come here and thank you, I just want to have a few words to say. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Khawar Malik, and I'm pursuing my master's degree in data analytics from University of Niagara Falls, just next to you. This motion for nominating a month as a youth month is great. For showing the appreciation to the students, the youth, basically. I want to basically help the community over here. Work towards the benefit of this community and integrate ourselves with it. So I would like to have opportunities, get the opportunities, your help and your support, in getting integrated with this community. And the students are working very hard for this community, and to appreciate them by recognizing their efforts is a great thing. So I think I appreciate the councillor for bringing this idea up, and I hope you guys support us with this. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
I appreciate what you have to say about September, October. Are you recommending both months or one or the other?
1 month, because I think 2 months is kind of silly, right?
Which month do you prefer, September, October?
As a matter of fact, I wanted to have a conversation, but the guidance counselors that I work with them, as well as manager of the student at university, to see which month they would prefer. I'm thinking probably September would be something that perhaps most of them would agree with it. But I apologize, because it was when the motion was brought up to the table, it was before the holiday. So
we've got some staff would like to weigh in. Yes, Ms. Moldenhauer.
Thank you, and through the chair, it's wonderful to have you here and to be talking about this. This is really good. I wanted to let council know, and I'm sure Ruth Ann's aware of it, the MYAC, Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, they are actively planning for March of this year. And there is also a youth week in May, so there could be some opportunity there. September is quite challenging for our youth committee, MYAC, to be involved, because in September they're actually forming. So it'd be really challenging then to deliver like any activities or events. October, we could look at that, but I would recommend that we stay with March for this year, just because planning is underway. And again, perhaps we could do something small for Youth Week in May as well. But it's all great. I just, I only have a few staff dedicated to this, so I just wanted to be very clear about what works for us And, we can always come up with new ideas in the future.
Through you, through the chair to the, so if there's activities supposed to happen in March, we understand and appreciate it, but our position comes not just from the MIAC, because MIAC is only one organization, right? And we would hope this will inspire many, many other organizations to do a lot of things. So perhaps if this month is supposed to be March, maybe next year could be position in October that even the students they already started, and then university, that we are going to have 10,000 students. It would be a great opportunity to get them involved. And so perhaps if it needs to be this year March, but next year September,
So maybe that could be the direction for next year, right? Next year, maybe make, and it gives you time to talk to the guidance counselors to see if October is better than September. Sometimes September's a crazy time, right? Everyone's just getting organized.
Yeah,
So maybe that gives us some time. So that's good. Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience, waiting for 7 hours to talk for 10 minutes. Wow. And we're gonna then entertain the motion now. So we've got the motion, and we seconded by Councillor Strange. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. So now we go to bylaws, Mr. Clerk, is that right?
Yes, entertain a motion for the bylaws. Just a reminder that based on the MAT tax report and the motion that was passed there, we will make the necessary amendments to bylaw 2025-009.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
I'm opposed to 2025-003, 2025-005, those are the two Queen Street ones, and then 2025-009, that's the MAT. And can someone tell me what 2025-008 is? I don't think I've ever seen any correspondence on this. I don't know
To
what it
regulate
is.
the supply of water, to
Yeah.
provide the maintenance and management of the waterworks for the imposition and collection of rates for the use of water and water-related. Yeah, so who could answer that? Is that an Eric question? Oh, Tiffany.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that's the bylaw. That's just updating the water rates to the approved rates from the December 10th meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I need a motion to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And now a motion for adjournment. Councillor Baldinelli and second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, we're adjourned. 11:11.